Aids to Reflection, and The Confessions of an Inquiring Spirit *******. Transcriber's note: the aphorisms on that which is indeed spiritual religion extend from p. 102 to p. 241. They are interspersed with other material that is listed in the table of contents. In addition, some of the aphorisms are listed separately in the table. It has been modified to clarify this. Biblical references have been standardized on one of the more common formats, viz. 1 John 4:5. There are extensive footnotes that can extend over several pages. Where a topic in the index refers to material in a footnote, the page reference refers to the original position of that material and may differ from its position in this text. The erratum has been incorporated in the text. Apparent typographical errors have been corrected, although inconsistencies in hyphenation have been retained. Greek accents have been omitted, though rough breathing marks have been retained. Aids to Reflection and the Confessions of an Inquiring Spirit, by Samuel Taylor Coleridge, to which are added his essays on faith and the Book of Common Prayer, etc. New edition, revised. London, George Bell and Sons, York Street, Covent Garden. 1884. Chiswick Press, C. Whittingham and Co., Tooks Court, Chancery Lane. Note to this edition: the present reprint of the Aids to Reflection is mainly from Mr. H. N. Coleridge's, or the 4th edition. In some points, however, the earlier editions, which have been carefully consulted throughout, have been followed. Dr. Marsh's preliminary essay to the Aids to Reflection is printed from his own 2nd edition, published with the Aids at Burlington, U.S., in 1840. Coleridge's posthumous Confessions of an Inquiring Spirit is from Mr. H. N. Coleridge's text, which was printed from the author's MS. The essay on faith and notes on the Book of Common Prayer are reprinted from Coleridge's remains as being, possibly, parts of the supplementary volume to the Aids to Reflection which the author contemplated, vide p. 257, but never published. The Nightly Prayer is also reprinted from Coleridge's remains. Contents: page. Aids to Reflection, author's original title page, 1825. 9 Mr. H. N. Coleridge's advertisement to the 4th edition. 11 Author's address to the reader. 13 Author's preface and advertisement. 15 Dr. Marsh's preliminary essay. 23 Introductory aphorisms. 1 On sensibility. 22 Prudential aphorisms. 27 Moral and religious aphorisms. 35 Elements of religious philosophy. 88 Aphorisms on spiritual religion. 96 Aphorisms on that which is indeed spiritual religion. 102 On the difference in kind of reason and the understanding, after aphorism 8. 143 On instinct in connection with the understanding, in comment on aphorism 9. 162 On original sin, aphorism X. 172 Paley not a moralist, aphorism 12. 196 On redemption, in comment on aphorism 19. 223 On baptism. 242 Conclusion. 258 Appendix O, Summary of the Argument on Reason and the Understanding 277 Appendix B, on Instinct, by Professor J. H. Green 278 Confessions of an Inquiring Spirit, Letters on the Inspiration of the Scriptures 285 The Pentad of Operative Christianity 288 Questions as to the Divine Origin of the Bible 289 Letter I 291 Letter II 296 Letter 3 301 Letter 4 308 Letter V 321 Letter 6 322 Letter 7 333 Essay on Faith 341 Notes on the Book of Common Prayer 350 A Nightly Prayer 360 Index 363, Original Title Page 1825. Aids to reflection in the formation of a manly character, on the several grounds of prudence, morality, and religion. Illustrated by select passages from our elder divines, especially from Archbishop Leighton. By S. T. Coleridge. This makes, that whatsoever here befalls, you in the region of yourself remain, neighboring on heaven, and that no foreign land. Daniel. Advertisement to the 4th edition. By Henry Nelson Coleridge. This corrected edition of the Aids to Reflection is commended to Christian readers, in the hope and the trust that the power which the book has already exercised over hundreds, it may, by God's furtherance, hereafter exercise over thousands. No age, since Christianity had a name, has more pointedly needed the mental discipline taught in this work than that in which we now live, when, in the author's own words, all the great ideas or verities of religion seem in danger of being condensed into idols, or evaporated into metaphors. Between the encroachments, on the one hand, of those who so magnify means that they practically impeach the supremacy of the ends which those means were meant to subserve, and of those, on the other hand, who, engrossed in the contemplation of the great redemptive act, rashly disregard or depreciate the appointed ordinances of grace, between those who, confounding the sensuous understanding, varying in every individual, with the universal reason, the image of God, the same in all men, inculcate a so-called faith, having no demonstrated harmony with the attributes of God, or the essential laws of humanity, and being sometimes inconsistent with both, and those again who requiring a logical proof of that which, though not contradicting, does in its very kind, transcend our reason, virtually deny the existence of true faith altogether. Between these almost equal enemies of the truth, Coleridge, in all his works, but preeminently in this, has kindled an inextinguishable beacon of warning and of guidance. In so doing, he has taken his stand on the sure word of Scripture, and is supported by the authority of almost every one of our great divines, before the prevalence of that system of philosophy, Locke's, which no consistent reasoner can possibly reconcile with the undoubted meaning of the articles and formularies of the English Church, in Causac Valle, Causam Javantibus Armis. The editor had intended to offer to the reader a few words by way of introduction to some of the leading points of philosophy contained in this volume. but he has been delighted to find the work already done to his hand, in a manner superior to anything he could have hoped to accomplish himself, by an affectionate disciple of Coleridge on the other side of the Atlantic. The following essay was written by the Reverend James Marsh, President of the University of Vermont, United States of America, and prefixed by him to his edition of the Aids to Reflection, published at Burlington in 1829. The editor has printed this essay entire winking sad smiley one, as well out of respect for its author, as believing that the few paragraphs in it having a more special reference to the state of opinion in America, will not be altogether without an interest of their own to the attentive observers of the progress of truth in this or any other country. Lincoln's Inn, the 25th of April, 1839. 1. CPP 23 XXV. Mr. H. N. Coleridge gave the first edition of Dr. Marsh's essay. The reader has in the present volume the essay as it appeared in its second and revised edition, 1840. Ed. The author's address to the reader. Fellow Christian. The wish to be admired as a fine writer held a very subordinate place in my thoughts and feelings in the composition of this volume. Let then its comparative merits and demerits, in respect of style and stimulancy, possess a proportional weight, and no more, in determining your judgment for or against its contents. Read it through, then compare the state of your mind, with the state in which your mind was, when you first opened the book. Has it led you to reflect? Has it supplied or suggested fresh subjects for reflection? Has it given you any new information? Has it removed any obstacle to a lively conviction of your responsibility as a moral agent? Has it solved any difficulties, which had impeded your faith as a Christian? Lastly, has it increased your power of thinking connectedly, especially on the scheme and purpose of the redemption by Christ? If it have done none of these things, condemn it aloud as worthless, and strive to compensate for your own loss of time, by preventing others from wasting theirs. But if your conscience dictates an affirmative answer to all or any of the preceding questions, declare this too aloud, and endeavor to extend my utility. 2. In the place of this address the first edition, 1825, had the advertisement which we now print at the end of the author's preface, p. 19. Ed. Marinus. Omnis divina at humani eruditionis elementa tria, nos, vel, posse, quorum principium unum mens, cujus oculus ratio, qui lumen ** prebet Deus. Vico. Naturam hominis hanc Deus ips voluit, ut durum rerum cupidus it appetens essit, religionis it sapientiae. Sed homines ideo fallenta, quod aut religionem suscipianta missa sapientia, aut sapientiae soli studenta missa religion, cum alterum sine ultro es non possit verum. Lactantius. The author's preface. An author has 3 points to settle: to what sort his work belongs, for what description of readers it is intended, and the specific end, or object, which it is to answer. There is indeed a preliminary question respecting the end which the writer himself has in view, whether the number of purchasers, or the benefit of the readers. But this may be safely passed by, since where the book itself or the known principles of the writer do not supersede the question, there will seldom be sufficient strength of character for good or for evil, to afford much chance of its being either distinctly put or fairly answered. I shall proceed therefore to state as briefly as possible the intentions of the present volume in reference to the three first mentioned points, viz. What? For whom? And for what? What? The answer is contained in the title page. 3. It belongs to the class of didactic works. Consequently, those who neither wish instruction for themselves, nor assistance in instructing others, have no interest in its contents. Sissus, sis divus, sum calter, it non tibi spiro. 2. For whom? Generally, for as many in all classes as wish for aid in disciplining their minds to habits of reflection, for all who, desirous of building up a manly character in the light of distinct consciousness, are content to study the principles of moral architecture on the several grounds of prudence, morality, and religion. And lastly, for all who feel an interest in the position I have undertaken to defend, this, namely, that the Christian faith, in which I include every article of belief and doctrine professed by the first reformers in common, is the perfection of human intelligence, an interest sufficiently strong to ensure a patient attention to the arguments brought in its support. But if I am to mention any particular class or description of readers that were prominent in my thought during the composition of the volume, my reply must be that it was especially designed for the studious young at the close of their education or on their first entrance into the duties of manhood and the rights of self-government. And of these, again, in thought and wish I destined the work, the latter and larger portion, at least, yet more particularly to students intended for the ministry, first, as in duty bound, to the members of our two universities, secondly, but only in respect of this mental precedency, second, to all alike of whatever name, who have dedicated their future lives to the cultivation of their race, as pastors, preachers, missionaries, or instructors of youth. 3. For what? The worth of an author is estimated by the ends, the attainment of which he proposed to himself by the particular work, while the value of the work depends on its fitness, as the means. The objects of the present volume are the following, arranged in the order of their comparative importance. 1. To direct the reader's attention to the value of the science of words, their use and abuse, see note, p. 5, and the incalculable advantages attached to the habit of using them appropriately, and with a distinct knowledge of their primary, derivative, and metaphorical senses. And in furtherance of this object I have neglected no occasion of enforcing the maxim, that to expose a sophism and to detect the equivocal or double meaning of a word is, in the great majority of cases, one and the same thing. Horne took entitled his celebrated work, Winged Words, or Language, not only the vehicle of thought but the wheels. With my convictions and views, for I should substitute, that is, words select and determinate, and for, that is, living words. the wheels of the intellect I admit them to be, but such as Ezekiel beheld in the visions of God as he sate among the captives by the river of Chebar. Whithersoever the spirit was to go, the wheels went, and thither was their spirit to go, for the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels also. 2. To establish the distinct characters of prudence, morality, and religion, and to impress the conviction, that though the second requires the first, and the third contains and supposes both the former, yet still moral goodness is other and more than prudence, or the principle of expediency, and religion more and higher than morality. For this distinction the better schools even of pagan philosophy contended. See pp. 2021. 3. To substantiate and set forth at large the momentous distinction between reason and understanding. Whatever is achievable by the understanding for the purposes of worldly interest, private or public, has in the present age been pursued with an activity and a success beyond all former experience, and to an extent which equally demands my admiration and excites my wonder. But likewise it is, and long has been, my conviction, that in no age since the first dawning of science and philosophy in this island have the truths, interests, and studies that especially belong to the reason, contemplative or practical, sunk into such utter neglect, not to say contempt, as during the last century. It is therefore one main object of this volume to establish the position, that whoever transfers to the understanding the primacy due to the reason, loses the one and spoils the other. 4. To exhibit a full and consistent scheme of the Christian dispensation, and more largely of all the peculiar doctrines of the Christian faith, and to answer all the objections to the same, which do not originate in a corrupt will rather than an erring judgment, and to do this in a manner intelligible for all who, possessing the ordinary advantages of education, do in good earnest desire to form their religious creed in the light of their own convictions, and to have a reason for the faith which they profess. There are indeed mysteries, in evidence of which no reasons can be brought. But it has been my endeavor to show, that the true solution of this problem is, that these mysteries are reason, reason in its highest form of self-affirmation. Such are the special objects of these aids to reflection. Concerning the general character of the work, let me be permitted to add the few following sentences. Saint Augustine, in one of his sermons, discoursing on a high point of theology, tells his auditors, sic accipit, ut Miriamini intelligia. Fide zenem debit praesidere intellectum, ut sit intellectus fidea praemium. Now without a certain portion of gratuitous and, as it were, experimentative faith in the writer, a reader will scarcely give that degree of continued attention, without which no didactic work worth reading can be read to any wise or profitable purpose. In this sense, therefore, and to this extent, every author, who is competent to the office he has undertaken, may without arrogance repeat Saint Augustine's words in his own right, and advance a similar claim on similar grounds. But I venture no further than to imitate the sentiment at a humble distance, by avowing my belief that he who seeks instruction in the following pages, will not fail to find entertainment likewise, but that whoever seeks entertainment only will find neither. Reader, you have been bred in a land abounding with men, able in arts, learning, and knowledges manifold, this man in one, this in another, few in many, none in all. But there is one art, of which every man should be master, the art of reflection. If you are not a thinking man, to what purpose are you a man at all? In like manner, there is one knowledge, which it is every man's interest and duty to acquire, namely, self-knowledge, or to what end was man alone, of all animals, endued by the Creator with the faculty of self-consciousness. Truly said the pagan moralist, E silo descendit. But you are likewise born in a Christian land, and revelation has provided for you new subjects for reflection, and new treasures of knowledge, never to be unlocked by him who remains self-ignorant. Self-knowledge is the key to this casket, and by reflection alone can it be obtained. Reflect on your own thoughts, actions, circumstances, and, which will be of especial aid to you in forming a habit of reflection, accustom yourself to reflect on the words you use, hear, or read, their birth, derivation and history. For if words are not things, they are living powers, by which the things of most importance to mankind are actuated, combined, and humanized. Finally, by reflection you may draw from the fleeting facts of your worldly trade, art, or profession, a science permanent as your immortal soul, and make even these subsidiary and preparative to the reception of spiritual truth, doing as the dyers do, who having first dipped their silks in colors of less value, then give them the last tincture of crimson in grain. Advertisement. 5. In the bodies of several species of animals there are found certain parts of which neither the office, the functions, nor the relations could be ascertained by the comparative anatomist till he had become acquainted with the state of the animal before birth. Something sufficiently like this, for the purpose of an illustration at least, applies to the work here offered to the public. In the introductory portion there occur several passages, which the reader will be puzzled to decipher, without some information respecting the original design of the volume, and the changes it has undergone during its immature and embryonic state. On this account only, I think myself bound to make it known, that the work was begun as a mere selection from the writings of Archbishop Leighton, under the usual title of The Beauties of Archbishop Leighton, with a few notes and a biographical preface by the selector. Hence the term editor, subscribed to the notes, and prefixed, alone or conjointly to the aphorisms, according as the passage was written entirely by myself, or only modified and, avowedly, interpolated. 6. I continued the use of the word on the plea of uniformity, though, like most other deviations from propriety of language, it would, probably, have been a wiser choice to have omitted or exchanged it. The various reflections, however, that pressed on me while I was considering the motives for selecting this or that passage, the desire for enforcing, and as it were integrating, the truths contained in the original author, by adding those which the words suggested or recalled to my own mind, the conversations with men of eminence in the literary and religious circles, occasioned by the objects which I had in view, and, lastly, the increasing disproportion of the commentary to the text, and the too marked difference in the frame, character, and colors of the two styles, soon induced me to recognize and adopt a revolution in my plan and object, which had in fact actually taken place without my intention, and almost unawares. It would indeed be more correct to say, that the present volume owed its accidental origin to the intention of compiling one of a different description than to speak of it as the same work. It is not a change in the child, but a changeling. Still, however, the selections from Leighton, which will be found in the prudential and moral sections of this work, and which I could retain consistently with its present form and matter, will both from the intrinsic excellence and from the characteristic beauty of the passages, suffice to answer two prominent purposes of the original plan, that of placing in a clear light the principle which pervades all Leighton's writings, his sublime view, I mean, of religion and morality as the means of reforming the human soul in the divine image, idea, and that of exciting an interest in the works, and an affectionate reverence for the name and memory of this severely tried and truly primitive churchman. Stc. 3. Coleridge's original title page, viz., that to the 1825 edition, is given at p9. That edition bore the imprint of Taylor and Hesse, 93 Fleet Street and 13 Waterloo Place, Pall Mall. Ed. 4. This parenthesis was in editions 1 to 3, but was dropped out of the 4th. Ed. 5. Coleridge's advertisement to the first edition, 1825. It has been omitted since, until now. Ed. 6. In the first edition the aphorisms were superscribed Leighton and C. when selected, and editor when by Coleridge himself. Some later editions excluded these useful headings. We revert to the author's first plan, substituting the name Coleridge for editor. Ed. Preliminary Essay by the Rev. James Marsh. 7. Whether the present state of religion's feeling, and the prevailing topics of theological inquiry among us, are particularly favorable to the success of the work herewith offered to the public can be determined only by the result. The question, however, has not been left unconsidered, and however that may be, it is not a work, the value of which depends essentially upon its relation to the passing controversies of the day. Unless I distrust my own feelings and convictions altogether, I must suppose that for some, I hope for many, minds, it will have a deep and enduring interest. Of those classes, for whose use it is more especially designated in the author's preface, I trust there are many also in this country, who will justly appreciate the objects at which it aims, and avail themselves of its instruction and assistance. I could wish it might be received, by all who concern themselves in religious inquiries and instruction especially, in the spirit which seems to me to have animated its great and admirable author, and I hesitate not to say, that to all of every class, who shall so receive it, and peruse it with the attention and thoughtfulness, which it demands and deserves, it will be found by experience to furnish, what its title imports, aids to reflection on subjects, upon which every man is bound to reflect deeply and in earnest. What the specific objects of the work are, and for whom it is written, may be learned in a few words from the preface of the author. From this, too, it will be seen to be professedly didactic. It is designed to aid those who wish for instruction, or assistance in the instruction of others. The plan and composition of the work will to most readers probably appear somewhat anomalous, but reflection upon the nature of the objects aimed at, and some little experience of its results, may convince them that the method adopted is not without its advantages. It is important to observe that it is designed, as its general characteristic, to aid reflection, and for the most part upon subjects which can be learned and understood only by the exercise of reflection in the strict and proper sense of that term. It was not so much to teach a speculative system of doctrines built upon established premises, for which a different method would have been obviously preferable, as to turn the mind continually back upon the premises themselves, upon the inherent grounds of truth and error in its own being. The only way in which it is possible for anyone to learn the science of words, which is one of the objects to be sought in the present work, and the true import of those words especially, which most concern us as rational and accountable beings, is by reflecting upon and bringing forth into distinct consciousness those mental acts which the words are intended to designate. We must discover and distinctly apprehend different meanings, before we can appropriate to each a several word, or understand the words so appropriated by others. Now it is not too much to say, that most men, and even a large proportion of educated men, do not reflect sufficiently upon their own inward being, upon the constituent laws of their own understanding, upon the mysterious powers and agencies of reason, and conscience, and will, to apprehend with much distinctness the objects to be named, or of course to refer the names with correctness to their several objects. Hence the necessity of associating the study of words with the study of morals and religion, and that is the most effectual method of instruction, which enables the teacher most successfully to fix the attention upon a definite meaning, that is, in these studies, upon a particular act, or process, or law of the mind, to call it into distinct consciousness, and assign to it its proper name, so that the name shall thenceforth have for the learner a distinct, definite, and intelligible sense. To impress upon the reader the importance of this, and to exemplify it in the particular subjects taken up in the work, is a leading aim of the author throughout, and it is obviously the only possible way by which we can arrive at any satisfactory and conclusive results on subjects of philosophy, morals, and religion. The first principles, the ultimate grounds, of these, so far as they are possible objects of knowledge for us, must be sought and found in the laws of our being, or they are not found at all. The knowledge of these terminates in the knowledge of ourselves, of our rational and personal being, of our proper and distinctive humanity, and of that divine being, in whose image we are created. We must retire inward, says Saint Bernard, if we would ascend upward. It is by self-inspection, by reflecting upon the mysterious grounds of our own being, that we can alone arrive at any rational knowledge of the central and absolute ground of all being. It is by this only, that we can discover that principle of unity and consistency, which reason instinctively seeks after, which shall reduce to an harmonious system all our views of truth and of being, and destitute of which all the knowledge that comes to us from without is fragmentary, and in its relation to our highest interests as rational beings but the patchwork of vanity. Now, of necessity, the only method by which another can aid our efforts in the work of reflection, is by first reflecting himself, and so pointing out the process and marking the result by words, that we can repeat it, and try the conclusions by our own consciousness. If he have reflected aright, if he have excluded all causes of self-deception, and directed his thoughts by those principles of truth and reason, and by those laws of the understanding, which belong in common to all men, his conclusions must be true for all. We have only to repeat the process, impartially to reflect ourselves, unbiased by received opinions, and undeceived by the idols of our own understandings, and we shall find the same truths in the depths of our own self-consciousness. I am persuaded that such, for the most part, will be found to be the case with regard to the principles developed in the present work, and that those who, with serious reflection and an unbiased love of truth, will refer them to the laws of thought in their own minds, to the requirements of their own reason, will find there a witness to their truth. Viewing the work in this manner, therefore, as an instructive and safe guide to the knowledge of what it concerns all men to know, I cannot but consider it in itself as a work of great and permanent value to any Christian community. Whatever indeed tends to awaken and cherish the power, and to form the habit, of reflection upon the great constituent principles of our own permanent being and proper humanity, and upon the abiding laws of truth and duty, as revealed in our reason and conscience, cannot but promote our highest interests as moral and rational beings. Even if the particular conclusions, to which the author has arrived, should prove erroneous, the evil is comparatively of little importance, if he have at the same time communicated to our minds such powers of thought, as will enable us to detect his errors, and attain by our own efforts to a more perfect knowledge of the truth. That some of his views may not be erroneous, or that they are to be received on his authority, the author, I presume, would be the last to affirm, and although in the nature of the case it was impossible for him to aid reflection without anticipating, and in some measure influencing, the results, yet the primary tendency and design of the work is, not to establish this or that system, but to cultivate in every mind the power and the will to seek earnestly and steadfastly for the truth in the only direction in which it can ever be found. The work is no further controversial than every work must be, that is writ with freedom and reason upon subjects of the same kind, and if it be found at variance with existing opinions and modes of philosophizing, it is not necessarily to be considered the fault of the writer. In republishing the work in this country, I could wish that it might be received by all, for whose instruction it was designed, simply as a didactic work, on its own merits, and without controversy. I must not, however, be supposed ignorant of its bearing upon those questions, which have so often been, and still are, the prevailing topics of theological controversy among us. It was indeed incumbent on me, before inviting the attention of the religious community to the work, to consider its relation to existing opinions, and its probable influence on the progress of truth. This I have done with as severe thought as I am capable of bestowing upon any subject, and I trust too with no want of deference and conscientious regard to the feelings and opinions of others. I have not attempted to disguise from myself, nor do I wish to disguise from the readers of the work, the inconsistency of some of its leading principles with much that is taught and received in our theological circles. Should it gain much of the public attention in any way, it will become, as it ought to do, an object of special and deep interest to all who would contend for the truth, and labor to establish it upon a permanent basis. I venture to assure such, even those of them who are most capable of comprehending the philosophical grounds of truth in our speculative systems of theology, that in its relation to this whole subject they will find it to be a work of great depth and power, and, whether right or wrong, eminently deserving their attention. It is not to be supposed that all who read, or even all who comprehend it, will be convinced of the soundness of its views, or be prepared to abandon those which they have long considered essential to the truth. To those, whose understandings by long habit have become limited in their powers of apprehension, and as it were identified with certain schemes of doctrine, certain modes of contemplating all that pertains to religious truth, it may appear novel, strange, and unintelligible, or even dangerous in its tendency, and be to them an occasion of offense. But I have no fear that any earnest and single-hearted lover of the truth as it is in Jesus, who will free his mind from the idols of preconceived opinion, and give himself time and opportunity to understand the work by such reflection as the nature of the subject renders unavoidable, will find in it any cause of offense, or any source of alarm. If the work become the occasion of controversy at all, I should expect it from those, who, instead of reflecting deeply upon the first principles of truth in their own reason and conscience and in the Word of God, are more accustomed to speculate, that is, from premises given or assumed, but considered unquestionable, as the constituted point of observation, to look abroad upon the whole field of their intellectual vision, and thence to decide upon the true form and dimensions of all which meets their view. To such I would say with deference, that the merits of this work cannot be determined by the merely relative aspect of its doctrines, as seen from the high ground of any prevailing metaphysical or theological system. Those on the contrary who will seek to comprehend it by reflection, to learn the true meaning of the whole and of all its parts, by retiring into their own minds and finding there the true point of observation for each, will not be in haste to question the truth or the tendency of its principles. I make these remarks because I am anxious, as far as may be, to anticipate the causeless fears of all, who earnestly pray and labor for the promotion of the truth, and to preclude that unprofitable controversy, which might arise from hasty or prejudiced views of a work like this. At the same time I should be far from deprecating any discussion which might tend to unfold more fully the principles which it teaches, or to exhibit more distinctly its true bearing upon the interests of theological science and of spiritual religion. It is to promote this object, indeed, that I am induced in the remarks which follow to offer some of my own thoughts on these subjects, imperfect I am well aware, and such as, for that reason, as well as others, worldly prudence might require me to suppress. If, however, I may induce reflecting men, and those who are engaged in theological inquiries especially, to indulge a suspicion that all truth, which it is important for them to know, is not contained in the systems of doctrine usually taught, and that this work may be worthy of their serious and reflecting perusal, my chief object will be accomplished. I shall of course not need to anticipate in detail the contents of the work itself, but shall aim simply to point out what I consider its distinguishing and essential character and tendency, and then direct the attention of my readers to some of those general feelings and views on the subjects of religious truth, and of those particulars in the prevailing philosophy of the age, which seem to me to be exerting an injurious influence on the cause of theological science and of spiritual religion. And not only to furnish a fit occasion, but to create an imperious demand, for a work like that which is here offered to the public. In regard then to the distinguishing character and tendency of the work itself, it has already been stated to be didactic, and designed to aid reflection on the principles and grounds of truth in our own being, but in another point of view, and with reference to my present object, it might rather be denominated a philosophical statement and vindication of the distinctively spiritual and peculiar doctrines of the Christian system. In order to understand more clearly the import of this statement, and the relation of the author's views to those exhibited in other systems, the reader is requested to examine in the first place, what he considers the peculiar doctrines of Christianity, and what he means by the terms spirit and spiritual. A synoptical view of what he considers peculiar to Christianity as a revelation is given in Aphorism 7, on spiritual religion, and, if I mistake not, will be found essentially to coincide, though not perhaps in the language employed, with what among us are termed the evangelical doctrines of religion. Those who are anxious to examine further into the orthodoxy of the work in connection with this statement, may consult the articles on Original Sin and Redemption, 8, though I must forewarn them that it will require much study in connection with the other parts of the work, before one unaccustomed to the author's language, and unacquainted with his views, can fully appreciate the merit of what may be peculiar in his mode of treating those subjects. With regard to the term spiritual, it may be sufficient to remark here, that he regards it as having a specific import, and maintains that in the sense of the New Testament, spiritual and natural are contradistinguished, so that what is spiritual is different in kind from that which is natural, and is in fact supernatural. So, too, while morality is something more than prudence, religion, the spiritual life, is something more than morality. In vindicating the peculiar doctrines of the Christian system so stated, and a faith in the reality of agencies and modes of being essentially spiritual or supernatural, he aims to show their consistency with reason and with the true principles of philosophy, and that indeed, so far from being irrational, Christian faith is the perfection of human reason. By reflection upon the subjective grounds of knowledge and faith in the human mind itself, and by an analysis of its faculties, he develops the distinguishing characteristics and necessary relations of the natural and the spiritual in our modes of being and knowing, and the all-important fact, that although the former does not comprehend the latter, yet neither does it preclude its existence. He proves that the scheme of Christianity, though not discoverable by human reason, is yet in accordance with it, that link follows link by necessary consequence, that religion passes out of the ken of reason only where the eye of reason has reached its own horizon, and that faith is then but its continuation. 9. Instead of adopting, like the popular metaphysicians of the day, a system of philosophy at war with religion, and which tends inevitably to undermine our belief in the reality of anything spiritual in the only proper sense of that word, and then coldly and ambiguously referring us for the support of our faith to the authority of revelation, he boldly asserts the reality of something distinctively spiritual in man, and the futility of all those modes of philosophizing, in which this is not recognized, or which are incompatible with it. He considers it the highest and most rational purpose of any system of philosophy, at least of one professing to be Christian, to investigate those higher and peculiar attributes, which distinguish us from the brutes that perish, which are the image of God in us, and constitute our proper humanity. It is in his view the proper business and the duty of the Christian philosopher to remove all appearance of contradiction between the several manifestations of the one divine word, to reconcile reason with revelation, and thus to justify the ways of God to man. The methods by which he accomplishes this, either in regard to the terms in which he enunciates the great doctrines of the gospel, or the peculiar views of philosophy by which he reconciles them with the subjective grounds of faith in the universal reason of man, need not be stated here. I will merely observe that the key to his system will be found in the distinctions which he makes and illustrates between nature and free will, and between the understanding and reason. It may meet the prejudices of some to remark farther, that in philosophizing on the grounds of our faith he does not profess or aim to solve all mysteries, and to bring all truth within the comprehension of the understanding. A truth may be mysterious, and the primary ground of all truth and reality must be so. But though we may believe what passeth all understanding, we cannot believe what is absurd, or contradictory to reason. Whether the work be well executed, according to the idea of it, as now given, or whether the author have accomplished his purpose, must be determined by those who are capable of judging, when they shall have examined and reflected upon the whole as it deserves. The inquiry which I have now to propose to my readers is, whether the idea itself be a rational one, and whether the purpose of the author be one which a wise man and a Christian ought to aim at, or which in the present state of our religious interests, and of our theological science, specially needs to be accomplished. No one, who has had occasion to observe the general feelings and views of our religious community for a few years past, can be ignorant that a strong prejudice exists against the introduction of philosophy, in any form, in the discussion of theological subjects. The terms philosophy and metaphysics, even reason and rational, seem, in the minds of those most devoted to the support of religious truth, to have forfeited their original, and to have acquired a new import, especially in their relation to matters of faith. By a philosophical view of religious truth would generally be understood a view, not only varying from the religion of the Bible in the form and manner of presenting it, but at war with it, and a rational religion is supposed to be of course something diverse from revealed religion. A philosophical and rational system of religious truth would by most readers among us, if I mistake not, be supposed a system deriving its doctrines not from revelation, but from the speculative reason of men, or at least relying on that only for their credibility. That these terms have been used to designate such systems, and that the prejudice against reason and philosophy so employed is not, therefore, without cause, I need not deny, nor would any friend of revealed truth be less disposed to give credence to such systems, than the author of the work before us. But, on the other hand, a moment's reflection only can be necessary to convince any man, attentive to the use of language, that we do at the same time employ these terms in relation to truth generally in a better and much higher sense. Rational, as contradistinguished from irrational and absurd, certainly denotes a quality, which every man would be disposed to claim, not only for himself, but for his religious opinions. Now, the adjective reasonable having acquired a different use and signification, the word rational is the adjective corresponding in sense to the substantive reason, and signifies what is conformed to reason. In one sense, then, all men would appeal to reason in behalf of their religious faith, they would deny that it was irrational or absurd. If we do not in this sense adhere to reason, we forfeit our prerogative as rational beings, and our faith is no better than the bewildered dream of a man who has lost his reason. Nay, I maintain that when we use the term in this higher sense, it is impossible for us to believe on any authority what is directly contradictory to reason and seen to be so. No evidence from another source, and no authority could convince us, that a proposition in geometry, for example, is false, which our reason intuitively discovers to be true. Now if we suppose, and we may at least suppose this, that reason has the same power of intuitive insight in relation to certain moral and spiritual truths, as in relation to the truths of geometry, then it would be equally impossible to divest us of our belief of those truths. Furthermore, we are not only unable to believe the same proposition to be false, which our reason sees to be true, but we cannot believe another proposition, which by the exercise of the same rational faculty we see to be incompatible with the former, or to contradict it. We may, and probably often do, receive with a certain kind and degree of credence opinions, which reflection would show to be incompatible. But when we have reflected, and discovered the inconsistency, we cannot retain both. We cannot believe two contradictory propositions knowing them to be such. It would be irrational to do so. Again, we cannot conceive it possible, that what by the same power of intuition we see to be universally and necessarily true should appear otherwise to any other rational being. We cannot, for example, but consider the propositions of geometry as necessarily true for all rational beings. So, too, a little reflection, I think, will convince anyone, that we attribute the same necessity of reason to the principles of moral rectitude. What in the clear daylight of our reason, and after mature reflection, we see to be right, we cannot believe to be wrong in the view of other rational beings in the distinct exercise of their reason. Nay, in regard to those truths, which are clearly submitted to the view of our reason, and which we behold with distinct and steadfast intuitions, we necessarily attribute to the supreme reason, to the divine mind, views the same, or coincident, with those of our own reason. We cannot, I say it with reverence and I trust with some apprehension of the importance of the assertion, we cannot believe that to be right in the view of the supreme reason, which is clearly and decidedly wrong in the view of our own. It would be contradictory to reason, it would be irrational, to believe it, and therefore we cannot do so, till we lose our reason, or cease to exercise it. I would ask, now, whether this be not an authorized use of the words reason and rational, and whether so used they do not mean something. If it be so, and I appeal to the mind of every man capable of reflection, and of understanding the use of language, if it be not, then there is meaning in the terms universal reason, and unity of reason, as used in this work. There is, and can be, in this highest sense of the word but one reason, and whatever contradicts that reason, being seen to do so, cannot be received as matter either of knowledge or faith. To reconcile religion with reason used in this sense, therefore, and to justify the ways of God to man, or in the view of reason, is so far from being irrational that reason imperatively demands it of us. We cannot, as rational beings, believe a proposition on the grounds of reason, and deny it on the authority of revelation. We cannot believe a proposition in philosophy, and deny the same proposition in theology, nor can we believe two incompatible propositions on the different grounds of reason and revelation. So far as we compare our thoughts, the objects of our knowledge and faith, and by reflection refer them to their common measure in the universal laws of reason, so far the instinct of reason impels us to reject whatever is contradictory and absurd, and to bring unity and consistency into all our views of truth. Thus, in the language of the author of this work, though the word rational has been strangely abused of late times, this must not disincline us to the weighty consideration, that thoughtfulness, and a desire to rest all our convictions on grounds of right reason, are inseparable from the character of a Christian. 10. But I beg the reader to observe, that in relation to the doctrines of spiritual religion, to all that he considers the peculiar doctrines of the Christian revelation, the author assigns to reason only a negative validity. It does not teach us what those doctrines are, or what they are not, except that they are not, and cannot be, such as contradict the clear convictions of right reason. But his views on this point are fully stated in the work. 11. If then it be our prerogative, as rational beings, and our duty as Christians, to think, as well as to act, rationally, to see that our convictions of truth rest on the grounds of right reason, and if it be one of the clearest dictates of reason, that we should endeavor to shun, and on discovery should reject, whatever is contradictory to the universal laws of thought, or to doctrines already established, I know not by what means we are to avoid the application of philosophy, at least to some extent, in the study of theology. For to determine what are the grounds of right reason, what are those ultimate truths, and those universal laws of thought, which we cannot rationally contradict, and by reflection to compare with these whatever is proposed for our belief, is in fact to philosophize, and whoever does this to a greater or less extent, is so far a philosopher in the best and highest sense of the word. To this extent we are bound to philosophize in theology, as well as in every other science. For what is not rational in theology, is, of course, irrational, and cannot be of the household of faith, and to determine whether it be rational in the sense already explained or not, is the province of philosophy. It is in this sense that the work before us is to be considered a philosophical work, namely, that it proves the doctrines of the Christian faith to be rational, and exhibits philosophical grounds for the possibility of a truly spiritual religion. The reality of those experiences, or states of being, which constitute experimental or spiritual religion, rests on other grounds. It is incumbent on the philosopher to free them from the contradictions of reason, and nothing more, and who will deny that to do this is a purpose worthy of the ablest philosopher and the most devoted Christian? Is it not desirable to convince all men that the doctrines, which we affirm to be revealed in the Gospel, are not contradictory to the requirements of reason and conscience? Is it not, on the other hand, vastly important to the cause of religious truth, and even to the practical influence of religion on our own minds, and the minds of the community at large, that we should attain and exhibit views of philosophy and doctrines in metaphysics, which are at least compatible with, if they do not specially favor, those views of religion, which, on other grounds, we find it our duty to believe and maintain? For, I beg it may be observed, as a point of great moment, that it is not the method of the genuine philosopher to separate his philosophy and religion, and adopting his principles independently in each, to leave them to be reconciled or not, as the case may be. He has, and can have, rationally but one system, in which his philosophy becomes religious, and his religion philosophical. Nor am I disposed in compliance with public opinion to limit the application of this remark, as is usually done, to the mere external evidences of revelation. The philosophy which we adopt will and must influence not only our decision of the question, whether a book be of divine authority, but our views also of its meaning. But this is a subject, on which, if possible, I would avoid being misunderstood, and must, therefore, exhibit it more fully, even at the risk of repeating what was said before, or is elsewhere found in the work. It has been already, I believe, distinctly enough stated, that reason and philosophy ought to prevent our reception of doctrines claiming the authority of revelation only so far as the very necessities of our rational being require. However mysterious the thing affirmed may be, though it passeth all understanding, if it cannot be shown to contradict the unchangeable principles of right reason, its being incomprehensible to our understandings is not an obstacle to our faith. If it contradict reason, we cannot believe it, but must conclude, either that the writing is not of divine authority, or that the language has been misinterpreted. So far it seems to me that our philosophy ought to modify our views of theological doctrines, and our mode of interpreting the language of an inspired writer. But then we must be cautious that we philosophize rightly, and do not call that reason which is not so. Otherwise we may be led by the supposed requirements of reason to interpret metaphorically what ought to be received literally, and evacuate the scriptures of their most important doctrines. But what I mean to say here is, that we cannot avoid the application of our philosophy in the interpretation of the language of Scripture, and in the explanation of the doctrines of religion generally. We cannot avoid incurring the danger just alluded to of philosophizing erroneously, even to the extent of rejecting as irrational that which tends to the perfection of reason itself. And hence I maintain that instead of pretending to exclude philosophy from our religious inquiries, it is very important that we philosophize in earnest, that we should endeavor by profound reflection to learn the real requirements of reason, and attain a true knowledge of ourselves. If any dispute the necessity of thus combining the study of philosophy with that of religion, I would beg them to point out the age since that of the Apostles, in which the prevailing metaphysical opinions have not distinctly manifested themselves in the prevailing views of religion, and if, as I fully believe will be the case, they fail to discover a single system of theology, a single volume on the subject of the Christian religion, in which the author's views are not modified by the metaphysical opinions of the age or of the individual, it would be desirable to ascertain whether this influence be accidental or necessary. The metaphysician analyzes the faculties and operations of the human mind, and teaches us to arrange, to classify, and to name them, according to his views of their various distinctions. The language of the Scriptures, at least to a great extent, speaks of subjects that can be understood only by a reference to those same powers and processes of thought and feeling, which we have learned to think of, and to name, according to our particular system of metaphysics. How is it possible then to avoid interpreting the one by the other? Let us suppose, for example, that a man has studied and adopted the philosophy of Brown. Is it possible for him to interpret the 8th chapter of Romans, without having his views of its meaning influenced by his philosophy? Would he not unavoidably interpret the language and explain the doctrines, which it contains, differently from one who should have adopted such views of the human mind as are taught in this work? I know it is customary to disclaim the influence of philosophy in the business of interpretation, and every writer nowadays on such subjects will assure us that he has nothing to do with metaphysics, but is guided only by common sense and the laws of interpretation. But I should like to know how a man comes by any common sense in relation to the movements and laws of his intellectual and moral being without metaphysics. What is the common sense of a Hottentot on subjects of this sort? I have no hesitation in saying that from the very nature of the case, it is nearly, if not quite, impossible for any man entirely to separate his philosophical views of the human mind from his reflections on religious subjects. Probably no man has endeavored more faithfully to do this, Perhaps no one has succeeded better in giving the truth of Scripture free from the glosses of metaphysics than Professor Stewart. Yet, I should risk little in saying that a reader deeply versed in the language of metaphysics, extensively acquainted with the philosophy of different ages, and the peculiar phraseology of different schools, might ascertain his metaphysical system from many a passage of his commentary on the Epistle to the Hebrews. What then, let me ask, is the possible use to the cause of truth and of religion, from thus perpetually decrying philosophy in theological inquiries, when we cannot avoid it if we would? Every man, who has reflected at all, has his metaphysics, and if he reads on religious subjects, he interprets and understands the language which he employs, by the help of his metaphysics. He cannot do otherwise. And the proper inquiry is, not whether we admit our philosophy into our theological and religious investigations, but whether our philosophy be right and true. For myself, I am fully convinced that we can have no right views of theology, till we have right views of the human mind, and that these are to be acquired only by laborious and persevering reflection. My belief is, that the distinctions unfolded in this work will place us in the way to truth, and relieve us from numerous perplexities, in which we are involved by the philosophy which we have so long taken for our guide. For we are greatly deceived, if we suppose for a moment that the systems of theology which have been received among us, or even the theoretical views which are now most popular, are free from the entanglements of worldly wisdom. The readers of this work will be able to see, I think, more clearly the import of this remark, and the true bearing of the received views of philosophy on our theological inquiries. Those who study the work without prejudice, and adopt its principles to any considerable extent, will understand too how deeply an age may be ensnared in the metaphysical webs of its own weaving, or entangled in the net which the speculations of a former generation have thrown over it, and yet suppose itself blessed with a perfect immunity from the dreaded evils of metaphysics. But before I proceed to remark on those particulars, in which our prevailing philosophy seems to be dangerous in its tendency, and unfriendly to the cause of spiritual religion, I must beg leave to guard myself and the work from misapprehension on another point of great importance in its relation to the whole subject. While it is maintained that reason and philosophy, in their true character, ought to have a certain degree and extent of influence in the formation of our religious system, and that our metaphysical opinions, whatever they may be, will almost unavoidably modify more or less our theoretical views of religious truth generally, it is yet a special object of the author of the work to show that the spiritual life, or what among us is termed experimental religion, is, in itself, and in its own proper growth and development, essentially distinct from the forms and processes of the understanding, and that, although a true faith cannot contradict any universal principle of speculative reason, it is yet in a certain sense independent of the discursions of philosophy, and in its proper nature beyond the reach of positive science and theoretical insight. Christianity is not a theory or a speculation, but a life. Not a philosophy of life, but a life and a living process. It is not, therefore, so properly a species of knowledge, as a form of being. And although the theoretical views of the understanding, and the motives of prudence which it presents, may be, to a certain extent, connected with the development of the spiritual principle of religious life in the Christian, yet a true and living faith is not incompatible with at least some degree of speculative error. As the acquisition of merely speculative knowledge cannot of itself communicate the principle of spiritual life, so neither does that principle, and the living process of its growth, depend wholly, at least, upon the degree of speculative knowledge with which it coexists. That religion, of which our blessed Saviour is himself the essential form and the living word, and to which he imparts the actuating spirit, has a principle of unity and consistency in itself distinct from the unity and consistency of our theoretical views. Of this we have evidence in every day's observation of Christian character. For how often do we see and acknowledge the power of religion, and the growth of a spiritual life in minds but little gifted with speculative knowledge, and little versed in the forms of logic or philosophy. How obviously, too, does the living principle of religion manifest the same specific character, the same essential form, amidst all the diversities of condition, of talents, of education, and natural disposition, with which it is associated, everywhere rising above nature, and the powers of the natural man, and unlimited in its goings on by the forms in which the understanding seeks to comprehend and confine its spiritual energies. There are diversities of gifts, but the same Spirit, and it is no less true now than in the age of the Apostles, that in all lands, and in every variety of circumstances, the manifestations of spiritual life are essentially the same, and all who truly believe in heart, however diverse in natural condition, in the character of their understandings, and even in their theoretical views of truth, are one in Christ Jesus. The essential faith is not to be found in the understanding or the speculative theory, but the life, the substance, the hope, the love, in one word, the faith. These are derivatives from the practical, moral, and spiritual nature and being of man. Speculative systems of theology indeed have often had little connection with the essential spirit of religion, and are usually little more than schemes resulting from the strivings of the finite understanding to comprehend and exhibit under its own forms and conditions a mode of being and spiritual truths essentially diverse from their proper objects, and with which they are incommensurate. This I am aware is an imperfect, and I fear may be an unintelligible, view of a subject exceedingly difficult of apprehension at the best. If so, I must beg the reader's indulgence, and request him to suspend his judgment, as to the absolute intelligibility of it, till he becomes acquainted with the language and sentiments of the work itself. It will, however, I hope, be so far understood, at least, as to answer the purpose for which it was introduced, of precluding the supposition that, in the remarks which preceded, or in those which follow, any suspicion was intended to be expressed, with regard to the religious principles or the essential faith of those who hold the opinions in question. According to this view of the inherent and essential nature of spiritual religion, as existing in the practical reason of man, we may not only admit, but can better understand the possibility of what every charitable Christian will acknowledge to be a fact, so far as human observation can determine facts of this sort, that a man may be truly religious, and essentially a believer at heart, while his understanding is sadly bewildered with the attempt to comprehend and express philosophically what yet he feels and knows spiritually. It is indeed impossible for us to tell how far the understanding may impose upon itself by partial views and false disguises, without perverting the will, or estranging it from the laws and the authority of reason and the divine word. We cannot say to what extent a false system of philosophy and metaphysical opinions, which in their natural and uncounteracted tendency would go to destroy all religion, may be received in a Christian community, and yet the power of spiritual religion retain its hold and its efficacy in the hearts of the people. We may perhaps believe that in opposition to all the might of false philosophy, so long as the great body of the people have the Bible in their hands, and are taught to reverence and receive its heavenly instructions, though the Church may suffer injury from unwise and unfruitful speculations, it will yet be preserved, and that the spiritual seed of the divine word, though mingled with many tares of worldly wisdom and philosophy falsely so called, will yet spring up, and bear fruit unto everlasting life. But though we may hope and believe this, we cannot avoid believing, at the same time, that injury must result from an unsuspecting confidence in metaphysical opinions, which are essentially at variance with the doctrines of revelation. Especially must the effect be injurious, where those opinions lead gradually to alter our views of religion itself and of all that is peculiar in the Christian system. The great mass of the community, who know little of metaphysics, and whose faith in revelation is not so readily influenced by speculations not immediately connected with it, may, indeed, for a time, escape the evil, and continue to receive with meekness the engrafted word. But in the minds of the better educated, especially those who think and follow out their conclusions with resolute independence of thought, the result must be either a loss of confidence in the opinions themselves, or a rejection of all those parts of the Christian system which are at variance with them. Under particular circumstances, indeed, where both the metaphysical errors, and the great doctrines of the Christian faith, have a strong hold upon the minds of a community, a protracted struggle may take place, and earnest and long-continued efforts may be made to reconcile opinions which we are resolved to maintain, with a faith which our consciences will not permit us to abandon. But so long as the effort continues and such opinions retain their hold upon our confidence, it must be by some diminution of the fullness and simplicity of our faith. To a greater or less degree, according to the education and habits of thought in different individuals, the Word of God is received with doubt, or with such glozing modifications as enervate its power. Thus the light from heaven is intercepted, and we are left to a shadow fight of metaphysical schemes and metaphorical interpretations. While one party, with conscientious and earnest endeavors, and at great expense of talent and ingenuity, contends for the faith, and among the possible shapings of the received metaphysical system, seeks that which will best comport with the simplicity of the gospel, another more boldly interprets the language of the gospel itself in conformity with those views of religion to which their philosophy seems obviously to conduct them. The substantial being and the living energy of the Word, which is not only the light but the life of men, is either misapprehended or denied by all parties, and even those who contend for what they conceive the literal import of the gospel, do it, as they must, to avoid too glaring absurdity, with such explanations of its import as make it to become, in no small degree, the words of man's wisdom, rather than a simple demonstration of the Spirit, and of power. Hence, although such as have experienced the spiritual and life-giving power of the divine word, may be able, through the promised aids of the Spirit, to overcome the natural tendency of speculative error, and, by the law of the Spirit of life which is in them, may at length be made free from the law of sin and death. Yet who can tell how much they may lose of the blessings of the gospel, and be retarded in their spiritual growth when they are but too often fed with the lifeless and starveling products of the human understanding, instead of that living bread which came down from heaven? Who can tell, moreover, how many, through the prevalence of such philosophical errors as lead to misconceptions of the truth or create a prejudice against it, and thus tend to intercept the light from heaven, may continue in their ignorance, alienated from the life of God, and groping in the darkness of their own understandings? But however that may be, enlightened Christians, and especially Christian instructors, know it to be their duty, as far as possible, to prepare the way for the full and unobstructed influence of the gospel, to do all in their power to remove those natural prejudices, and those errors of the understanding, which are obstacles to the truth, that the Word of God may find access to the heart, and conscience, and reason of every man, that it may have free course, and run, and be glorified. My own belief, that such obstacles to the influence of truth exist in the speculative and metaphysical opinions generally adopted in this country, and that the present work is in some measure at least calculated to remove them, is pretty clearly indicated by the remarks which I have already made. But, to be perfectly explicit on the subject, I do not hesitate to express my conviction, that the natural tendency of some of the leading principles of our prevailing system of metaphysics, and those which must unavoidably have more or less influence on our theoretical views of religion, are of an injurious and dangerous tendency, and that so long as we retain them, however we may profess to exclude their influence from our theological inquiries, and from the interpretation of Scripture, we can maintain no consistent system of scriptural theology, nor clearly and distinctly apprehend the spiritual import of the Scripture language. The grounds of this conviction I shall proceed to exhibit, though only in a partial manner, as I could not do more without anticipating the contents of the work itself, instead of merely preparing the reader to peruse them with attention. I am aware, too, that some of the language, which I have already employed, and shall be obliged to employ, will not convey its full import to the reader, till he becomes acquainted with some of the leading principles and distinctions unfolded in the work. But this also is an evil which I saw no means of avoiding without incurring a greater, and writing a book instead of a brief essay. Let it be understood, then, without further preface, that by the prevailing system of metaphysics, I mean the system, of which in modern times Locke is the reputed author, and the leading principles of which, with various modifications, more or less important, but not altering its essential character, have been almost universally received in this country. It should be observed, too, that the causes enumerated by the author, as having elevated it to its pride of place in Europe, have been aided by other favoring circumstances here. In the minds of our religious community, especially, some of its most important doctrines have become associated with names justly loved and revered among ourselves, and so connected with all our theoretical views of religion, that a man can hardly hope to question their validity without hazarding his reputation, not only for orthodoxy, but even for common sense. To controvert, for example, the prevailing doctrines with regard to the freedom of the will, the sources of our knowledge, the nature of the understanding as containing the controlling principles of our whole being, and the universality of the law of cause and effect, even in connection with the argument and the authority of the most powerful intellect of the age, may even now be worse than in vain. Yet I have reasons for believing there are some among us, and that their number is fast increasing, who are willing to revise their opinions on these subjects, and who will contemplate the views presented in this work with a liberal, and something of a prepared feeling, of curiosity. The difficulties in which men find themselves involved by the received doctrines on these subjects, in their most anxious efforts to explain and defend the peculiar doctrines of spiritual religion, have led many to suspect that there must be some lurking error in the premises. It is not that these principles lead us to mysteries which we cannot comprehend; they are found, or believed at least by many, to involve us in absurdities which we can comprehend. It is necessary indeed only to form some notion of the distinctive and appropriate import of the term spiritual, as opposed to natural in the New Testament, and then to look at the writings, or hear the discussions, in which the doctrines of the Spirit and of spiritual influences are taught and defended, to see the insurmountable nature of the obstacles which these metaphysical dogmas throw in the way of the most powerful minds. To those who shall read this work with any degree of reflection, it must, I think, be obvious that something more is implied in the continual opposition of these terms in the New Testament, than can be explained consistently with the prevailing opinions on the subjects above enumerated, and that through their influence our highest notions of that distinction have been rendered confused, contradictory, and inadequate. I have already directed the attention of the reader to those parts of the work, where this distinction is unfolded, and had I no other grounds than the arguments and views there exhibited, I should be convinced that so long as we hold the doctrines of Locke and the Scotch metaphysicians respecting power, cause and effect, motives, and the freedom of the will, we not only can make and defend no essential distinction between that which is natural, and that which is spiritual, but we cannot even find rational grounds for the feeling of moral obligation, and the distinction between regret and remorse. According to the system of these authors, as nearly and distinctly as my limits will permit me to state it, the same law of cause and effect is the law of the universe. It extends to the moral and spiritual, if in courtesy these terms may still be used, no less than to the properly natural powers and agencies of our being. The acts of the free will are predetermined by a cause out of the will, according to the same law of cause and effect which controls the changes in the physical world. We have no notion of power but uniformity of antecedent and consequent. The notion of a power in the will to act freely is therefore nothing more than an inherent capacity of being acted upon, agreeably to its nature, and according to a fixed law, by the motives which are present in the understanding. I feel authorized to take this statement partly from Brown's philosophy, because that work has been decidedly approved by our highest theological authorities, and indeed it would not be essentially varied, if expressed in the precise terms used by any of the writers most usually quoted in reference to these subjects. I am aware that variations may be found in the mode of stating these doctrines, but I think every candid reader, who is acquainted with the metaphysics and theology of this country, will admit the above to be a fair representation of the form in which they are generally received. I am aware, too, that much has been said and written to make out, consistently with these general principles, a distinction between natural and moral causes, natural and moral ability, and inability, and the like. But I beg all lovers of sound and rational philosophy to look carefully at the general principles, and see whether there be, in fact, ground left for any such distinctions of this kind as are worth contending for. My first step in arguing with a defender of these principles, and of the distinctions in question, as connected with them, would be to ask for his definition of nature and natural. And when he had arrived at a distinctive general notion of the import of these, it would appear, if I mistake not, that he had first subjected our whole being to the law of nature, and then contended for the existence of something which is not nature. For in their relation to the law of moral rectitude, and to the feeling of moral responsibility, what difference is there, and what difference can there be, between what are called natural and those which are called moral powers and affections, if they are all under the control of the same universal law of cause and effect? If it still be a mere nature, and the determinations of our will be controlled by causes out of the will, according to our nature, then I maintain that a moral nature has no more to do with the feeling of responsibility than any other nature. Perhaps the difficulty may be made more obvious in this way. It will be admitted that brutes are possessed of various natures, some innocent or useful, otherwise noxious, but all alike irresponsible in a moral point of view. But why? Simply because they act in accordance with their natures. They possess, each according to its proper nature, certain appetites and susceptibilities which are stimulated and acted upon by their appropriate objects in the world of the senses, and the relation, the law of action and reaction, subsisting between these specific susceptibilities and their corresponding outward objects, constitutes their nature. They have a power of selecting and choosing in the world of sense the objects appropriate to the wants of their nature, but that nature is the sole law of their being. Their power of choice is but a part of it, instrumental in accomplishing its ends, but not capable of rising above it, of controlling its impulses, and of determining itself with reference to a purely ideal law, distinct from their nature. They act in accordance with the law of cause and effect, which constitutes their several natures, and cannot do otherwise. They are, therefore, not responsible, not capable of guilt, or of remorse. Now let us suppose another being, possessing, in addition to the susceptibilities of the brute, certain other specific susceptibilities with their correlative objects, either in the sensible world, or in a future world, but that these are subjected, like the other, to the same binding and inalienable law of cause and effect. What, I ask, is the amount of the difference thus supposed between this being and the brute? The supposed addition, it is to be understood, is merely an addition to its nature, and the only power of will belonging to it is, as in the case of the brute, only a capacity of choosing and acting uniformly in accordance with its nature. These additional susceptibilities still act but as they are acted upon, and the will is determined accordingly. What advantage is gained in this case by calling these supposed additions moral affections, and their correlative stimulants moral causes? Do we thereby find any rational ground for the feeling of moral responsibility, for conscience, for remorse? The being acts according to its nature, and why is it blameworthy more than the brute? If the moral law existing out of the will be a power or cause which, in its relation to the specific susceptibility of the moral being, produces under the same circumstances uniformly the same result, according to the law of cause and effect, if the acts of the will be subject to the same law, as mere links in the chain of antecedents and consequence, and thus a part of our nature, what is gained, I ask again, by the distinction of a moral and a physical nature? It is still only a nature under the law of cause and effect, and the liberty of the moral being is under the same condition with the liberty of the brute. Both are free to follow and fulfill the law of their nature, and both are alike bound by that law, as by an adamantine chain. The very conditions of the law preclude the possibility of a power to act otherwise than according to their nature. They preclude the very idea of a free will, and render the feeling of moral responsibility not an enigma merely, not a mystery, but a self-contradiction and an absurdity. Turn the matter as we will, call these correlatives, namely, the inherent susceptibilities and the causes acting on them from without, natural, or moral, or spiritual, so long as their action and reaction, or the law of reciprocity, which constitutes their specific natures, is considered as the controlling law of our whole being, so long as we refuse to admit the existence in the will of a power capable of rising above this law, and controlling its operation by an act of absolute self-determination, so long we shall be involved in perplexities both in morals and religion. At all events, the only method of avoiding them will be to adopt the creed of the necessitarians entire, to give man over to an irresponsible nature as a better sort of animal, and resolve the will of the supreme reason into a blind and irrational fate. I am well aware of the objections that will be made to this statement, and especially the demonstrated incomprehensibleness of a self-determining power. To this I may be permitted to answer, that, admitting the power to originate an act or state of mind may be beyond the capacity of our understandings to comprehend, it is still not contradictory to reason, and that I find it more easy to believe the existence of that which is simply incomprehensible to my understanding, than of that which involves an absurdity for my reason. I venture to affirm, moreover, that however we may bring our understandings into bondage to the more comprehensible doctrine, simply because it is comprehensible under the forms of the understanding, every man does, in fact, believe himself possessed of freedom in the higher sense of self-determination. Every man's conscience commands him to believe it, as the only rational ground of moral responsibility. Every man's conscience, too, betrays the fact that he does believe it, whenever for a moment he indulges the feeling either of moral self-approbation, or of remorse. Nor can we on any other grounds justify the ways of God to man upon the supposition that he inflicts or will inflict any other punishment than that which is simply remedial or disciplinary. But this subject will be found more fully explained in the course of the work. My present object is merely to show the necessity of some system in relation to these subjects different from the received one. It may perhaps be thought that the language used above is too strong and too positive. But I venture to ask every candid man, at least every one who has not committed himself by writing and publishing on the subject, whether in considering the great questions connected with moral accountability and the doctrine of rewards and punishments, he has not felt himself pressed with such difficulties as those above stated, and whether he has ever been able fully to satisfy his reason, that there was not a lurking contradiction in the idea of a being created and placed under the law of its nature, and possessing at the same time a feeling of moral obligation to fulfill a law above its nature. That many have been in this state of mind I know. I know, too, that some whose moral and religious feelings had led them to a full belief in the doctrines of spiritual religion, but who at the same time had been taught to receive the prevailing opinions in metaphysics, have found these opinions carrying them unavoidably, if they would be consequent in their reasonings, and not do violence to their reason, to adopt a system of religion which does not profess to be spiritual, and thus have been compelled to choose between their philosophy and their religion. In most cases indeed, where men reflect at all, I am satisfied that it requires all the force of authority, and all the influence of education, to carry the mind over these difficulties, and that then it is only by a vague belief that, though we cannot see how, there must be some method of reconciling what seems to be so contradictory. If examples were wanting to prove that serious and trying difficulties are felt to exist here, enough may be found, as it has appeared to me, in the controversy respecting the nature and origin of sin, which is at this moment interesting the public mind. Let any impartial observer trace the progress of that discussion, and after examining the distinctions which are made or attempted to be made, decide whether the subject, as there presented, be not involved in difficulties, which cannot be solved on the principles to which, hitherto, both parties have adhered, whether, holding as they do the same premises in regard to the freedom of the will, they can avoid coming to the same conclusion in regard to the nature and origin of sin, whether in fact, The distinctions aimed at must not prove merely verbal distinctions, and the controversy a fruitless one. But in the September number of the Christian Spectator for 1829-12, the reader will find remarks on this subject, to which I beg leave to refer him, and which I could wish him attentively to consider in connection with the remarks which I have made. I allude to the correspondence with the editors near the end of the number. The letter there inserted is said to be, and obviously is, from the pen of a very learned and able writer, and I confess it has been no small gratification and encouragement to me, while laboring to bring this work and this subject before the public, to find such a state of feeling expressed, concerning the great question at issue, by such a writer. It will be seen by reference to p. 545 of the CS, that he places the nucleus of the dispute just where it is placed in this work and in the above remarks. It will be seen, too, that by throwing authorities aside, and studying his own mind, he has come seriously to doubt whether the received opinions with regard to motives, the law of cause and effect, and the freedom of the will, may not be erroneous. They appear to him to be bordering on fatalism, if not actually embracing it. He doubts whether the mind may not have within itself the adequate cause of its own acts, whether indeed it have not a self-determining power, for the power in question involves the idea of originating volition. Less than this it cannot be conceived to involve, and yet be free agency. Now, this is just the view offered in the present work, and, as it seems to me, these are just the doubts and conclusions which every one will entertain, who lays aside authority, and reflects upon the goings-on of his own mind, and the dictates of his own reason and conscience. But let us look for a moment at the remarks of the editors in reply to the letter above quoted. They maintain, in relation to original sin and the perversion of the will, that from either the original or the acquired strength of certain natural appetites, principles of self-love, and left to themselves the corruption of the heart will certainly follow. In every instance the will does, in fact, yield to the demands of these. But whenever it thus yielded, there was power to the contrary, otherwise there could be no freedom of moral action. Now I beg leave to place my finger on the phrase in italics, and ask the editors what they mean by it. If they hold the common doctrines with regard to the relation of cause and effect, and with regard to power as connected with that relation, and apply these to the acts of the will, I can see no more possibility of conceiving a power to the contrary in this case, than of conceiving such a power in the current of a river. But if they mean to assert the existence in the will of an actual power to rise above the demands of appetite, and above the law of nature and to decide arbitrarily, whether to yield or not to yield, then they admit that the will is not determined absolutely by the extraneous cause, but is in fact self-determined. They agree with the letter writer, and the question for them is at rest. Thus, whatever distinctions may be attempted here, there can be no real distinction but between an irresponsible nature and a will that is self-determined. I cannot but be aware that the views of the will here exhibited will meet with strong prejudices in a large portion, at least, of our religious community. I could wish that all such would carefully distinguish between the author's views of the doctrines of religion and the philosophical grounds on which he supposes those doctrines are to be defended. If no one disputes, and I trust no one will dispute, the substantial orthodoxy of the work, without first carefully examining what has been the orthodoxy of the Church in general, and of the great body of the Reformers, then I should hope it may be wisely considered, whether, as a question of philosophy, the metaphysical principles of this work are not in themselves more in accordance with the doctrines of a spiritual religion, and better suited to their explanation and defense, than those above treated of. If on examination it cannot be disputed that they are, then, if not before, I trust the two systems may be compared without undue partiality, and the simple question of the truth of each may be determined by that calm and persevering reflection, which alone can determine questions of this sort. If the system here taught be true, then it will follow, not, be it observed, that our religion is necessarily wrong, or our essential faith erroneous, but that the philosophical grounds, on which we are accustomed to defend our faith, are unsafe, and that their natural tendency is to error. If the spirit of the gospel still exert its influence, if a truly spiritual religion be maintained, it is in opposition to our philosophy, and not at all by its aid. I know it will be said, that the practical results of our peculiar forms of doctrine are at variance with these remarks. But this I am not prepared to admit. True, religion and religious institutions have flourished. The gospel, in many parts of our country, has been affectionately and faithfully preached by great and good men. The Word and the Spirit of God have been communicated to us in rich abundance, and I rejoice with heartfelt joy and thanksgiving, in the belief, that thereby multitudes have been regenerated to a new and spiritual life. But so were equal or greater effects produced under the preaching of Baxter, and Howe, and other good and faithful men of the same age, with none of the peculiarities of our theological systems. Neither reason nor experience indeed furnish any ground for believing that the living and life-giving power of the divine word has ever derived any portion of its efficacy, in the conversion of the heart to God, from the forms of metaphysical theology, with which the human understanding has invested it. It requires, moreover, but little knowledge of the history of philosophy, and of the writings of the 16th and 17th centuries to know, that the opinions of the Reformers, and of all the great divines of that period, on subjects of this sort, were far different from those of Mr. Locke and his followers, and were in fact essentially the same with those taught in this work. This last remark applies not only to the views entertained by the eminent philosophers and divines of that period on the particular subject above discussed, but to the distinctions made, and the language employed, by them with reference to other points of no less importance in the constitution of our being. It must have been observed by the reader of the foregoing pages, that I have used several words, especially understanding and reason, in a sense somewhat diverse from their present acceptation, and the occasion of this I suppose would be partly understood from my having already directed the attention of the reader to the distinction exhibited between these words in the work, and from the remarks made on the ambiguity of the word reason in its common use. I now proceed to remark, that the ambiguity spoken of, and the consequent perplexity in regard to the use and authority of reason, have arisen from the habit of using, since the time of Locke, the terms understanding and reason indiscriminately, and thus confounding a distinction clearly marked in the philosophy and in the language of the older writers. Alas! Had the terms only been confounded, or had we suffered only an inconvenient ambiguity of language, there would be comparatively little cause for earnestness upon the subject, or had our views of the things signified by these terms been only partially confused, and had we still retained correct notions of our prerogative, as rational and spiritual beings, the consequences might have been less deplorable. But the misfortune is, that the powers of understanding and reason have not merely been blended and confounded in the view of our philosophy, the higher and far more characteristic, as an essential constituent of our proper humanity, has been as it were obscured and hidden from our observation in the inferior power, which belongs to us in common with the brutes which perish. According to the old, the more spiritual, and genuine philosophy, the distinguishing attributes of our humanity, that image of God in which man alone was created of all the dwellers upon earth, and in virtue of which he was placed at the head of this lower world, was said to be found in the reason and free will. But understanding these in their strict and proper sense, and according to the true ideas of them, as contemplated by the older metaphysicians, we have literally, if the system of Locke and the popular philosophy of the day be true, neither the one nor the other of these, neither reason nor free will. What they esteemed the image of God in the soul, and considered as distinguishing us specifically, and so vastly too, above each and all of the irrational animals, is found, according to this system, to have in fact no real existence. The reality neither of the free will, nor of any of those laws or ideas, which spring from, or rather constitute reason, can be authenticated by the sort of proof which is demanded, and we must therefore relinquish our prerogative, and take our place with becoming humility among our more unpretending companions. In the ascending series of powers, enumerated by Milton, with so much philosophical truth, as well as beauty of language, in the 5th book of Paradise Lost, he mentions fancy and understanding, whence the soul reason receives. And reason is her being, discursive or intuitive. But the highest power here, that which is the being of the soul, considered as anything differing in kind from the understanding, has no place in our popular metaphysics. Thus we have only the understanding, the faculty judging according to sense, a faculty of abstracting and generalizing, of contrivance and forecast, as the highest of our intellectual powers, and this, we are expressly taught, belongs to us in common with brutes. Nay, these views of our essential being, consequences and all, are adopted by men, whom one would suppose religion, if not philosophy, should have taught their utter inadequateness to the true and essential constituents of our humanity. Dr. Paley tells us in his Natural Theology, that only contrivance, a power obviously and confessedly belonging to brutes, is necessary to constitute personality. His whole system both of theology and morals neither teaches, nor implies, the existence of any specific difference either between the understanding and reason, or between nature and the will. It does not imply the existence of any power in man, which does not obviously belong, in a greater or less degree, to irrational animals. Dr. Fleming, another reverend prelate in the English Church, in his philosophy of zoology maintains in express terms that we have no faculties differing in kind from those which belong to brutes. How many other learned, and reverend, and wise men adopt the same opinions, I know not, though these are obviously not the peculiar views of the individuals, but conclusions resulting from the essential principles of their system. If, then, there is no better system, if this be the genuine philosophy, and founded in the nature of things, there is no help for us, and we must believe it, if we can. But most certainly it will follow, that we ought, as fast as the prejudices of education will permit, to rid ourselves of certain notions of prerogative, and certain feelings of our own superiority, which somehow have been strangely prevalent among our race. For though we have indeed, according to this system, a little more understanding than other animals, can abstract and generalize and forecast events, and the consequences of our actions, and compare motives more skillfully than they, though we have thus more knowledge and can circumvent them, though we have more power and can subdue them, yet, as to any distinctive and peculiar characteristic, as to any inherent and essential worth, we are after all but little better, though we may be better off, than our dogs and horses. There is no essential difference, and we may rationally doubt, at least we might do so, if by the supposition we were rational beings, whether our fellow animals of the kennel and the stall are not unjustly deprived of certain personal rights, and whether a dog charged with trespass may not rationally claim to be tried by a jury of his peers. Now, however trifling and ridiculous this may appear, I would ask in truth and soberness, if it be not a fair and legitimate inference from the premises, and whether the absurdity of the one does not demonstrate the utter falsity of the other. And where, I would beg to know, shall we look, according to the popular system of philosophy, for that image of God in which we are created? Is it a thing of degrees? And is it simply because we have something more of the same faculties which belong to brutes, that we become the objects of God's special and fatherly care, the distinguished objects of His providence, and the sole objects of His grace? Doth God take care for oxen? But why not? I assure my readers, that I have no desire to treat with disrespect and contumely the opinions of great or good men, but the distinction in question, and the assertion and exhibition of the higher prerogatives of reason, as an essential constituent of our being, are so vitally important, in my apprehension, to the formation and support of any rational system of philosophy, and, no less than the distinction before treated of, so pregnant of consequences to the interests of truth, in morals, and religion, and indeed of all truth, that mere opinion and the authority of names may well be disregarded. The discussion, moreover, relates to facts, and to such facts, too, as are not to be learned from the instruction, or received on the authority, of any man. They must be ascertained by every man for himself, by reflection upon the processes and laws of his own inward being, or they are not learned at all to any valuable purpose. We do indeed find in ourselves then, as no one will deny, certain powers of intelligence, which we have abundant reason to believe the brutes possess in common with us in a greater or less degree. The functions of the understanding, as treated of in the popular systems of metaphysics, its faculties of attention, of abstraction, of generalization, the power of forethought and contrivance, of adapting means to ends, and the law of association, may be, so far as we can judge, severally represented more or less adequately in the instinctive intelligence of the higher orders of brutes. But, not to anticipate too far a topic treated of in the work, do these, or any and all the faculties which we discover in irrational animals, satisfactorily account to a reflecting mind for all the phenomena which are presented to our observation in our own consciousness? Would any supposable addition to the degree merely of those powers which we ascribe to brutes, render them rational beings, and remove the sacred distinction, which law and reason have sanctioned, between things and persons? Will any such addition account for our having, what the brute is not supposed to have, the pure ideas of the geometrician, the power of ideal construction, the intuition of geometrical or other necessary and universal truths? Would it give rise, in irrational animals, to a law of moral rectitude and to conscience, to the feelings of moral responsibility and remorse? Would it awaken them to a reflective self-consciousness, and lead them to form and contemplate the ideas of the soul, of free will, of immortality, and of God? It seems to me that we have only to reflect for a serious hour upon what we mean by these, and then to compare them with our notion of what belongs to a brute, its inherent powers and their correlative objects, to feel that they are utterly incompatible, that in the possession of these we enjoy a prerogative which we cannot disclaim without a violation of reason, and a voluntary abasement of ourselves, and that we must therefore be possessed of some peculiar powers, of some source of ideas, distinct from the understanding, differing in kind from any and all of those which belong to us in common with inferior and irrational animals. But what these powers are, or what is the precise nature of the distinction between the understanding and reason, it is not my province, nor have I undertaken to show. My object is merely to illustrate its necessity, and the palpable obscurity, vagueness, and deficiency, in this respect, of the mode of philosophizing, which is held in so high honor among us. The distinction itself will be found illustrated with some of its important bearings in the work, and in the notes attached to it, and cannot be too carefully studied, in connection with that between nature and the will, by the student who would acquire distinct and intelligible notions of what constitutes the truly spiritual in our being, or find rational grounds for the possibility of a truly spiritual religion. Indeed, could I succeed in fixing the attention of the reader upon this distinction, in such a way as to secure his candid and reflecting perusal of the work, I should consider any personal effort or sacrifice abundantly recompensed. Nor am I alone in this view of its importance. A literary friend, whose opinion on this subject would be valued by all who knew the soundness of his scholarship, says in a letter just now received, if you can once get the attention of thinking men fixed on his distinction between the reason and the understanding, you will have done enough to reward the labor of a life. As prominent a place as it holds in the writings of Coleridge, he seems to me far enough from making too much of it. No person of serious and philosophical mind, I am confident, can reflect upon the subject enough to understand it in its various aspects, without arriving at the same views of the importance of the distinction, whatever may be his conviction with regard to its truth. But, indeed, the only grounds which I find, to apprehend that the reality of the distinction and the importance of the consequence resulting from it, will be much longer denied and rejected among us, is in the overweening assurance which prevails with regard to the adequateness and perfection of the system of philosophy which is already received. It is taken for granted, as a fact undisputed and indisputable, that this is the most enlightened age of the world, not only with regard to the more general diffusion of certain points of practical knowledge, in which, probably, it may be so, but in all respects, that our whole system of the philosophy of mind as derived from Lord Bacon, especially, is the only one which has any claims to common sense, and that all distinctions not recognized in that are consequently unworthy of our regard. What those reformers, to whose transcendent powers of mind, and to whose characters as truly spiritual divines, we are accustomed to look with feelings of so much general regard, might find to say in favor of their philosophy, few take the pains to inquire. Neither they nor the great philosophers with whom they held communion on subjects of this sort can appear among us to speak in their own defense, and even the huge folios and quartos, in which, though dead, they yet speak, and ought to be heard, have seldom strayed to this side of the Atlantic. All our information respecting their philosophical opinions, and the grounds on which they defended them, has been received from writers, who were confessedly advocating a system of recent growth, at open war with everything more ancient, and who, in the great abundance of their self-complacency, have represented their own discoveries as containing the sum and substance of all philosophy, and the accumulated treasures of ancient wisdom as unworthy the attention of this enlightened age. Be it so, yet the foolishness of antiquity, if it be of God, may prove wiser than men. It may be found that the philosophy of the reformers and their religion are essentially connected, and must stand or fall together. It may at length be discovered that a system of religion essentially spiritual, and a system of philosophy which excludes the very idea of all spiritual power and agency, in their only distinctive and proper character, cannot be consistently associated together. It is our peculiar misfortune in this country that, while the philosophy of Locke and the Scottish writers has been received in full faith, as the only rational system, and its leading principles especially passed off as unquestionable, the strong attachment to religion, and the fondness for speculation, by both of which we are strongly characterized, have led us to combine and associate these principles, such as they are, with our religious interests and opinions, so variously and so intimately, that by most persons they are considered as necessary parts of the same system, and from being so long contemplated together, the the rejection of one seems impossible without doing violence to the other. Yet how much evidence might not an impartial observer find in examining the theological discussions which have prevailed, the speculative systems which have been formed and arrayed against each other, for the last 70 years, to convince him that there must be some discordance in the elements, some principle of secret but irreconcilable hostility between a philosophy and a religion, which, under every ingenious variety of form and shaping, still stand aloof from each other and refuse to cohere. For is it not a fact, that in regard to every speculative system which has been formed on these philosophical principles, to every new shaping of theory which has been devised and has gained adherents among us, is it not a fact, I ask, that, to all, except those adherents, the system, the philosophical theory, has seemed dangerous in its tendency, and at war with orthodox views of religion, perhaps even with the attributes of God? Nay, to bring the matter still nearer and more plainly to view, I ask, whether at this moment the organs and particular friends of our leading theological seminaries in New England, both devotedly attached to an orthodox and spiritual system of religion, and expressing mutual confidence as to the essentials of their mutual faith, do not each consider the other as holding a philosophical theory subversive of orthodoxy? If I am not misinformed, this is the simple fact. Now, if these things be so, I would ask again with all earnestness, and out of regard to the interests of truth alone, whether serious and reflecting men may not be permitted, without the charge of heresy in religion, to stand in doubt of this philosophy altogether, whether these facts which will not be disputed, do not furnish just grounds for suspicion, that the principles of our philosophy may be erroneous, or at least induce us to look with candor and impartiality at the claims of another and a different system. What are the claims of the system, to which the attention of the public is invited in this work, can be understood fully, only by a careful and reflecting examination of its principles in connection with the conscious wants of our own inward being, the requirements of our own reason and consciences. Its purpose and tendency, I have endeavored in some measure to exhibit, and if the influence of authority, which the prevailing system furnishes against it, can and must be counteracted by anything of a like kind, and whatever professions we may make, the influence of authority produces at least a predisposing effect upon our minds. The remarks which I have made will show that the principles here taught are not wholly unauthorized by men, whom we have been taught to reverence among the great and good. I cannot but add, as a matter of simple justice to the question, that however our prevailing system of philosophizing may have appealed to the authority of Lord Bacon, it needs but a candid examination of his writings, especially the first part of his Novum Organum, to be convinced that such an appeal is without grounds, and that in fact the fundamental principles of his philosophy are the same with those taught in this work. The great distinction especially, between the understanding and the reason, is clearly and fully recognized, and as a philosopher he would be far more properly associated with Plato, or even Aristotle, than with the modern philosophers, who have miscalled their systems by his name. In our own times, moreover, there is abundant evidence, whatever may be thought of the principles of this work here, that the same general views of philosophy are regaining their ascendancy elsewhere. In Great Britain there are not few who begin to believe that the deep-toned and sublime eloquence of Coleridge on these great subjects may have something to claim their attention besides a few peculiarities of language. In Paris, the doctrines of a rational and spiritual system of philosophy are taught to listening and admiring thousands by one of the most learned and eloquent philosophers of the age, and in Germany, if I mistake not, the same general views are adopted by the serious friends of religious truth among her great and learned men. Such, as I have no doubt, must be the case, wherever thinking men can be brought distinctly and impartially to examine their claims, and indeed to those who shall study and comprehend the general history of philosophy, it must always be matter of special wonder, that in a Christian community, anxiously striving to explain and defend the doctrines of Christianity in their spiritual sense, there should have been a long-continued and tenacious adherence to philosophical principles, so subversive of their faith in everything distinctively spiritual, while those of an opposite tendency, and claiming a near relationship and correspondence with the truly spiritual in the Christian system, and the mysteries of its sublime faith, were looked upon with suspicion and jealousy, as unintelligible or dangerous metaphysics. And here I must be allowed to add a few remarks with regard to the popular objections against the system of philosophy, the claims of which I am urging, especially against the writings of the author, under whose name it appears in the present work. These are various and often contradictory, but usually have reference either to his peculiarities of language, or to the depth, whether apparent or real, and the unintelligibleness, of his thoughts. To the first of these it seems to me a sufficient answer, for a mind that would deal honestly and frankly by itself, to suggest that in the very nature of things it is impossible for a writer to express by a single word any truth, or to mark any distinction, not recognized in the language of his day, unless he adopts a word entirely new, or gives to one already in use a new and more peculiar sense. Now in communicating truths, which the writer deems of great and fundamental importance, shall he thus appropriate a single word old or new, or trust to the vagueness of perpetual circumlocution? Admitting, for example, the existence of the important distinction, for which this writer contends, between the understanding and reason, and that this distinction when recognized at all, is confounded in the common use of language by employing the words indiscriminately, shall he still use these words indiscriminately, and either invent a new word, or mark the distinction by descriptive circumlocutions, or shall he assign a more distinctive and precise meaning to the words already used? It seems to me obviously more in accordance with the laws and genius of language to take the course which he has adopted. But in this case and in many others, where his language seems peculiar, it cannot be denied that the words had already been employed in the same sense, and the same distinctions recognized, by the older and many of the most distinguished writers in the language. With regard to the more important objection, that the thoughts of Coleridge are unintelligible, if it be intended to imply that his language is not in itself expressive of an intelligible meaning, or that he affects the appearance of depth and mystery, while his thoughts are commonplace. It is an objection, which no one who has read his works attentively, and acquired a feeling of interest for them, will treat their author with so much disrespect as to answer at all. Every such reader knows that he uses words uniformly with astonishing precision, and that language becomes, in his use of it, in a degree, of which few writers can give us a conception, a living power, consubstantial with the power of thought, that gave birth to it, and awakening and calling into action a corresponding energy in our own minds. There is little encouragement, moreover, to answer the objections of any man, who will permit himself to be incurably prejudiced against an author by a few peculiarities of language, or an apparent difficulty of being understood, and without inquiring into the cause of that difficulty, where at the same time he cannot but see and acknowledge the presence of great intellectual and moral power. But if it be intended by the objection to say simply, that the thoughts of the author are often difficult to be apprehended, that he makes large demands not only upon the attention, but upon the reflecting and thinking powers, of his readers, the fact is not, and need not be, denied, and it will only remain to be decided, whether the instruction offered, as the reward, will repay us for the expenditure of thought required, or can be obtained for less. I know it is customary in this country, as well as in Great Britain, and that too among men from whom different language might be expected, to affect either contempt or modesty, in regard to all that is more than commonplace in philosophy, and especially Coleridge's metaphysics as too deep for them. Now it may not be every man's duty, or in every man's power, to devote to such studies the time and thought necessary to understand the deep things of philosophy. But for one who professes to be a scholar, and to cherish a manly love of truth for the truth's sake, to object to a system of metaphysics because it is too deep for him must be either a disingenuous insinuation, that its depths are not worth exploring, which is more than the objector knows, or a confession, that, with all his professed love of truth and knowledge, he prefers to sleep after dinner. The misfortune is, that men have been cheated into a belief, that all philosophy and metaphysics worth knowing are contained in a few volumes, which can be understood with little expense of thought, and that they may very well spare themselves the vexation of trying to comprehend the depths of Coleridge's metaphysics. According to the popular notions of the day, it is a very easy matter to understand the philosophy of mind. A new work on philosophy is as easy to read as the last new novel, and superficial would-be scholars, who have a very sensible horror at the thought of studying algebra, or the doctrine of fluxions, can yet go through a course of moral sciences, and know all about the philosophy of the mind. Now why will not men of sense, and men who have any just pretensions to scholarship, see that there must of necessity be gross sophistry somewhere in any system of metaphysics, which pretends to give us an adequate and scientific self-knowledge, to render comprehensible to us the mysterious laws of our own inward being, with less manly and persevering effort of thought on our part, than is confessedly required to comprehend the simplest of those sciences, all of which are but some of the phenomena from which the laws in question are to be inferred, why will they not see and acknowledge, what one would suppose a moment's reflection would teach them, that to attain true self-knowledge by reflection upon the objects of our inward consciousness, not merely to understand the motives of our conduct as conscientious Christians, but to know ourselves scientifically as philosophers, must, of necessity, be the most deep and difficult of all our attainments in knowledge. I trust that what I have already said will be sufficient to expose the absurdity of objections against metaphysics in general, and do something towards showing that we are in actual and urgent need of a system somewhat deeper than those, the contradictions of which have not without reason made the name of philosophy a terror to the friends of truth and of religion. False metaphysics can be effectually counteracted by true metaphysics alone, and if the reasoning be clear, solid, and pertinent, the truth deduced can never be the less valuable on account of the depth from which it may have been drawn. It is a fact, too, of great importance to be kept in mind, in relation to this subject, that in the study of ourselves, in attaining a knowledge of our own being, there are truths of vast concernment, and lying at a great depth, which yet no man can draw for another. However the depth may have been fathomed, and the same truth brought up by others, for a light and a joy to their own minds, it must still remain, and be sought for by us, each for himself, at the bottom of the well. The system of philosophy here taught does not profess to make men philosophers, or, which ought to mean the same thing, to guide them to the knowledge of themselves, without the labor both of attention and of severe thinking. If it did so, it would have, like the more popular works of philosophy, far less affinity than it now has, with the mysteries of religion, and those profound truths concerning our spiritual being and destiny, which are revealed in the things hard to be understood of St. Paul and of the beloved disciple. For I cannot but remind my readers again, that the author does not undertake to teach us the philosophy of the human mind, with the exclusion of the truths and influences of religion. He would not undertake to philosophize respecting the being and character of man, and at the same time exclude from his view the very principle which constitutes his proper humanity. He would not, in teaching the doctrine of the solar system, omit to mention the sun, and the law of gravitation. He professes to investigate and unfold the being of man as man, in his higher, his peculiar, and distinguishing attributes. These it is, which are hard to be understood, and to apprehend which requires the exercise of deep reflection and exhausting thought. Nor in aiming at this object would he consider it very philosophical to reject the aid and instruction of eminent writers on the subject of religion, or even of the volume of Revelation itself. He would consider Saint Augustine as none the less a philosopher, because he became a Christian. The apostles John and Paul were, in the view of this system of philosophy, the most rational of all writers, and the New Testament the most philosophical of all books. They are so because they unfold more fully, than any other, the true and essential principles of our being, because they give us a clearer and deeper insight into those constituent laws of our humanity, which as men, and therefore as philosophers, we are most concerned to know. Not only to those, who seek the practical self-knowledge of the humble, spiritually minded Christian, but to those also, who are impelled by the heaven descended to study themselves as philosophers, and to make self-knowledge a science. The truths of Scripture are a light and a revelation. The more earnestly we reflect upon these and refer them, whether as Christians or as philosophers, to the movements of our inward being, to the laws which reveal themselves in our own consciousness, the more fully shall we understand, not only the language of Scripture, but all that most demands and excites the curiosity of the genuine philosopher in the mysterious character of man. It is by this guiding light that we can best search into and apprehend the constitution of that marvelous microcosm which, the more it has been known, has awakened more deeply the wonder and admiration of the true philosopher in every age. Nor would the author of this work, or those who have imbibed the spirit of his system, join with the philosophers of the day in throwing aside and treating with a contempt, as ignorant as it is arrogant, the treasures of ancient wisdom. He, says the son of Sirach, that giveth his mind to the law of the Most High, and is occupied in the meditation thereof, will seek out the wisdom of all the ancient. In the estimation of the true philosopher, the case should not be greatly altered in the present day, and now that 2000 years have added such rich and manifold abundance to those ancient sayings of the wise, he will still approach them with reverence, and receive their instruction with gladness of heart. In seeking to explore and unfold these deeper and more solemn mysteries of our being, which inspire us with awe, while they baffle our comprehension, he will especially beware of trusting to his own understanding, or of contradicting, in compliance with the self-flattering inventions of a single age, the universal faith and consciousness of the human race. On such subjects, though he would call no man master, yet neither would he willingly forego the aids to be derived, in the search after truth, from those great oracles of human wisdom, those giants in intellectual power who from generation to generation were admired and venerated by the great and good. Much less could he think it becoming, or consistent with his duty, to hazard the publication of his own thoughts on subjects of the deepest concernment, and on which minds of greatest depth and power had been occupied in former ages, while confessedly ignorant alike of their doctrines and of the arguments by which they are sustained. It is in this spirit that the author of the work here offered to the public has prepared himself to deserve the candid and even confiding attention of his readers, with reference to the great subject of which he treats. And although the claims of the work upon our attention, as of every other work, must depend more upon its inherent and essential character, than upon the worth and authority of its author, it may yet be of service to the reader to know, that he is no hasty or unfurnished adventurer in the department of authorship to which the work belongs. The discriminating reader of this work cannot fail to discover his profound knowledge of the philosophy of language, the principles of its construction, and the laws of its interpretation. In others of his works, perhaps more fully than in this, there is evidence of an unrivaled mastery over all that pertains both to logic and philology. It has been already intimated that he is no contemner of the great writers of antiquity and of their wise sentences, and probably few English scholars, even in those days when there were giants of learning in Great Britain, had minds more richly furnished with the treasures of ancient lore. But especially will the reader of this work observe with admiration the profoundness of his philosophical attainments, and his thorough and intimate knowledge, not only of the works and systems of Plato and Aristotle, and of the celebrated philosophers of modern times, but of those too much neglected writings of the Greek and Roman fathers, and of the great leaders of the Reformation, which more particularly qualified him for discussing the subjects of the present work. If these qualifications, and, with all these, and above all, a disposition professed and made evident seriously to value them, chiefly as they enable him more fully and clearly to apprehend and illustrate the truths of the Christian system, if these, I say, can give an author a claim to serious and thoughtful attention, then may the work here offered urge its claim upon the reader. My own regard for the cause of truth, for the interests of philosophy, of reason, and of religion, lead me to hope that they may not be urged in vain. Of his general claims to our regard, whether from exalted personal and moral worth, or from the magnificence of his intellectual powers, and the vast extent and variety of his accumulated stores of knowledge, I shall not venture to speak. If it be true indeed that a really great mind can be worthily commended only by those who adequately both appreciate and comprehend its greatness, there are few who should undertake to estimate, and set forth in appropriate terms, the intellectual power and moral worth of Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Neither he, nor the public, would be benefited by such commendations as I could bestow. The few among us who have read his works with the attention which they deserve, are at no loss what rank to assign him among the writers of the present age. To those who have not, any language which I might use would appear hyperbolical and extravagant. The character and influence of his principles as a philosopher, a moralist, and a Christian, and of the writings by which he is enforcing them, do not ultimately depend upon the estimation in which they may now be held, and to posterity he may safely entrust those productive ideas and living words, those truths that wake, to perish never, the possession of which will be for their benefit, and connected with which, in the language of the son of Sirach, his own memorial shall not depart away, and his name shall live from generation to generation. J.M. 13, 7, President of the University of Vermont, United States, where his essay was first published with Dr. Marsh's edition of the Aids 1829. See Mr. H. N. Coleridge's advertisement to the 4th edition, Ante, p. 12. ed. 8, cpp. 172, 208, 223, and c. ed. 9. Coleridge's Biographia Literaria p. 301, Bonn's edition. Ed. 10, Introductory Aphorisms, 16, p. 8. Ed. 11, also in Appendix B of the Statesman's Manual, Bonn's edition p. 337. Ed. 12. The Quarterly Christian Spectator of New Haven, U.S. The letter referred to is signed Pacificus and appeared in answer to a review of Taylor and Harvey, American Divines, on human depravity which had appeared in the previous number of the Q.C.S. Ed. 13. Dr. Marsh's signature to the advertisement published with the above essay in its revised American edition was dated Burlington, the 26th of December 1839. Ed. Aids to Reflection. Introductory aphorisms. Aphorism I. In philosophy equally as in poetry, it is the highest and most useful prerogative of genius to produce the strongest impressions of novelty, while it rescues admitted truths from the neglect caused by the very circumstance of their universal admission. Extremes meet. Truths, of all others the most awful and interesting, are too often considered as so true, that they lose all the power of truth, and lie bedridden in the dormitory of the soul, side by side with the most despised and exploded errors. Aphorism 2. There is one sure way of giving freshness and importance to the most commonplace maxims, that of reflecting on them in direct reference to our own state and conduct, to our own past and future being. Aphorism 3. To restore a commonplace truth to its first uncommon luster, you need only translate it into action. But to do this, you must have reflected on its truth. Aphorism 4. Leighton and Coleridge. It is the advice of the wise man, dwell at home or, with yourself, and though there are very few that do this, yet it is surprising that the greatest part of mankind cannot be prevailed upon, at least to visit themselves sometimes, but, according to the saying of the wise Solomon, the eyes of the fool are in the ends of the earth. A reflecting mind, says an ancient writer, is the spring and source of every good thing. Omnis boni principium intellectus cogitabundus. It is at once the disgrace and the misery of men, that they live without forethought. Suppose yourself fronting a mirror. Now what the objects behind you are to their images at the same apparent distance before you, such is reflection to forethought. As a man without forethought scarcely deserves the name of a man, so forethought without reflection is but a metaphorical phrase for the instinct of a beast. Aphorism V. As a fruit tree is more valuable than any one of its fruits singly, or even than all its fruits of a single season, so the noblest object of reflection is the mind itself, by which we reflect, and as the blossoms, the green, and the ripe, fruit, of an orange tree are more beautiful to behold when on the tree and seen as one with it, than the same growth detached and seen successively, after their importation into another country and different clime, so is it with the manifold objects of reflection, when they are considered principally in reference to the reflective power, and as part and parcel of the same. No object, of whatever value our passions may represent it, but becomes foreign to us, as soon as it is altogether unconnected with our intellectual, moral, and spiritual life. To be ours, it must be referred to the mind either as motive, or consequence, or symptom. Aphorism 6. Leighton. He who teaches men the principles and precepts of spiritual wisdom, before their minds are called off from foreign objects, and turned inward upon themselves, might as well write his instructions, as the Sibyl wrote her prophecies, on the loose leaves of trees, and commit them to the mercy of the inconstant winds. Aphorism 7. In order to learn we must attend, in order to profit by what we have learnt, we must think, i.e. reflect. He only thinks who reflects. 14. The indisposition, nay, the angry aversion to think, even in persons who are most willing to attend, and on the subjects to which they are giving studious attention, as political economy, biblical theology, classical antiquities, and the like, is the phenomenon that forces itself on my notice afresh, every time I enter into the society of persons in the higher ranks. To assign a feeling and a determination of will, as a satisfactory reason for embracing or rejecting this or that opinion or belief, is of ordinary occurrence, and sure to obtain the sympathy and the suffrages of the company. And yet to me, this seems little less irrational than to apply the nose to a picture, and to decide on its genuineness by the sense of smell. Aphorism 8. Leighton and Coleridge. It is a matter of great difficulty, and requires no ordinary skill and address, to fix the attention of men on the world within them, to induce them to study the processes and superintend the works which they are themselves carrying on in their own minds, in short, to awaken in them both the faculty of thought, 15, and the inclination to exercise it. For alas, the largest part of mankind are nowhere greater strangers than at home. 15. Distinction between thought and attention. By thought is here meant the voluntary reproduction in our own minds of those states of consciousness, or, to use a phrase more familiar to the religious reader, of those inward experiences, to which, as to his best and most authentic documents, the teacher of moral or religious truth refers us. In attention, we keep the mind passive, in thought we rouse it into activity. In the former, we submit to an impression, we keep the mind steady in order to receive the stamp. In the latter, we seek to imitate the artist, while we ourselves make a copy or duplicate of his work. We may learn arithmetic, or the elements of geometry, by continued attention alone, but self-knowledge, or an insight into the laws and constitutions of the human mind, and the grounds of religion and true morality, in addition to the effort of attention, requires the energy of thought. Aphorism 9. Life is the one universal soul, which, by virtue of the enlivening breath, and the informing word, all organized bodies have in common, each after its kind. This, therefore, all animals possess, and man as an animal. But, in addition to this, God transfused into man a higher gift, and specially imbreathed, even a living, that is, self-subsisting, soul, a soul having its life in itself. And man became a living soul. He did not merely possess it, he became it. It was his proper being, his truest self, the man in the man. None then, not one of humankind, so poor and destitute, but there is provided for him, even in his present state, a house not built with hands. And spite of the philosophy, falsely so called, which mistakes the causes, the conditions, and the occasions of our becoming conscious of certain truths and realities for the truths and realities themselves, a house gloriously furnished. Nothing is wanted but the eye, which is the light of this house, the light which is the eye of this soul. This seeing light, this enlightening eye, is reflection. 16. It is more, indeed, than is ordinarily meant by that word, but it is what a Christian ought to mean by it, and to know too, whence it first came, and still continues to come, of what light even this light is but a reflection. This, too, is thought, and all thought is but unthinking that does not flow out of this, or tend towards it. 16. The dianoia of 1 John v. 20, inaccurately rendered understanding in our translation. To exhibit the full force of the Greek word, we must say, a power of discernment by reason. Aphorism ex self-superintendence. That anything should overlook itself. Is not this a paradox, and hard to understand? It is, indeed, difficult, and to the imbruted sensualist a direct contradiction, and yet most truly does the poet exclaim, unless above himself he can erect himself, how mean a thing is man. Aphorism 11. An hour of solitude passed in sincere and earnest prayer, or the conflict with, and conquest over, a single passion or subtle bosom sin will teach us more of thought, will more effectually awaken the faculty, and form the habit, of reflection, than a year's study in the schools without them. Aphorism 12. In a world, the opinions of which are drawn from outside shows, many things may be paradoxical, that is, contrary to the common notion, and nevertheless true, nay, because they are true. How should it be otherwise, as long as the imagination of the worldling is wholly occupied by surfaces, while the Christian's thoughts are fixed on the substance, that which is and abides, and which, because it is the substance, 17, the outward senses cannot recognize. Tertullian had good reason for his assertion, that the simplest Christian, if indeed a Christian, knows more than the most accomplished irreligious philosopher. Comment. Let it not, however, be forgotten, that the powers of the understanding and the intellectual graces are precious gifts of God, and that every Christian, according to the opportunities vouchsafed to him, is bound to cultivate the one and to acquire the other. Indeed, he is scarcely a Christian who wilfully neglects so to do. What says the Apostle? Add to your faith knowledge, and to knowledge manly energy, for this is the proper rendering of, and not virtue, at least in the present and ordinary acceptation of the word. 18, 17, quod stat subtus, that which stands beneath, and, as it were, supports, the appearance. In a language like ours, where so many words are derived from other languages, there are few modes of instruction more useful or more amusing than that of accustoming young people to seek for the etymology, or primary meaning, of the words they use. There are cases, in which more knowledge of more value may be conveyed by the history of a word, than by the history of a campaign. 18. I am not ashamed to confess that I dislike the frequent use of the word virtue, instead of righteousness, in the pulpit, and that in prayer or preaching before a Christian community, it sounds too much like pagan philosophy. The passage in St. Peter's epistle is the only scripture authority that can be pretended for its use, and I think it right, therefore, to notice that it rests either on an oversight of the translators, or on a change in the meaning of the word since their time. Aphorism 13. Never yet did there exist a full faith in the divine word, by whom light, as well as immortality, was brought into the world, which did not expand the intellect, while it purified the heart, which did not multiply the aims and objects of the understanding, while it fixed and simplified those of the desires and passions. 19. Comment. If acquiescence without insight, if warmth without light, if an immunity from doubt, given and guaranteed by a resolute ignorance, if the habit of taking for granted the words of a catechism, remembered or forgotten, if a mere sensation of positiveness substituted, I will not say, for the sense of certainty, but, for that calm assurance, the very means and conditions of which it supersedes, if a belief that seeks the darkness, and yet strikes no root, immovable as the limpet from the rock, and, like the limpet, fixed there by mere force of adhesion, if these suffice to make men Christians, in what sense could the apostle affirm that believers receive, not indeed worldly wisdom, that comes to naught, but the wisdom of God, that we might know and comprehend the things that are freely given to us of God? On what grounds could he denounce the sincerest fervor of spirit as defective, where it does not likewise bring forth fruits in the understanding? 19. The effects of a zealous ministry on the intellects and acquirements of the laboring classes are not only attested by Baxter and the Presbyterian divines, but admitted by Bishop Burnet, who, during his mission in the west of Scotland, was amazed to find a poor commonalty so able to argue and see. But we need not go to a sister church for proof or example. The diffusion of light and knowledge through this kingdom, by the exertions of the bishops and clergy, by Episcopalians and Puritans, from Edward VI to the Restoration, was as wonderful as it is praiseworthy, and may be justly placed among the most remarkable facts of history. Aphorism 14. In our present state, it is little less than impossible that the affections should be kept constant to an object which gives no employment to the understanding, and yet cannot be made manifest to the senses. The exercise of the reasoning and reflecting powers, increasing insight, and enlarging views, are requisite to keep alive the substantial faith in the heart. Aphorism 15. In the state of perfection, perhaps, all other faculties may be swallowed up in love, or superseded by immediate vision, but it is on the wings of the cherubim, that is, according to the interpretation of the ancient Hebrew doctors, the intellectual powers and energies, that we must first be born up to the pure empyrean. It must be seraphs, and not the hearts of imperfect mortals, that can burn unfueled and self-fed. Give me understanding, is the prayer of the royal psalmist, and I shall observe thy law with my whole heart. 20. Thy law is exceeding broad, that is, comprehensive, pregnant, containing far more than the apparent import of the words on a first perusal. It is my meditation all the day. 21. Comment. It is worthy of especial observation, that the Scriptures are distinguished from all other writings pretending to inspiration, by the strong and frequent recommendations of knowledge, and a spirit of inquiry. Without reflection, it is evident that neither the one can be acquired nor the other exercised. 20. PS 6. 34. Ed. 21. PS 6. 97. Ed. Aphorism 16. The word rational has been strangely abused of late times. This must not, however, disincline us to the weighty consideration, that thoughtfulness, and a desire to rest all our convictions on grounds of right reasoning, are inseparable from the character of a Christian. Aphorism 17. A reflecting mind is not a flower that grows wild, or comes up of its own accord. The difficulty is indeed greater than many, who mistake quick recollection for thought, are disposed to admit, but how much less than it would be, had we not been born and bred in a Christian and Protestant land, few of us are sufficiently aware. Truly may we, and thankfully ought we to, exclaim with the psalmist, "The entrance of thy words giveth light, it giveth understanding unto the simple." 22. PS 6. 130. Ed. Aphorism 18. Examine the journals of our zealous missionaries, I will not say among the Hottentots or Esquimaux, but in the highly civilized, though fearfully uncultivated, inhabitants of ancient India. How often, and how feelingly, do they describe the difficulty of rendering the simplest chain of thought intelligible to the ordinary natives, the rapid exhaustion of their whole power of attention, and with what distressful effort it is exerted while it lasts. Yet it is among these that the hideous practices of self-torture chiefly prevail. Oh, if folly were no easier than wisdom, it being often so very much more grievous, how certainly might these unhappy slaves of superstition be converted to Christianity. But, alas! To swing by hooks passed through the back, or to walk in shoes with nails of iron pointed upwards through the soles, all this is so much less difficult, demands so much less exertion of the will than to reflect, and by reflection to gain knowledge and tranquility. Comment. It is not true that ignorant persons have no notion of the advantages of truth and knowledge. They confess, they see and bear witness to these advantages in the conduct, the immunities, and the superior powers of the possessors. Were they attainable by pilgrimages the most toilsome, or penances the most painful, we should assuredly have as many pilgrims and self-tormentors in the service of true religion, as now exist under the tyranny of papal or Brahmin superstition. Aphorism 19. In countries enlightened by the Gospel, however, the most formidable and, it is to be feared, the most frequent impediment to men's turning the mind inward upon themselves, is that they are afraid of what they shall find there. There is an aching hollowness in the bosom, a dark cold speck at the heart, an obscure and boding sense of somewhat that must be kept out of sight of the conscience, some secret lodger, whom they can neither resolve to eject or retain. 23. Comment. Few are so obdurate, few have sufficient strength of character, to be able to draw forth an evil tendency or immoral practice into distinct consciousness, without bringing it in the same moment before an awaking conscience. But for this very reason it becomes a duty of conscience to form the mind to a habit of distinct consciousness. an unreflecting Christian walks in twilight among snares and pitfalls. He entreats the Heavenly Father not to lead him into temptation, and yet places himself on the very edge of it, because he will not kindle the torch which his Father had given into his hands, as a means of prevention, and lest he should pray too late. 23. The following sonnet was extracted by me from Herbert's Temple in a work long since out of print, for the purity of the language and the fullness of the sense. But I shall be excused, I trust, in repeating it here for higher merits and with higher purposes, as a forcible comment on the words in the text. Grace is vouchsafed in a Christian land. Lord, with what carest thou begirt us round? Parents first season us, then schoolmasters deliver us to laws. They send us bound to rules of reason. Holy messengers, pulpits and Sundays, sorrow-dogging sin, afflictions sorted, anguish of all sizes, fine nets and stratagems to catch us in. Bibles laid open, millions of surprises, blessings beforehand, ties of gratefulness, the sound of glory ringing in our ears, without, our shame, within, our consciences, angels and grace, eternal hopes and fears. Yet all these fences, and their whole array, one cunning bosom sin blows quite away. Aphorism XX. Among the various undertakings of men, can there be mentioned one more important, can there be conceived one more sublime, than an intention to form the human mind anew after the divine image? The very intention, if it be sincere, is a ray of its dawning. The requisites for the execution of this high intent may be comprised under three heads: the prudential, the moral, and the spiritual. Aphorism XXI. First, religious prudence. What this is, will be best explained by its effects and operations. Prudence in the service of religion consists in the prevention or abatement of hindrances and distractions, and consequently in avoiding, or removing, all such circumstances as, by diverting the attention of the workman, retard the progress and hazard the safety of the work. It is likewise, I deny not, a part of this unworldly prudence, to place ourselves as much and as often as it is in our power so to do, in circumstances directly favorable to our great design, and to avail ourselves of all the positive helps and furtherances which these circumstances afford. But neither dare we, as Christians, forget whose and under what dominion the things are, qua numbers circumstant, that is, which stand around us. We are to remember, that it is the world that constitutes our outward circumstances, that in the form of the world, which is evermore at variance with the divine form, or idea, they are cast and moulded, and that of the means and measures which the same prudence requires in the forming anew of the divine image in the soul, the far greater number suppose the world at enmity with our design. We are to avoid its snares, to repel its attacks, to suspect its aids and succors, and even when compelled to receive them as allies within our trenches, we are to commit the outworks alone to their charge, and to keep them at a jealous distance from the citadel. The powers of the world are often christened, but seldom Christianized. They are but proselytes of the outer gate, or like the Saxons of old, enter the land as auxiliaries, and remain in it as conquerors and lords. Aphorism XXII. The rules of prudence in general, like the laws of the stone tables, are for the most part prohibitive. Thou shalt not is their characteristic formula, and it is an especial part of Christian prudence that it should be so. Nor would it be difficult to bring under this head all the social obligations that arise out of the relations of the present life, which the sensual understanding, Romans 8:6, is of itself able to discover, and the performance of which, under favorable circumstances, the merest worldly self-interest, without love or faith, is sufficient to enforce, but which Christian prudence enlivens by a higher principle, and renders symbolic and sacramental. Ephesians v:32. Comment. This then, under the appellation of prudential requisites, comes first under consideration, and may be regarded as the shrine and framework for the divine image, into which the worldly human is to be transformed. We are next to bring out the divine portrait itself, the distinct features of its countenance, as a sojourner among men, its benign aspect turned towards its fellow pilgrims, the extended arm, and the hand that blesseth and healeth. Aphorism 23. The outward service, 24, of ancient religion, the rites, ceremonies and ceremonial vestments of the old law, had morality for their substance. They were the letter, of which morality was the spirit, the enigma, of which morality was the meaning. But morality itself is the service and ceremonial, cultus exterior, of the Christian religion. The scheme of grace and truth that became, 25, through Jesus Christ, the faith that looks, 26, down into the perfect law of liberty, has light for its garment, its very robe is righteousness. Comment. Herein the Apostle places the preeminence, the peculiar and distinguishing excellence, of the Christian religion. The ritual is of the same kind, though not of the same order, with the religion itself, not arbitrary or conventional, as types and hieroglyphics are in relation to the things expressed by them, but inseparable, consubstantiated, as it were, and partaking therefore of the same life, permanence, and intrinsic worth with its spirit and principle. 24. See the Epistle of St. James, I 26-27, where, in the Authorized Version, the Greek word is falsely rendered religion, whether by mistake of the translator, or from the intended sense having become obsolete, I cannot decide. At all events, for the English reader of our times it has the effect of an erroneous translation. It not only obscures the connection of the passage, and weakens the peculiar force and sublimity of the thought, rendering it comparatively flat and trivial, almost indeed tautological, but has occasioned this particular verse to be perverted into a support of a very dangerous error, and the whole epistle to be considered as a set-off against the epistles and declarations of St. Paul, instead of, what in fact it is, a masterly comment and confirmation of the same. I need not inform the religious reader, that James I 27, is the favorite text and most boasted authority of those divines who represent the Redeemer of the world as little more than a moral reformer, and the Christian faith as a code of ethics, differing from the moral system of Moses and the prophets by an additional motive, or rather, by the additional strength and clearness which the historical fact of the resurrection has given to the same motive. 25. The Greek word unites in itself the two senses of began to exist and was made to exist. It exemplifies the force of the middle voice, in distinction from the verb reflex. In answer to a note on John I2, in the Unitarian version of the New Testament, I think it worth noticing that the same word is used in the very same sense by Aristophanes in that famous parody on the cosmogonies of the mythic poets, or the creation of the finite, as delivered, or supposed to be delivered, in the Kabiric or Samothracian mysteries, in the Comedy of the Birds. 26. James I 25. Omicron. The Greek word, parakupsis, signifies the incurvation or bending of the body in the act of looking down into, as, for instance, in the endeavor to see the reflected image of a star in the water at the bottom of a well. A more happy or forcible word could not have been chosen to express the nature and ultimate object of reflection, and to enforce the necessity of it, in order to discover the living fountain and spring-head of the evidence of the Christian faith in the believer himself, and at the same time to point out the seat and region, where alone it is to be found. Quantum sumus, Simus. That which we find within ourselves, which is more than ourselves, and yet the ground of whatever is good and permanent therein, is the substance and life of all other knowledge. N.B. The familists of the 16th century, and similar enthusiasts of later date, overlooked the essential point, that it was a law, and a law that involved its own end, a perfect law, or law that perfects or completes itself, and therefore, its obligations are called, in reference to human statutes, imperfect duties, i.e. incoercible from without. They overlooked that it was a law that portions out, from to allot, or make division of, to each man the sphere and limits within which it is to be exercised, which as Saint Peter notices of certain profound passages in the writings of Saint Paul, 2 Pet 3. 16, o. Aphorism Xiv. Morality is the body, of which the faith in Christ is the soul, so far indeed its earthly body, as it is adapted to its state of warfare on earth, and the appointed form and instrument of its communion with the present world, yet not terrestrial nor of the world, but a celestial body, and capable of being transfigured from glory to glory, in accordance with the varying circumstances and outward relations of its moving and informing spirit. Aphorism XXV. Woe to the man who will believe neither power, freedom, nor morality, because he nowhere finds either entire, or unmixed with sin, thraldom and infirmity. In the natural and intellectual realms, we distinguish what we cannot separate, and in the moral world, we must distinguish in order to separate. Yet, in the clear distinction of good from evil the process of separation commences. Comment. It was customary with religious men in former times, to make a rule of taking every morning some text, or aphorism, 27. For their occasional meditation during the day, and thus to fill up the intervals of their attention to business. I do not point it out for imitation, as knowing too well how apt these self-imposed rules are to degenerate into superstition or hollowness, otherwise I would have recommended the following as the first exercise. 27. In accordance with a preceding remark, on the use of etymology in disciplining the youthful mind to thoughtful habits, and as consistent with the title of this work, Aids to Reflection, I shall offer no apology for the following and similar notes. Aphorism, determinate position, from the Greek, ap, from, and horizon, to bound or limit, whence our horizon. In order to get the full sense of a word, we should first present to our minds the visual image that forms its primary meaning. Draw lines of different colors round the different counties of England, and then cut out each separately, as in the common play maps that children take to pieces and put together, so that each district can be contemplated apart from the rest, as a whole in itself. This twofold act of circumscribing and detaching, when it is exerted by the mind on subjects of reflection and reason, is to aphorize, and the result an aphorism. Aphorism XXVI. It is a dull and obtuse mind, that must divide in order to distinguish, but it is a still worse, that distinguishes in order to divide. In the former, we may contemplate the source of superstition and idolatry winking sad smiley 28, in the latter, of schism, heresy, 29, and a seditious and sectarian spirit. 30, 28. Damask. De Myst. Egypt, that is, they divided the intelligible into many and several individualities. 29. From. Though well aware of its formal and apparent derivation from heo, I am inclined to refer both words to ero, as the primitive term, containing the primary visual image, and therefore should explain haesis, as a willful raising into public notice, an uplifting, for display, of any particular opinion differing from the established belief of the Church at large, and making it a ground of schism, that is, division. 30. I mean these words in their large and philosophic sense in relation to the spirit, or originating temper and tendency, and not to any one mode under which, or to any one class, in or by which it may be displayed. A seditious spirit may, it is possible, though not probable, exist in the council chamber of a palace as strongly as in a mob in Palace Yard, and a sectarian spirit in a cathedral, no less than in a conventicle. Aphorism XXVII. Exclusive of the abstract sciences, the largest and worthiest portion of our knowledge consists of aphorisms, and the greatest and best of men is but an aphorism. Aphorism XXVIII. On the prudential influence which the fear or foresight of the consequences of his actions, in respect of his own loss or gain, may exert on a newly converted believer. Precautionary remark. I meddle not with the dispute respecting conversion, whether, and in what sense, necessary in all Christians. It is sufficient for my purpose, that a very large number of men, even in Christian countries, need to be converted, and that not a few, I trust, have been. The tenet becomes fanatical and dangerous, only when rare and extraordinary exceptions are made to be the general rule, when what was vouchsafed to the apostle of the Gentiles by especial grace, and for an especial purpose, namely, a conversion, 31, begun and completed in the same moment, is demanded or expected of all men, as a necessary sign and pledge of their election. Late observations have shown that under many circumstances the magnetic needle, even after the disturbing influence has been removed, will keep wavering, and require many days before it points aright, and remains steady to the pole. So is it ordinarily with the soul, after it has begun to free itself from the disturbing forces of the flesh and the world, and to convert, 32, itself towards God. 31. Whereas Christ's other disciples had a breeding under him, St. Paul was born an apostle, not carved out, as the rest, by degrees and in course of time, but a fusile apostle, an apostle poured out and cast in a mold. As Adam was a perfect man in an instant, so was St. Paul a perfect Christian. The same Spirit was the lightning that melted, and the mold that received and shaped him. Dunn's Sermons, quoted from memory. 32. From the Latin, convertere, that is, by an act of the will to turn towards the true pole, at the same time, for this is the force of the prepositive con, that the understanding is convinced and made aware of its existence and direction. Aphorism 6. Awakened by the cock-crow, a sermon, a calamity, a sick bed, or a providential escape, the Christian pilgrim sets out in the morning twilight, while yet the truth, is below the horizon. Certain necessary consequences of his past life and his present undertaking will be seen by the refraction of its light, more will be apprehended and conjectured. The phantasms, that had predominated during the hours of darkness, are still busy. Though they no longer present themselves as distinct forms, they yet remain as formative motions in the pilgrim's soul, unconscious of its own activity and overmastered by its own workmanship. Things take the signature of thought. The shapes of the recent dream become a mold for the objects in the distance, and these again give an outwardness and a sensation of reality to the shapings of the dream. The bodings inspired by the long habit of selfishness, and self-seeking cunning, though they are now commencing the process of their purification into that fear which is the beginning of wisdom, and which, as such, is ordained to be our guide and safeguard, till the Sun of Love, the perfect law of liberty, is fully arisen. These bodings will set the fancy at work, and haply, for a time, transform the mists of dim and imperfect knowledge into determinate superstitions. But in either case, whether seen clearly or dimly, whether beholden or only imagined, the consequences, contemplated in their bearings on the individual's inherent, 33, desire of happiness and dread of pain, become motives, and, unless all distinction in the words be done away with, and either prudence or virtue be reduced to a superfluous synonym, a redundancy in all the languages of the civilized world, these motives, and the acts and forbearances directly proceeding from them, fall under the head of prudence, as belonging to one or other of its four very distinct species. It may be a prudence, that stands in opposition to a higher moral life, and tends to preclude it, and to prevent the soul from ever arriving at the hatred of sin for its own exceeding sinfulness. Rom 7:13. And this is an evil prudence. 2. Or it may be a neutral prudence, not incompatible with spiritual growth, and to this we may, with especial propriety, apply the words of our Lord, "What is not against us is for us." It is therefore an innocent, and, being such, a proper, and commendable prudence. 3. Or it may lead and be subservient to a higher principle than itself. The mind and conscience of the individual may be reconciled to it, in the foreknowledge of the higher principle, and with a yearning towards it that implies a foretaste of future freedom. The enfeebled convalescent is reconciled to his crutches, and thankfully makes use of them, not only because they are necessary for his immediate support, but likewise, because they are the means and conditions of exercise, and by exercise, of establishing, gradatim paulatim, that strength, flexibility, and almost spontaneous obedience of the muscles, which the idea and cheering presentiment of health hold out to him. He finds their value in their present necessity, and their worth as they are the instruments of finally superseding it. This is a faithful, a wise prudence, having indeed its birthplace in the world, and the wisdom of this world for its father, but naturalized in a better land, and having the wisdom from above for its sponsor and spiritual parent. To steal a dropped feather from the spicy nest of the phoenix, the fond humor, I mean, of the mystic divines and allegorizers of Holy Writ, it is the son of Tra from Ur of the Chaldees, who gives a tithe of all to the King of Righteousness, without father, without mother, without descent, and receives a blessing on the remainder. For lastly, there is a prudence that coexists with morality, as morality coexists with the spiritual life, a prudence that is the organ of both, as the understanding is to the reason and the will, or as the lungs are to the heart and brain. This is a holy prudence, the steward faithful and discreet, Luke 12:42, the eldest servant in the family of faith, born in the house, and made the ruler over his Lord's household. Let not, then, I entreat you, my purpose be misunderstood, as if, in distinguishing virtue from prudence, I wished to divide the one from the other. True morality is hostile to that prudence only, which is preclusive of true morality. The teacher, who subordinates prudence to virtue, cannot be supposed to dispense with it, and he who teaches the proper connection of the one with the other, does not depreciate the lower in any sense, while by making it a link of the same chain with the higher, and receiving the same influence, he raises it. In general, morality may be compared to the consonant, prudence to the vowel. The former cannot be uttered, reduced to practice, but by means of the latter. 33. The following extract from Leighton's Theological Lectures Sect. 2 may serve as a comment on this sentence: the human mind, however stunned and weakened by the fall, still retains some faint idea of the good it has lost, a kind of languid sense of its misery and indigence, with affections suitable to these obscure notions. This at least is beyond all doubt and indisputable, that all men wish well to themselves, nor can the mind divest itself of this propensity, without divesting itself of its being. This is what the schoolmen mean, when in their manner of expression they say, that the will, voluntas, not arbitrium, is carried towards happiness not simply as will, but as nature. I venture to remark that this position, if not more certainly, would be more evidently true, if instead of beatitudo, the word indolentia, that is, freedom from pain, negative happiness, had been used. But this depends on the exact meaning attached to the term self, of which more in another place. One conclusion, however, follows inevitably from the preceding position, namely, that this propensity can never be legitimately made the principle of morality, even because it is no part or appurtenance of the moral will, and because the proper object of the moral principle is to limit and control this propensity, and to determine in what it may be, and in what it ought to be gratified, while it is the business of philosophy to instruct the understanding, and the office of religion to convince the whole man, that otherwise than as a regulated, and of course therefore a subordinate, end, this propensity, innate and inalienable though it be, can never be realized or fulfilled. Aphorism XXX. What the duties of morality are, the Apostle instructs the believer in full, comprising them under the two heads of negative and positive. Negative, to keep himself pure from the world, and positive, beneficence from loving kindness, that is, love of his fellow men, his kind, as himself. Aphorism XXXI. Last and highest, come the spiritual, comprising all the truths, acts, and duties that have an especial reference to the timeless, the permanent, the eternal, to the sincere love of the true, as truth, of the good, as good, and of God as both in one. It comprehends the whole ascent from uprightness, morality, virtue, inward rectitude, to godlikeness, with all the acts, exercises, and disciplines of mind, will, and affection, that are requisite or conducive to the great design of our redemption from the form of the evil one, and of our second creation or birth in the divine image. 34. It is worthy of observation, and may furnish a fruitful subject for future reflection, how nearly this scriptural division coincides with the Platonic, which, commencing with the prudential, or the habit of act and purpose proceeding from enlightened self-interest, qui animi imperio, corporis servitio, rerum auxilio, in propriam sui commodum et sibi providus utita, hunc es prudentum statuimus, ascends to the moral, that is, to the purifying and remedial virtues, and seeks its summit in the imitation of the divine nature. In this last division, answering to that which we have called the spiritual, Plato includes all those inward acts and aspirations, waitings, and watchings, which have a growth in godlikeness for their immediate purpose, and the union of the human soul with the supreme good as their ultimate object. Nor was it altogether without grounds that several of the fathers ventured to believe that Plato had some dim conception of the necessity of a divine mediator, whether through some indistinct echo of the patriarchal faith, or some rays of light refracted from the Hebrew prophets through a Phoenician medium, to which he may possibly have referred in his phrase, "the wisdom delivered from God," or by his own sense of the mysterious contradiction in human nature between the will and the reason, the natural appetences and the not less innate law of conscience. Romans 2:14-15, we shall in vain attempt to determine. It is not impossible that all three may have cooperated in partially unveiling these awful truths to this plank from the wreck of paradise thrown on the shores of idolatrous Greece, to this divine philosopher, che en quellas cura ando piu presso al segno al qual agiange, acai dal silo e dato. Petrarch, del Triunfo della Fama, cap. 356. Aphorism xxy. It may be an additional aid to reflection, to distinguish the three kinds severally, according to the faculty to which each corresponds, the part of our human nature which is more particularly its organ. Thus, the prudential corresponds to the sense and the understanding, the moral to the heart and the conscience, the spiritual to the will and the reason, that is, to the finite will reduced to harmony with, and in subordination to, the reason, as a ray from that true light which is both reason and will, universal reason, and will absolute. Reflections, introductory to moral and religious aphorisms. On sensibility. If prudence, though practically inseparable from morality, is not to be confounded with the moral principle, still less may sensibility, that is, a constitutional quickness of sympathy with pain and pleasure, and a keen sense of the gratifications that accompany social intercourse, mutual endearments, and reciprocal preferences, be mistaken, or deemed a substitute for either. Sensibility is not even a sure pledge of a good heart, though among the most common meanings of that many meaning and too commonly misapplied expression. So far from being either morality, or one with the moral principle, it ought not even to be placed in the same rank with prudence. For prudence is at least an offspring of the understanding, but sensibility, the sensibility, I mean, here spoken of, is for the greater part a quality of the nerves, and a result of individual bodily temperament. Prudence is an active principle, and implies a sacrifice of self, though only to the same self projected, as it were, to a distance. But the very term sensibility marks its passive nature, and in its mere self, apart from choice and reflection, it proves little more than the coincidence or contagion of pleasurable or painful sensations in different persons. Alas! How many are there in this overstimulated age, in which the occurrence of excessive and unhealthy sensitiveness is so frequent, as even to have reversed the current meaning of the word, nervous? How many are, 35, there whose sensibility prompts them to remove those evils alone, which by hideous spectacle or clamorous outcry are present to their senses and disturb their selfish enjoyments? Provided the dunghill is not before their parlor window, they are contented to know that it exists, and perhaps as the hotbed on which their own luxuries are reared. Sensibility is not necessarily benevolence. Nay, by rendering us tremblingly alive to trifling misfortunes, it frequently prevents it, and induces an effeminate selfishness instead, pampering the coward heart with feelings all too delicate for use. Sweet are the tears that from a howard's eye drop on the cheek of one, he lifts from earth, and he, who works me good with unmoved face, does it but half. He chills me, while he aids, my benefactor, not my brother man. But even this cold benevolence, seems manhood, when there rise before me, the sluggard pity's vision-weaving tribe, who sigh for wretchedness yet shun the wretched, nursing in some delicious solitude, their slothful loves and dainty sympathies. 36. Lastly, where virtue is, sensibility is the ornament and becoming attire of virtue. On certain occasions it may almost be said to become, 37, virtue. But sensibility and all the amiable qualities may likewise become, and too often have become, the panders of vice and the instruments of seduction. So must it needs be with all qualities that have their rise only in parts and fragments of our nature. A man of warm passions may sacrifice half his estate to rescue a friend from prison, for he is naturally sympathetic, and the more social part of his nature happened to be uppermost. The same man shall afterwards exhibit the same disregard of money in an attempt to seduce that friend's wife or daughter. All the evil achieved by Hobbes, and the whole school of materialists will appear inconsiderable, if it be compared with the mischief effected and occasioned by the sentimental philosophy of Sterne, and his numerous imitators. The vilest appetites and the most remorseless inconstancy towards their objects, acquired the titles of the heart, the irresistible feelings, the too tender sensibility, and if the frosts of prudence, the icy chains of human law thawed and vanished at the genial warmth of human nature, who could help it? It was an amiable weakness. About this time, too, the profanation of the word love rose to its height. The French naturalists, Buffon and others, borrowed it from the sentimental novelists. The Swedish and English philosophers took the contagion, and the muse of science condescended to seek admission into the saloons of fashion and frivolity, rouged like a harlot, and with the harlot's wanton leer. I know not how the annals of guilt could be better forced into the service of virtue, than by such a comment on the present paragraph, as would be afforded by a selection from the sentimental correspondence produced in courts of justice within the last 30 years, fairly translated into the true meaning of the words, and the actual object and purpose of the infamous writers. Do you in good earnest aim at dignity of character? By all the treasures of a peaceful mind, by all the charms of an open countenance, I conjure you, O youth, turn away from those who live in the twilight between vice and virtue. Are not reason, discrimination, law, and deliberate choice, the distinguishing characters of humanity? Can aught, then, worthy of a human being, proceed from a habit of soul, which would exclude all these and, to borrow a metaphor from paganism, prefer the den of Trophonius to the temple and oracles of the God of Light? Can anything manly, I say, proceed from those, who for law and light would substitute shapeless feelings, sentiments, impulses, which as far as they differ from the vital workings in the brute animals, owe the difference to their former connection with the proper virtues of humanity, as dendrites derive the outlines that constitute their value above other clay stones, from the casual neighborhood and pressure of the plants, the names of which they assume. Remember, that love itself in its highest earthly bearing, as the ground of the marriage union, 38, becomes love by an inward fiat of the will, by a completing and sealing act of moral election, and lays claim to permanence only under the form of duty. 35. This paragraph is abridged from The Watchman, number 4. The 25th of March, 1796, respecting which the inquisitive reader may consult my literary life. Author's note in editions 1, 1825, and 1836, since suppressed. Ed. 36. Coleridge's Reflections on having left a place of retirement L. 48, and c. Sibylline Leaves 1797. Ed. 37. There sometimes occurs an apparent play on words, which not only to the moralizer, but even to the philosophical etymologist, appears more than a mere play. Thus in the double sense of the word, become. I have known persons so anxious to have their dress become them, as to convert it at length into their proper self, and thus actually to become the dress. Such a one, safeliest spoken of by the neuter pronoun, I consider as but a suit of live finery. It is indifferent whether we say, it becomes he, or he becomes it. 38. It might be a mean of preventing many unhappy marriages, if the youth of both sexes had it early impressed on their minds, that marriage contracted between Christians is a true and perfect symbol or mystery, that is, the actualizing faith being supposed to exist in the receivers. It is an outward sign coessential with that which it signifies, or a living part of that, the whole of which it represents. Marriage, therefore, in the Christian sense, Ephesians v 22-33, as symbolical of the union of the soul with Christ the Mediator, and with God through Christ, is perfectly a sacramental ordinance, and not retained by the Reformed churches as one of the sacraments, for two reasons. First, that the sign is not distinctive of the Church of Christ, and the ordinance not peculiar nor owing its origin to the gospel dispensation. Secondly, it is not of universal obligation, not a means of grace, enjoined on all Christians. In other and plainer words, marriage does not contain in itself an open profession of Christ, and it is not a sacrament of the Church, but only of certain individual members of the Church. It is evident, however, that neither of these reasons affect or diminish the religious nature and dedicative force of the marriage vow, or detract from the solemnity in the apostolic declaration. This is a great mystery. The interest which the state has in the appropriation of one woman to one man, and the civil obligations therefrom resulting, form an altogether distinct consideration. When I meditate on the words of the Apostle, confirmed and illustrated as they are, by so many harmonies in the spiritual structure of our proper humanity, in the image of God, male and female created He the man, and then reflect how little claim so large a number of legal cohabitations have to the name of Christian marriages, I feel inclined to doubt whether the plan of celebrating marriages universally by the civil magistrate, in the first instance, and leaving the religious covenant and sacramental pledge to the election of the parties themselves, adopted during the Republic in England, and in our own times by the French legislature, was not in fact, whatever it might be in intention, reverential to Christianity. At all events, it was their own act and choice, if the parties made bad worse by the profanation of a gospel mystery. Prudential aphorisms. Aphorism I. Leighton and Coleridge. With respect to any final aim or end, the greater part of mankind live at hazard. They have no certain harbour in view, nor direct their course by any fixed star. But to him that knoweth not the port to which he is bound, no wind can be favourable, neither can he who has not yet determined at what mark he is to shoot, direct his arrow aright. It is not, however, the less true, that there is a proper object to aim at, and if this object be meant by the term happiness, though I think that not the most appropriate term for a state, the perfection of which consists in the exclusion of all hap, that is, chance, I assert that there is such a thing as human happiness, as summum bonum, or ultimate good. What this is, the Bible alone shows clearly and certainly, and points out the way that leads to the attainment of it. This is that which prevailed with Saint Augustine to study the Scriptures, and engaged his affection to them. In Cicero, and Plato, and other such writers says he, I meet with many things acutely said, and things that excite a certain warmth of emotion, but in none of them do I find these words, Come unto me, all ye that labor, and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. 39. Comment. Felicity, in its proper sense, is but another word for fortunateness, or happiness, and I can see no advantage in the improper use of words, when proper terms are to be found, but, on the contrary, much mischief. For, by familiarizing the mind to equivocal expressions, that is, such as may be taken in two or more different meanings, we introduce confusion of thought, and furnish the sophist with his best and handiest tools. For the juggle of sophistry consists, for the greater part, in using a word in one sense in the premise, and in another sense in the conclusion. We should accustom ourselves to think, and reason, in precise and steadfast terms, even when custom, or the deficiency, or the corruption of the language will not permit the same strictness in speaking. The mathematician finds this so necessary to the truths which he is seeking, that his science begins with, and is founded on, the definition of his terms. The botanist, the chemist, the anatomist, and feel and submit to this necessity at all costs, even at the risk of exposing their several pursuits to the ridicule of the many, by technical terms, hard to be remembered, and alike quarrelsome to the ear and the tongue. In the business of moral and religious reflection, in the acquisition of clear and distinct conceptions of our duties, and of the relations in which we stand to God, our neighbor, and ourselves, no such difficulties occur. At the utmost we have only to rescue words, already existing and familiar, from the false or vague meanings imposed on them by carelessness, or by the clipping and debasing misusage of the market. And surely happiness, duty, faith, truth, and final blessedness, are matters of deeper and dearer interest for all men, than circles to the geometrician, or the characters of plants to the botanist, or the affinities and combining principle of the elements of bodies to the chemist, or even than the mechanism, fearful and wonderful though it be, of the perishable tabernacle of the soul can be to the anatomist. Among the aids to reflection, place the following maxim prominent: let distinctness in expression advance side by side with distinction in thought. For one useless subtlety in our elder divines and moralists, I will produce 10 sophisms of equivocation in the writings of our modern preceptors, and for one error resulting from excess in distinguishing the indifferent, I would show 10 mischievous delusions from the habit of confounding the diverse. Whether you are reflecting for yourself, or reasoning with another, make it a rule to ask yourself the precise meaning of the word, on which the point in question appears to turn, and if it may be, that is, by writers of authority has been used in several senses, then ask which of these the word is at present intended to convey. By this mean, and scarcely without it, you will at length acquire a facility in detecting the quid pro quo. And believe me, in so doing you will enable yourself to disarm and expose 4/5 of the main arguments of our most renowned irreligious philosophers, ancient and modern. For the quid pro quo is at once the rock and quarry, on and with which the strongholds of disbelief, materialism, and, more pernicious still, Epicurean morality are built. 39. Apud Ciceronem et Platonem, alioscigus modi scriptores, multa sunt acute dicta, it lenita calentia, sed in iis omnibus hoc non invenio, venit ad me, and c. Mat 12. 28. Aphorism 2. Leighton. If we seriously consider what religion is, we shall find the saying of the wise King Solomon to be unexceptionably true: her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. 40. Doth religion require anything of us more than that we live soberly, righteously, and godly in this present world? Now what, I pray, can be more pleasant or peaceable than these? Temperance is always at leisure, luxury always in a hurry. The latter weakens the body and pollutes the soul, the former is the sanctity, purity, and sound state of both. It is one of Epicurus's fixed maxims, that life can never be pleasant without virtue. Comment. In the works of moralists, both Christian and pagan, it is often asserted, indeed there are few commonplaces of more frequent recurrence, that the happiness even of this life consists solely, or principally, in virtue, that virtue is the only happiness of this life, that virtue is the truest pleasure, and c. I doubt not that the meaning, which the writers intended to convey by these and the like expressions, was true and wise. But I deem it safer to say, that in all the outward relations of this life, in all our outward conduct and actions, both in what we should do, and in what we should abstain from, the dictates of virtue are the very same with those of self-interest, tending to, though they do not proceed from, the same point. For the outward object of virtue being the greatest producible sum of happiness of all men, it must needs include the object of an intelligent self-love, which is the greatest possible happiness of one individual, for what is true of all, must be true of each. Hence, you cannot become better, that is, more virtuous, but you will become happier, and you cannot become worse, that is, more vicious, without an increase of misery, or at the best a proportional loss of enjoyment, as the consequence. If the thing were not inconsistent with our well-being, and known to be so, it would not have been classed as a vice. Thus what in an enfeebled and disordered mind is called prudence, is the voice of nature in a healthful state, as is proved by the known fact, that the prudential duties, that is, those actions which are commanded by virtue because they are prescribed by prudence, the animals fulfill by natural instinct. The pleasure that accompanies or depends on a healthy and vigorous body will be the consequence and reward of a temperate life and habits of active industry, whether this pleasure were or were not the chief or only determining motive thereto. Virtue may, possibly, add to the pleasure a good of another kind, a higher good, perhaps, than the worldly mind is capable of understanding, a spiritual complacency, of which in your present sensualized state you can form no idea. It may add, I say, but it cannot detract from it. Thus the reflected rays of the sun that gave light, distinction, and endless multiformity to the mind, afford at the same time the pleasurable sensation of warmth to the body. If then the time has not yet come for anything higher, act on the maxim of seeking the most pleasure with the least pain, and, if only you do not seek where you yourself know it will not be found, this very pleasure and this freedom from the disquietude of pain may produce in you a state of being directly and indirectly favorable to the germination and upspring of a nobler seed. If it be true that men are miserable because they are wicked, it is likewise true that many men are wicked because they are miserable. Health, cheerfulness, and easy circumstances, the ordinary consequence of temperance and industry, will at least leave the field clear and open, will tend to preserve the scales of the judgment even, while the consciousness of possessing the esteem, respect, and sympathy of your neighbors, and the sense of your own increasing power and influence, can scarcely fail to give a tone of dignity to your mind, and incline you to hope nobly of your own being. And thus they may prepare and predispose you to the sense and acknowledgement of a principle, differing not merely in degree but in kind from the faculties and instincts of the higher and more intelligent species of animals, the ant, the beaver, the elephant, and which principle is therefore your proper humanity. And on this account and with this view alone may certain modes of pleasurable or agreeable sensation, without confusion of terms, be honored with the title of refined, intellectual, ennobling pleasures. For pleasure, and happiness in its proper sense is but the continuity and sum total of the pleasure which is allotted or happens to a man, and hence by the Greeks called, that is, good hap, or more religiously, that is, favorable providence. Pleasure, I say, consists in the harmony between the specific excitability of a living creature, and the exciting causes correspondent thereto. Considered therefore exclusively in and for itself, the only question is, quantum, not quale. How much on the whole? The contrary, that is, the painful and disagreeable having been subtracted. The quality is a matter of taste, it de gustibus non est disputandum. No man can judge for another. This, I repeat, appears to me a safer language than the sentences quoted above, that virtue alone is happiness, that happiness consists in virtue, and c. sayings which I find it hard to reconcile with other positions of still more frequent occurrence in the same divines, or with the declaration of Saint Paul, if in this life only we have hope, we are of all men most miserable. At all events, I should rely far more confidently on the converse, namely, that to be vicious is to be miserable. Few men are so utterly reprobate, so imbruted by their vices, as not to have some lucid, or at least quiet and sober, intervals, and in such a moment, dum deceviantire, few can stand up unshaken against the appeal to their own experience. What have been the wages of sin? What has the devil done for you? What sort of master have you found him? Then let us in befitting detail, and by a series of questions that ask no loud, and are secure against any false answer, urge home the proof of the position, that to be vicious is to be wretched, adding the fearful corollary, that if even in the body, which as long as life is in it can never be wholly bereaved of pleasurable sensations, vice is found to be misery, what must it not be in the world to come? There, where even the crime is no longer possible, much less the gratifications that once attended it, where nothing of vice remains but its guilt and its misery, vice must be misery itself, all and utter misery. So best, if I err not, may the motives of prudence be held forth, and the impulses of self-love be awakened, in alliance with truth, and free from the danger of confounding things, the laws of duty, I mean, and the maxims of interest, which it deeply concerns us to keep distinct. Inasmuch as this distinction and the faith therein are essential to our moral nature, and this again the groundwork and precondition of the spiritual state, in which the humanity strives after godliness, and, in the name and power, and through the prevenient and assisting grace, of the Mediator, will not strive in vain. The advantages of a life passed in conformity with the precepts of virtue and religion, and in how many and various respects they recommend virtue and religion, even on grounds of prudence, form a delightful subject of meditation, and a source of refreshing thought to good and pious men. Nor is it strange if, transported with the view, such persons should sometimes discourse on the charms of forms and colors to men whose eyes are not yet couched, or that they occasionally seem to invert the relations of cause and effect, and forget that there are acts and determinations of the will and affections, the consequences of which may be plainly foreseen, and yet cannot be made our proper and primary motives for such acts and determinations, without destroying or entirely altering the distinct nature and character of the latter. Suffren is well informed that wealth and extensive patronage will be the consequence of his obtaining the love and esteem of Constantia. But if the foreknowledge of this consequence were, and were found out to be, Suffren's main and determining motive for seeking this love and esteem, and if Constantia were a woman that merited, or was capable of feeling, either the one or the other, would not Suffren find, and deservedly too, aversion and contempt in their stead? Wherein, if not in this, differs the friendship of worldlings from true friendship? Without kind offices and useful services, wherever the power and opportunity occur, love would be a hollow pretense. Yet what noble mind would not be offended, if he were thought to value the love for the sake of the services, and not rather the services for the sake of the love? 40. Proverbs 3. 17. Ed. Aphorism 3. Though prudence in itself is neither virtue nor spiritual holiness, yet without prudence, or in opposition to it, neither virtue nor holiness can exist. Aphorism 4. Art thou under the tyranny of sin, a slave to vicious habits, at enmity with God, and a skulking fugitive from thy own conscience? Oh, how idle the dispute, whether the listening to the dictates of prudence from prudential and self-interested motives be virtue or merit, when the not listening is guilt, misery, madness, and despair. The best, the most Christian-like pity thou canst show, is to take pity on thy own soul. The best and most acceptable service thou canst render, is to do justice and show mercy to thyself. Moral and religious aphorisms. Aphorism I Latin. What the apostles were in an extraordinary way, befitting the first enunciation of a religion for all mankind, this all teachers of moral truth, who aim to prepare for its reception by calling the attention of men to the law in their own hearts, may, without presumption, consider themselves to be, under ordinary gifts and circumstances, namely, ambassadors for the greatest of kings, and upon no mean employment, the great treaty of peace and reconcilement betwixt him and mankind. Aphorism 2. On the feelings natural to ingenuous minds towards those who have first led them to reflect. Latin. Though divine truths are to be received equally from every minister alike, yet it must be acknowledged that there is something, we know not what to call it, of a more acceptable reception of those which at first were the means of bringing men to God, than of others, like the opinions some have of physicians, whom they love. Aphorism 3. Leighton and Coleridge. The worth and value of knowledge is in proportion to the worth and value of its object. What, then, is the best knowledge? The exactest knowledge of things, is, to know them in their causes. It is then an excellent thing, and worthy of their endeavors who are most desirous of knowledge, to know the best things in their highest causes, and the happiest way of attaining to this knowledge, is, to possess those things, and to know them in experience. Aphorism 4. Leighton. It is one main point of happiness, that he that is happy doth know and judge himself to be so. This being the peculiar good of a reasonable creature, it is to be enjoyed in a reasonable way. It is not as the dull resting of a stone, or any other natural body in its natural place, but the knowledge and consideration of it is the fruition of it, the very relishing and tasting of its sweetness. Remark. As in a Christian land we receive the lessons of morality in connection with the doctrines of revealed religion, we cannot too early free the mind from prejudices widely spread, in part through the abuse, but far more from ignorance, of the true meaning of doctrinal terms, which, however they may have been perverted to the purposes of fanaticism, are not only scriptural, but of too frequent occurrence in Scripture to be overlooked or passed by in silence. The following extract, therefore, deserves attention, as clearing the doctrine of salvation, in connection with the divine foreknowledge, from all objections on the score of morality, by the just and impressive view which the Archbishop here gives of those occasional revolutionary moments, that turn of the tide in the mind and character of certain individuals, which, taking a religious course, and referred immediately to the Author of all good, were in his day, more generally than at present, entitled effectual calling. The theological interpretation and the philosophic validity of this apostolic triad, election, salvation, and effectual calling, the latter being the intermediate, will be found among the comments on the aphorisms of spiritual import. For our present purpose it will be sufficient if only I prove that the doctrines are in themselves innocuous, and may be both holden and taught without any practical ill consequences, and without detriment to the moral frame. Aphorism v. Leighton. 2 links of the chain, namely, election and salvation, are up in heaven in God's own hand, but this middle one, that is, effectual calling, is let down to earth, into the hearts of his children, and they laying hold on it have sure hold on the other two, for no power can sever them. If, therefore, they can read the characters of God's image in their own souls, those are the counterpart of the golden characters of his love, in which their names are written in the book of life. Their believing writes their names under the promises of the revealed book of life, the Scriptures, and thus ascertains them, that the same names are in the secret book of life which God hath by himself from eternity. So that finding the stream of grace in their hearts, though they see not the fountain whence it flows, nor the ocean into which it returns, yet they know that it hath its source in their eternal election, and shall empty itself into the ocean of their eternal salvation. If election, effectual calling, and salvation be inseparably linked together, then, by any one of them a man may lay hold upon all the rest, and may know that his hold is sure, and this is the way wherein we may attain and ought to seek the comfortable assurance of the love of God. Therefore make your calling sure, and by that your election, for that being done, this follows of itself. We are not to pry immediately into the decree, but to read it in the performance. Though the mariner sees not the pole star, yet the needle of the compass which points to it, tells him which way he sails. Thus the heart that is touched with the lodestone of divine love, trembling with godly fear, and yet still looking towards God by fixed believing, interprets the fear by the love in the fear, and tells the soul that its course is heavenward, towards the haven of eternal rest. He that loves may be sure he was loved first, and he that chooses God for his delight and portion, may conclude confidently, that God has chosen him to be one of those that shall enjoy him, and be happy in him forever, for that our love and electing of him is but the return and repercussion of the beams of his love shining upon us. Although from present unsanctification, a man cannot infer that he is not elected, for the decree may, for part of a man's life, run, as it were, underground, yet this is sure, that that estate leads to death, and unless it be broken, will prove the black line of reprobation. a man hath no portion amongst the children of God, nor can read one word of comfort in all the promises that belong to them, while he remains unholy. Remark. In addition to the preceding, I select the following paragraphs, as having nowhere seen the terms, Spirit, the gifts of the Spirit, and the like, so effectually vindicated from the sneers of the sciolist on the one hand, and protected from the perversions of the fanatic on the other. In these paragraphs the Archbishop at once shatters and precipitates the only drawbridge between the fanatical and the orthodox doctrine of grace, and the gifts of the Spirit. In Scripture the term Spirit, as a power or property seated in the human soul, never stands singly, but is always specified by a genitive case following, this being a Hebraism instead of the adjective which the writer would have used if he had thought, as well as written, in Greek. It is the spirit of meekness, a meek spirit, or the spirit of chastity and the like. The moral result, the specific form and character in which the Spirit manifests its presence, is the only sure pledge and token of its presence, which is to be, and which safely may be, inferred from its practical effects, but of which an immediate knowledge or consciousness is impossible, and every pretense to such knowledge is either hypocrisy or fanatical delusion. Aphorism 6. Leighton. If any pretend that they have the Spirit, and so turn away from the straight rule of the Holy Scriptures, they have a spirit indeed, but it is a fanatical spirit, the spirit of delusion and giddiness, but the Spirit of God, that leads his children in the way of truth, and is for that purpose sent them from heaven to guide them thither, squares their thoughts and ways to that rule whereof it is author, and that word which was inspired by it, and sanctifies them to obedience. He that saith I know him, and keepeth not his commandments, is a liar, and the truth is not in him. 1 John 2. 4. Now this Spirit which sanctifieth, and sanctifieth to obedience, is within us the evidence of our election, and the earnest of our salvation. And whoso are not sanctified and led by this Spirit, the Apostle tells us what is their condition. If any man have not the Spirit of Christ, he is none of his. 41. The stones which are appointed for that glorious temple above, are hewn, and polished, and prepared for it here, as the stones were wrought and prepared in the mountains, for building the temple at Jerusalem. Comment. There are many serious and sincere Christians who have not attained to a fullness of knowledge and insight, but are well and judiciously employed in preparing for it. Even these may study the masterworks of our elder divines with safety and advantage, if they will accustom themselves to translate the theological terms into their moral equivalents, saying to themselves, this may not be all that is meant, but this is meant, and it is that portion of the meaning which belongs to me in the present stage of my progress. For example, render the words, sanctification of the Spirit, or the sanctifying influences of the Spirit, by purity in life and action from a pure principle. We need only reflect on our own experience to be convinced that the man makes the motive, and not the motive the man. What is a strong motive to one man, is no motive at all to another. If, then, the man determines the motive, what determines the man? to a good and worthy act, we will say, or a virtuous course of conduct. The intelligent will, or the self-determining power. True, in part it is, and therefore the will is preeminently the spiritual constituent in our being. But will any reflecting man admit that his own will is the only and sufficient determinant of all he is, and all he does? Is nothing to be attributed to the harmony of the system to which he belongs, and to the pre-established fitness of the objects and agents, known and unknown, that surround him, as acting on the will, though, doubtless, with it likewise? A process, which the co-instantaneous yet reciprocal action of the air and the vital energy of the lungs in breathing may help to render intelligible. Again, in the world we see everywhere evidences of a unity, which the component parts are so far from explaining, that they necessarily presuppose it as the cause and condition of their existing as those parts, or even of their existing at all. This antecedent unity, or cause and principle of each union, it has since the time of Bacon and Kepler been customary to call a law. This crocus, for instance, or any other flower the reader may have in sight or choose to bring before his fancy. That the root, stem, leaves, petals, and seed adhere to one plant, is owing to an antecedent power or principle in the seed, which existed before a single particle of the matters that constitute the size and visibility of the crocus had been attracted from the surrounding soil, air, and moisture. Shall we turn to the seed? Here too the same necessity meets us. An antecedent unity, I speak not of the parent plant, but of an agency antecedent in the order of operance, yet remaining present as the conservative and reproductive power, must here too be supposed. Analyze the seed with the finest tools, and let the solar microscope come in aid of your senses. What do you find? Means and instruments, a wondrous fairy tale of nature, magazines of food, stores of various sorts, pipes, spiracles, defenses, a house of many chambers, and the owner and inhabitant invisible. Reflect further on the countless millions of seeds of the same name, each more than numerically differenced from every other, and further yet, reflect on the requisite harmony of all surrounding things, each of which necessitates the same process of thought, and the coherence of all of which to a system, a world, demands its own adequate antecedent unity, which must therefore of necessity be present to all and in all, yet in no wise excluding or suspending the individual law or principle of union in each. Now will reason, will common sense, endure the assumption that in the material and visible system, it is highly reasonable to believe a universal power, as the cause and precondition of the harmony of all particular wholes, each of which involves the working principle of its own union, that it is reasonable, I say, to believe this respecting the aggregate of objects, which without a subject, that is, a sentient and intelligent existence, would be purposeless, and yet unreasonable and even superstitious or enthusiastic to entertain a similar belief in relation to the system of intelligent and self-conscious beings, to the moral and personal world. But if in this too, in the great community of persons, it is rational to infer a one universal presence, a one present to all and in all, is it not most irrational to suppose that a finite will can exclude it? Whenever, therefore, the man is determined, that is, impelled and directed, to act in harmony of intercommunion, must not something be attributed to this all-present power as acting in the will? And by what fitter names can we call this than the law, as empowering, the word, as informing, and the spirit, as actuating? What has been here said amounts, I am aware, only to a negative conception, but this is all that is required for a mind at that period of its growth which we are now supposing, and as long as religion is contemplated under the form of morality. A positive insight belongs to a more advanced stage, for spiritual truths can only spiritually be discerned. This we know from revelation, and, the existence of spiritual truths being granted, philosophy is compelled to draw the same conclusion. But though merely negative, it is sufficient to render the union of religion and morality conceivable, sufficient to satisfy an unprejudiced inquirer, that the spiritual doctrines of the Christian religion are not at war with the reasoning faculty, and that if they do not run on the same line, or radius, with the understanding, yet neither do they cut or cross it. It is sufficient, in short, to prove, that some distinct and consistent meaning may be attached to the assertion of the learned and philosophic apostle, that the Spirit itself beareth witness with our spirit, 42, that is, with the will, as the supernatural in man and the principle of our personality, of that, I mean, by which we are responsible agents, persons, and not merely living things. 43. It will suffice to satisfy a reflecting mind, that even at the porch and threshold of revealed truth, there is a great and worthy sense in which we may believe the Apostle's assurance, that not only doth the Spirit aid our infirmities, 44, that is, act on the will by a predisposing influence from without, as it were, though in a spiritual manner, and without suspending or destroying its freedom, the possibility of which is proved to us in the influences of education, of providential occurrences, and, above all, of example, but that in regenerate souls it may act in the will, that uniting and becoming one, 45, with our will or spirit, it may make intercession for us, 46, nay, in this intimate union taking upon itself the form of our infirmities, may intercede for us with groanings that cannot be uttered. Nor is there any danger of fanaticism or enthusiasm as the consequence of such a belief, if only the attention be carefully and earnestly drawn to the concluding words of the sentence, Romans 8:26. If only the due force and full import be given to the term unutterable or incommunicable, in St. Paul's use of it. In this, the strictest and most proper use of the term, it signifies, that the subject, of which it is predicated, is something which I cannot, which from the nature of the thing it is impossible that I should, communicate to any human mind, even of a person under the same conditions with myself, so as to make it in itself the object of his direct and immediate consciousness. It cannot be the object of my own direct and immediate consciousness, but must be inferred. Inferred it may be from its workings, it cannot be perceived in them. And, thanks to God, In all points in which the knowledge is of high and necessary concern to our moral and religious welfare, from the effects it may safely be inferred by us, from the workings it may be assuredly known, and the Scriptures furnish the clear and unfailing rules for directing the inquiry, and for drawing the conclusion. If any reflecting mind be surprised that the aids of the Divine Spirit should be deeper than our consciousness can reach, it must arise from the not having attended sufficiently to the nature and necessary limits of human consciousness. For the same impossibility exists as to the first acts and movements of our own will. The farthest distance our recollection can follow back the traces, never leads us to the first footmark. The lowest depth that the light of our consciousness can visit even with a doubtful glimmering, is still at an unknown distance from the ground, and so, indeed, must it be with all truths, and all modes of being that can neither be counted, colored, or delineated. Before and after, when applied to such subjects, are but allegories, which the sense or imagination supplies to the understanding. The position of the Aristotelians, nihil in intellectu quod non prius in sensu, on which Mr. Locke's essay is grounded, is irrefragable. Locke erred only in taking half the truth for a whole truth. Conception is consequent on perception. What we cannot imagine, we cannot, in the proper sense of the word, conceive. I have already given one definition of nature. Another, and differing from the former in words only, is this: whatever is representable in the forms of time and space, is nature. But whatever is comprehended in time and space, is included in the mechanism of cause and effect. And conversely, whatever, by whatever means, has its principle in itself, so far as to originate its actions, cannot be contemplated in any of the forms of space and time. It must, therefore, be considered as spirit or spiritual by a mind in that stage of its development which is here supposed, and which we have agreed to understand under the name of morality, or the moral state, for in this stage we are concerned only with the forming of negative conceptions, negative convictions, and by spiritual I do not pretend to determine what the will is, but what it is not, namely, that it is not nature. And as no man who admits a will at all, for we may safely presume that no man not meaning to speak figuratively, would call the shifting current of a stream the will, 47, of the river, will suppose it below nature, we may safely add, that it is supernatural, and this without the least pretense to any positive notion or insight. Now morality accompanied with convictions like these, I have ventured to call religious morality. Of the importance I attach to the state of mind implied in these convictions, for its own sake, and as the natural preparation for a yet higher state and a more substantive knowledge, proof more than sufficient, perhaps, has been given in the length and minuteness of this introductory discussion, and in the foreseen risk which I run of exposing the volume at large to the censure which every work, or rather which every writer, must be prepared to undergo, who, treating of subjects that cannot be seen, touched, or in any other way made matters of outward sense, is yet anxious both to attach to, and to convey a distinct meaning by, the words he makes use of, the censure of being dry, abstract, and of all qualities most scaring and opprobrious to the ears of the present generation, metaphysical, though how it is possible that a work not physical, that is, employed on objects known or believed on the evidence of the senses, should be other than metaphysical, that is, treating on subjects, the evidence of which is not derived from the senses, is a problem which critics of this order find it convenient to leave unsolved. The author of the present volume will, indeed, have reason to think himself fortunate, if this be all the charge. How many smart quotations, which, duly cemented by personal allusions to the author's supposed pursuits, attachments, and infirmities, would of themselves make up a review of the volume, might be supplied from the works of Butler, Swift, and Warburton. For instance, it may not be amiss to inform the public that the compiler of the Aids to Reflection, and commenter on a Scotch bishop's Platonico-Calvinistic commentary on St. Peter, belongs to the sect of the Eolists, whose fruitful imaginations lead them into certain notions, which, although in appearance very unaccountable, are not without their mysteries and their meanings, furnishing plenty of matter for such, whose converting imaginations dispose them to reduce all things into types, who can make shadows, no thanks to the sun, and then mold them into substances, no thanks to philosophy, whose peculiar talent lies in fixing tropes and allegories to the letter, and refining what is literal into figure and mystery. Tale of the Tub, Sect 11. And would it were my lot to meet with a critic, who, in the might of his own convictions, and with arms of equal point and efficiency from his own forge, would come forth as my assailant, or who, as a friend to my purpose, would set forth the objections to the matter and pervading spirit of these aphorisms, and the accompanying elucidations. Were it my task to form the mind of a young man of talent, desirous to establish his opinions and belief on solid principles, and in the light of distinct understanding, I would commence his theological studies, or, at least, that most important part of them respecting the aids which religion promises in our attempts to realize the ideas of morality, by bringing together all the passages scattered throughout the writings of Swift and Butler, that bear on enthusiasm, spiritual operations, and pretenses to the gifts of the Spirit, with the whole train of new lights, raptures, experiences, and the like. For all that the richest wit, in intimate union with profound sense and steady observation, can supply on these topics, is to be found in the works of these satirists, though unhappily alloyed with much that can only tend to pollute the imagination. Without stopping to estimate the degree of caricature in the portraits sketched by these bold masters, and without attempting to determine in how many of the enthusiasts, brought forward by them in proof of the influence of false doctrines, a constitutional insanity that would probably have shown itself in some other form, would be the true solution, I would direct my pupils' attention to one feature common to the whole group, the pretense, namely, of possessing, or a belief and expectation, grounded on other men's assurances of their possessing, an immediate consciousness, a sensible experience, of the Spirit in and during its operation on the soul. It is not enough that you grant them a consciousness of the gifts and graces infused, or an assurance of the spiritual origin of the same, grounded on their correspondence to the scripture promises, and their conformity with the idea of the divine giver. No. They all alike, it will be found, lay claim, or at least look forward, to an inward perception of the Spirit itself and of its operating. Whatever must be misrepresented in order to be ridiculed, is in fact not ridiculed, but the thing substituted for it. It is a satire on something else, coupled with a lie on the part of the satirist, who knowing, or having the means of knowing the truth, chose to call one thing by the name of another. The pretensions to the supernatural, pilloried by Butler, sent to Bedlam by Swift, and, on their reappearance in public, gibbeted by Warburton, and anatomized by Bishop Lavington, one and all have this for their essential character, that the spirit is made the immediate object of sense or sensation. Whether the spiritual presence and agency are supposed cognizable by indescribable feeling or unimaginable vision by some specific visual energy, whether seen, or heard, or touched, smelt and tasted, for in those vast storehouses of fanatical assertion, the volumes of ecclesiastical history and religious autobiography, instances are not wanting even of the three latter extravagances. This variety in the mode may render the several pretensions more or less offensive to the taste, but with the same absurdity for the reason, this being derived from a contradiction in terms common and radical to them all alike, the assumption of a something essentially supersensual, that is nevertheless the object of sense, that is, not supersensual. Well then, for let me be allowed still to suppose the reader present to me, and that I am addressing him in the character of companion and guide, the positions recommended for your examination not only do not involve, but they exclude, this inconsistency. And for aught that hitherto appears, we may see with complacency the arrows of satire feathered with wit, weighted with sense, and discharged by a strong arm, fly home to their mark. Our conceptions of a possible spiritual communion, though they are but negative and only preparatory to a faith in its actual existence, stand neither in the level or in the direction of the shafts. If it be objected, that Swift and Warburton did not choose openly to set up the interpretations of later and more rational divines against the decisions of their own church, and from prudential considerations did not attack the doctrine in toto, that is their concern, I would answer, and it is more charitable to think otherwise. But we are in the silent school of reflection, in the secret confessional of thought. Should we lie for God, and that to our own thoughts? They, indeed, who dare do the one, will soon be able to do the other. So did the comforters of Job, and to the divines, who resemble Job's comforters, we will leave both attempts. But, it may be said, a possible conception is not necessarily a true one, nor even a probable one, where the facts can be otherwise explained. In the name of the supposed pupil I would reply, that is the very question I am preparing myself to examine, and am now seeking the vantage ground where I may best command the facts. In my own person, I would ask the objector, whether he counted the declarations of Scripture among the facts to be explained. But both for myself and my pupil, and in behalf of all rational inquiry, I would demand that the decision should not be such, in itself or in its effects, as would prevent our becoming acquainted with the most important of these facts, nay, such as would, for the mind of the decider, preclude their very existence. Unless ye believe, says the prophet, ye cannot understand. Suppose, what is at least possible, that the facts should be consequent on the belief, it is clear that without the belief the materials, on which the understanding is to exert itself, would be wanting. The reflections that naturally arise out of this last remark, are those that best suit the stage at which we last halted, and from which we now recommence our progress, the state of a moral man, who has already welcomed certain truths of religion, and is inquiring after other and more special doctrines, still however as a moralist, desirous indeed to receive them into combination with morality, but to receive them as its aid, not as its substitute. Now, to such a man I say, before you reject the opinions and doctrines asserted and enforced in the following extract from Leighton, and before you give way to the emotions of distaste or ridicule, which the prejudices of the circle in which you move, or your own familiarity with the mad perversions of the doctrine by fanatics in all ages, have connected with the very words, Spirit, grace, gifts, operations, and re-examine the arguments advanced in the first pages of this introductory comment. And the simple and sober view of the doctrine, contemplated in the first instance as a mere idea of the reason, flowing naturally from the admission of an infinite omnipresent mind as the ground of the universe. Reflect again and again, and be sure that you understand the doctrine before you determine on rejecting it. That no false judgments, no extravagant conceits, no practical ill consequences need arise out of the belief of the Spirit, and its possible communion with the spiritual principle in man, can arise out of the right belief, or are compatible with the doctrine truly and scripturally explained. Leighton, and almost every single period in the passage here transcribed from him, will suffice to convince you. On the other hand, reflect on the consequences of rejecting it. For surely it is not the act of a reflecting mind, nor the part of a man of sense to disown and cast out one tenet, and yet persevere in admitting and clinging to another that has neither sense nor purpose, that does not suppose and rest on the truth and reality of the former. If you have resolved that all belief of a divine comforter present to our inmost being and aiding our infirmities, is fond and fanatical, if the scriptures promising and asserting such communion are to be explained away into the action of circumstances, and the necessary movements of the vast machine, in one of the circulating chains of which the human will is a petty link, in what better light can prayer appear to you, than the groans of a wounded lion in his solitary den, or the howl of a dog with his eyes on the moon? At the best, you can regard it only as a transient bewilderment of the social instinct, as a social habit misapplied. Unless indeed you should adopt the theory which I remember to have read in the writings of the late Dr. Jebb, and for some supposed beneficial reaction of preying on the prayer's own mind, should practice it as a species of animal magnetism to be brought about by a willful eclipse of the reason, and a temporary make-believe on the part of the self-magnetizer. At all events, Do not prejudge a doctrine, the utter rejection of which must oppose a formidable obstacle to your acceptance of Christianity itself, when the books, from which alone we can learn what Christianity is and what it teaches, are so strangely written, that in a series of the most concerning points, including historical facts excepted, all the peculiar tenets of the religion, the plain and obvious meaning of the words, that in which they were understood by learned and simple, for at least 16 centuries, during the far larger part of which the language was a living language, is no sufficient guide to their actual sense or to the writer's own meaning. And this, too, where the literal and received sense involves nothing impossible, or immoral, or contrary to reason. With such a persuasion, deism would be a more consistent creed. But, alas! Even this will fail you. The utter rejection of all present and living communion with the universal spirit impoverishes deism itself, and renders it as cheerless as atheism, from which indeed it would differ only by an obscure impersonation of what the atheist receives unpersonified, under the name of fate or nature. 41. Romans 8. 9. Ed. 42. Romans 8. 16. Ed. 43. Whatever is comprised in the chain and mechanism of cause and effect, of course necessitated, and having its necessity in some other thing, antecedent or concurrent, this is said to be natural, and the aggregate and system of all such things is nature. It is, therefore, a contradiction in terms to include in this the free will, of which the verbal definition is, that which originates an act or state of being. In this sense, therefore, which is the sense of St. Paul, and indeed of the New Testament throughout, spiritual and supernatural are synonymous. 44. Romans 8. 26. Ed. 45. Some distant and faint similitude of this, that merely as a similitude may be innocently used to quiet the fancy, provided it be not imposed on the understanding as an analogous fact or as identical in kind, is presented to us in the power of the magnet to awaken and strengthen the magnetic power in a bar of iron, and, in the instance of the compound magnet, acting in and with the latter. 46. Romans 8. 26. Ed. 47. The river windeth, 48, at his own sweet will. Wordsworth's exquisite sonnet on Westminster Bridge at sunrise. But who does not see that here the poetic charm arises from the known and felt impropriety of the expression, in the technical sense of the word impropriety, among grammarians? 48. The latest editions of Wordsworth have glideth for windeth. Ed. Aphorism 7. Leighton and Coleridge. The proper and natural effect, and in the absence of all disturbing or intercepting forces, the certain and sensible accompaniment of peace, or reconcilement, with God, is our own inward peace, a calm and quiet temper of mind. And where there is a consciousness of earnestly desiring, and of having sincerely striven after the former, the latter may be considered as a sense of its presence. In this case, I say, and for a soul watchful, and under the discipline of the gospel, the peace with a man's self may be the medium or organ through which the assurance of his peace with God is conveyed. We will not therefore condemn this mode of speaking, though we dare not greatly recommend it. Be it, that there is, truly and in sobriety of speech, enough of just analogy in the subjects meant, to make this use of the words, if less than proper, yet something more than metaphorical. Still we must be cautious not to transfer to the object the defects or the deficiency of the organ, which must needs partake of the imperfections of the imperfect beings to whom it belongs. Not without the co-assurance of other senses and of the same sense in other men, dare we affirm that what our eye beholds, is verily there to be beholden. Much less may we conclude negatively, and from the inadequacy, or the suspension, or from any other affection of sight infer the non-existence, or departure, or changes of the thing itself. The chameleon darkens in the shade of him who bends over it to ascertain its colors. In like manner, but with yet greater caution, ought we to think respecting a tranquil habit of inward life, considered as a spiritual sense, as the medial organ in and by which our peace with God, and the lively working of His grace on our spirit, are perceived by us. This peace which we have with God in Christ, is inviolable, but because the sense and persuasion of it may be interrupted, the soul that is truly at peace with God may for a time be disquieted in itself, through weakness of faith, or the strength of temptation, or the darkness of desertion, losing sight of that grace, that love and light of God's countenance, on which its tranquillity and joy depend. Thou didst hide thy face, saith David, and I was troubled. 49. But when these eclipses are over, the soul is revived with new consolation, as the face of the earth is renewed and made to smile with the return of the sun in the spring, and this ought always to uphold Christians in the saddest times, namely, that the grace and love of God towards them depend not on their sense, nor upon anything in them, but is still in itself, incapable of the smallest alteration. A holy heart that gladly entertains grace, shall find that it and peace cannot dwell asunder, while an ungodly man may sleep to death in the lethargy of carnal presumption and impenitency, but a true, lively, solid peace, he cannot have. There is no peace to the wicked, saith my God. Isa. Lay 21. 49, Psalm XXX. 7. Ed. Aphorism 8. Worldly hopes. Leighton. Worldly hopes are not living, but lying hopes. They die often before us, and we live to bury them, and see our own folly and infelicity in trusting to them, but at the utmost, they die with us when we die, and can accompany us no further. But the lively hope, which is the Christian's portion, answers expectation to the full, and much beyond it, and deceives no way but in that happy way of far exceeding it. A living hope, living in death itself. The world dares say no more for its device, than dum spirospro, but the children of God can add, by virtue of this living hope, dum ex spirospro. Aphorism 9. The worldling's fear. Leighton. It is a fearful thing when a man and all his hopes die together. Thus saith Solomon of the wicked, Prov. 11:7. When he dieth, then die his hopes, many of them before, but at the utmost then, all of them winking smiley, but the righteous hath hope in his death. Prov 14. 32.50 One of the numerous proofs against those who with a strange inconsistency hold the Old Testament to have been inspired throughout, and yet deny that the doctrine of a future state is taught therein. Aphorism X Worldly Mirth. Leighton and Coleridge. As he that taketh away a garment in cold weather, and as vinegar upon nitre, so is he that singeth songs to a heavy heart. Prov. XXV 20. Worldly mirth is so far from curing spiritual grief, that even worldly grief, where it is great and takes deep root, is not allayed but increased by it. A man who is full of inward heaviness, the more he is encompassed about with mirth, it exasperates and enrages his grief the more, like ineffectual weak physic, which removes not the humour, but stirs it and makes it more unquiet. But spiritual joy is seasonable for all estates. In prosperity, it is pertinent to crown and sanctify all other enjoyments, with this which so far surpasses them, and in distress, it is the only nepenthe, the cordial of fainting spirits. So, Psal. 4:7. He hath put joy into my heart. This mirth makes way for itself, which other mirth cannot do. These songs are sweetest in the night of distress. There is something exquisitely beautiful and touching in the first of these similes, and the second, though less pleasing to the imagination, has the charm of propriety, and expresses the transition with equal force and liveliness. A grief of recent birth is a sick infant that must have its medicine administered in its milk, and sad thoughts are the sorrowful heart's natural food. This is a complaint that is not to be cured by opposites, which for the most part only reverse the symptoms while they exasperate the disease, or like a rock in the mid-channel of a river swollen by a sudden rain flush from the mountains, which only detains the excess of waters from their proper outlet, and makes them foam, roar, and eddy. The soul in her desolation hugs the sorrow close to her, as her sole remaining garment, and this must be drawn off so gradually, and the garment to be put in its stead so gradually slipped on and feel so like the former, that the sufferer shall be sensible of the change only by the refreshment. The true spirit of consolation is well content to detain the tear in the eye, and finds a surer pledge of its success, in the smile of resignation that dawns through that, than in the liveliest shows of a forced and alien exhilaration. Aphorism 11. Plotinus thanked God, that his soul was not tied to an immortal body. Aphorism 12. Leighton and Coleridge. What a full confession do we make of our dissatisfaction with the objects of our bodily senses, that in our attempts to express what we conceive the best of beings, and the greatest of felicities to be, we describe by the exact contraries of all that we experience here, the one as infinite, incomprehensible, immutable, and the other as incorruptible, undefiled, and that passeth not away. At all events, this coincidence, say rather, identity of attributes, is sufficient to apprise us, that to be inheritors of bliss we must become the children of God. This remark of Leighton's is ingenious and startling. Another, and more fruitful, perhaps more solid inference from the fact would be, that there is something in the human mind which makes it know, as soon as it is sufficiently awakened to reflect on its own thoughts and notices, that in all finite quantity there is an infinite, in all measures of time an eternal, that the latter are the basis, the substance, the true and abiding reality of the former, and that as we truly are, only as far as God is with us, so neither can we truly possess, that is, enjoy, our being or any other real good, but by living in the sense of His holy presence. A life of wickedness is a life of lies, and an evil being, or the being of evil, the last and darkest mystery. Aphorism 13. The wisest use of the imagination. Leighton. It is not altogether unprofitable, yet, it is great wisdom in Christians to be arming themselves against such temptations as may befall them hereafter, though they have not as yet met with them, to labor to overcome them beforehand, to suppose the hardest things that may be incident to them, and to put on the strongest resolutions they can attain unto. Yet all that is but an imaginary effort, and therefore there is no assurance that the victory is any more than imaginary too, till it come to action, and then, they that have spoken and thought very confidently, may prove but, as one said of the Athenians, fortes in tabula, patient and courageous in picture or fancy, and, notwithstanding all their arms, and dexterity in handling them by way of exercise, may be foully defeated when they are to fight in earnest. Aphorism 14. The language of Scripture. The Word of God speaks to men, and therefore it speaks the language of the children of men. This just and pregnant thought was suggested to Leighton by General Xi. 12. The same text has led me to unfold and expand the remark. On moral subjects, the Scriptures speak in the language of the affections which they excite in us, on sensible objects, neither metaphysically, as they are known by superior intelligences, nor theoretically, as they would be seen by us were we placed in the sun, but as they are represented by our human senses in our present relative position. Lastly, from no vain, or worse than vain, ambition of seeming to walk on the sea of mystery in my way to truth, but in the hope of removing a difficulty that presses heavily on the minds of many who in heart and desire are believers, and which long pressed on my own mind, I venture to add, that on spiritual things, and allusively to the mysterious union or conspiration of the divine with the human in the spirits of the just, spoken of in Romans 8:27, the Word of God attributes the language of the Spirit sanctified to the Holy One, the Sanctifier. Now the Spirit in man, that is, the will, knows its own state in and by its acts alone, even as in geometrical reasoning the mind knows its constructive faculty in the act of constructing, and contemplates the act in the product, that is, the mental figure or diagram, which is inseparable from the act and co-instantaneous. Let the reader join these two positions. First, that the divine spirit acting in the human will is described as one with the will so filled and actuated. Secondly, that our actions are the means, by which alone the will becomes assured of its own state, and he will understand, though he may not perhaps adopt my suggestion, that the verse, in which God speaking of himself, says to Abraham, now I know that thou fearest God, seeing thou hast not withheld thy Son, thy only Son, from me. 51. May be more than merely figurative. An accommodation I grant, but in the thing expressed, and not altogether in the expressions. In arguing with infidels, or with the weak in faith, it is a part of religious prudence, no less than of religious morality, to avoid whatever looks like an evasion. To retain the literal sense, wherever the harmony of Scripture permits, and reason does not forbid, is ever the honester, and, 9 times in 10, the more rational and pregnant interpretation. The contrary plan is an easy and approved way of getting rid of a difficulty, but 9 times in 10 a bad way of solving it. But alas! There have been too many commentators who are content not to understand a text themselves, if only they can make the reader believe that they do. Of the figures of speech in the sacred volume, that are only figures of speech, the one of most frequent occurrence is that which describes an effect by the name of its most usual and best known cause. The passages, for instance, in which grief, fury, repentance, and are attributed to the deity. But these are far enough from justifying the, I had almost said, dishonest, fashion of metaphorical glosses, in as well as out of the Church, and which our fashionable divines have carried to such an extent, as in the doctrinal part of their creed, to leave little else but metaphors. But the reader who wishes to find this latter subject, and that of the aphorism, treated more at large, is referred to Mr. Southey's Omniana Volume 2. p. 7-12, and to the note in p. 62-67, of the author's second lay sermon. 52, 51, General Xy. 12. Ed. 52, an edition of the lay sermons is published with Bond's edition of Coleridge's Biographia Literaria. The corresponding pages to those referred to would be pp. 409-10. The passages in Omniana referred to are in Coleridge's own contributions to that work, and are reprinted in his Remains, 1836, v1, pp. 321-330, under the heads Pelagianism and the Soul and its Organs of Sense. Ed. Aphorism 15. The Christian no Stoic. Leighton and Coleridge. Seek not altogether to dry up the stream of sorrow, but to bound it, and keep it within its banks. Religion doth not destroy the life of nature, but adds to it a life more excellent, yet, it doth not only permit, but requires some feeling of afflictions. Instead of patience, there is in some men an affected pride of spirit suitable only to the doctrine of the Stoics as it is usually taken. They strive not to feel at all the afflictions that are on them, but where there is no feeling at all, there can be no patience. Of the sects of ancient philosophy the Stoic is, perhaps, the nearest to Christianity. Yet even to this sect Christianity is fundamentally opposite. For the Stoic attaches the highest honor, or rather, attaches honor solely, to the person that acts virtuously in spite of his feelings, or who has raised himself above the conflict by their extinction, while Christianity instructs us to place small reliance on a virtue that does not begin by bringing the feelings to a conformity with the commands of the conscience. Its especial aim, its characteristic operation, is to moralize the affections. The feelings that oppose a right act must be wrong feelings. The act, indeed, whatever the agent's feelings might be, Christianity would command, and under certain circumstances would both command and commend it as a healthful symptom in a sick patient, and command it as one of the ways and means of changing the feelings, or displacing them by calling up the opposite. Corollaries to Aphorism 15. The more consciousness in our thoughts and words, and the less in our impulses and general actions, the better and more healthful the state both of head and heart. As the flowers from an orange tree in its time of blossoming, that burgeon forth, expand, fall and are momently replaced, such is the sequence of hourly and momently charities in a pure and gracious soul. The modern fiction which depicts the son of Cythera with a bandage round his eyes, is not without a spiritual meaning. There is a sweet and holy blindness in Christian love, even as there is a blindness of life, yea and of genius too, in the moment of productive energy. Two motives are symptoms of weakness, and supplements for the deficient energy of the living principle, the law within us. Let them then be reserved for those momentous acts and duties, in which the strongest and best balanced natures must feel themselves deficient, and where humility, no less than prudence, prescribes deliberation. We find a similitude of this, I had almost said a remote analogy, in organized bodies. The lowest class of animals or protozoa, the polypi for instance, have neither brain nor nerves. Their motive powers are all from without. The sun, light, the warmth, the air are their nerves and brain. As life ascends, nerves appear, but still only as the conductors of an external influence. Next are seen the knots or ganglions, as so many foci of instinctive agency, that imperfectly imitate the yet wanting center dot, and now the promise and token of a true individuality are disclosed, both the reservoir of sensibility and the imitative power that actuates the organs of motion, the muscles, with the network of conductors, are all taken inward and appropriated. The spontaneous rises into the voluntary, and finally after various steps and a long ascent, the material and animal means and conditions are prepared for the manifestations of a free will, having its law within itself and its motive in the law, and thus bound to originate its own acts, not only without, but even against, alien stimulants. That in our present state we have only the dawning of this inward sun, the perfect law of liberty, will sufficiently limit and qualify the preceding position if only it have been allowed to produce its twofold consequence, the excitement of hope and the repression of vanity. 53, 53. See Professor J. H. Green's Vital Dynamics 1840. Ed. Aphorism 16. Leighton. As excessive eating or drinking both makes the body sickly and lazy, fit for nothing but sleep, and besots the mind, as it clogs up with crudities the way through which the spirits should pass. 54. Bemiring them, and making them move heavily, as a coach in a deep way. Thus doth all immoderate use of the world and its delights wrong the soul in its spiritual condition, makes it sickly and feeble, full of spiritual distempers and inactivity, benumbs the graces of the spirit, and fills the soul with sleepy vapors, makes it grow secure and heavy in spiritual exercises, and obstructs the way and motion of the Spirit of God, in the soul. Therefore, if you would be spiritual, healthful, and vigorous, and enjoy much of the consolations of heaven, be sparing and sober in those of the earth, and what you abate of the one, shall be certainly made up in the other. 54. Technical phrases of an obsolete system will yet retain their places, nay, acquire universal currency, and become sterling in the language, when they at once represent the feelings, and give an apparent solution of them by visual images easily managed by the fancy. Such are many terms and phrases from the humoral physiology long exploded, but which are far more popular than any description would be from the theory that has taken its place. Aphorism 17. Inconsistency. Leighton and Coleridge. It is a most unseemly and unpleasant thing, to see a man's life full of ups and downs, one step like a Christian, and another like a worldling. It cannot choose but both pain himself and mar the edification of others. The same sentiment, only with a special application to the maxims and measures of our cabinet and statesmen, has been finely expressed by a sage poet of the preceding generation, in lines which no generation will find inapplicable or superannuated. God and the world we worship both together, draw not our laws to him, but his to ours, untrue to both, so prosperous in neither, the imperfect will brings forth but barren flowers. Unwise as all distracted interests be, strangers to God, fools in humanity, too good for great things, and too great for good, while still I dare not waits upon I woody. Aphorism 17. Continued. The ordinary motive to inconsistency. Leighton. What though the polite man count thy fashion a little odd and too precise, it is because he knows nothing above that model of goodness which he hath set himself, and therefore approves of nothing beyond it. He knows not God, and therefore doth not discern and esteem what is most like him. When courtiers come down into the country, the common home-bred people possibly think their habit strange, but they care not for that, it is the fashion at court. What need, then, that Christians should be so tender-forehead, as to be put out of countenance because the world looks on holiness as a singularity? It is the only fashion in the highest court, yea, of the King of Kings himself. Aphorism 18. Superficial reconciliations, and self-deceit in forgiving. Leighton. When, after variances, men are brought to an agreement, they are much subject to this, rather to cover their remaining malices with superficial verbal forgiveness, than to dislodge them, and free the heart of them. This is a poor self-deceit. As the philosopher said to him, who being ashamed that he was espied by him in a tavern in the outer room, withdrew himself to the inner, he called after him, "That is not the way out, the more you go that way, you will be the further in." So when hatreds are upon admonition not thrown out, but retire inward to hide themselves, they grow deeper and stronger than before, and those constrained semblances of reconcilement are but a false healing, do but skin the wound over, and therefore it usually breaks forth worse again. Aphorism 19. Of the worth and the duties of the preacher. Leighton. The stream of custom and our profession bring us to the preaching of the word, and we sit out our hour under the sound, but how few consider and prize it as the great ordinance of God for the salvation of souls, the beginner and the sustainer of the divine life of grace within us. And certainly, until we have these thoughts of it, and seek to feel it thus ourselves, although we hear it most frequently, and let slip no occasion, yet, hear it with attention and some present delight, yet still we miss the right use of it, and turn it from its true end, while we take it not as that ingrafted word which is able to save our souls. James I 21. Thus ought they who preach to speak the word, to endeavor their utmost to accommodate it to this end, that sinners may be converted, begotten again, and believers nourished and strengthened in their spiritual life, to regard no lower end, but aim steadily at that mark. Their hearts and tongues ought to be set on fire with holy zeal for God and love to souls, kindled by the Holy Ghost, that came down on the apostles in the shape of fiery tongues. And those that hear, should remember this as the end of their hearing, that they may receive spiritual life and strength by the word. For though it seems a poor despicable business, that a frail sinful man like yourselves should speak a few words in your hearing, yet, look upon it as the way wherein God communicates happiness to those who believe, and works that believing unto happiness, alters the whole frame of the soul, and makes a new creation, as it begets it again to the inheritance of glory. Consider it thus, which is its true notion, and then, what can be so precious? Aphorism XX. Leighton. The difference is great in our natural life, in some persons especially, that they who in infancy were so feeble, and wrapped up as others in swaddling clothes, yet, afterwards come to excel in wisdom and in the knowledge of sciences, or to be commanders of great armies, or to be kings, but the distance is far greater and more admirable, betwixt the small beginnings of grace, and our after perfection, that fullness of knowledge that we look for, and that crown of immortality which all they are born to who are born of God. But as in the faces or actions of some children, characters and presages of their after greatness have appeared, as a singular beauty in Moses's face, as they write of him, and as Cyrus was made king among the shepherds' children with whom he was brought up, and see, so also, certainly, in these children of God, there be some characters and evidences that they are born for heaven by their new birth. That holiness and meekness, that patience and faith which shine in the actions and sufferings of the saints, are characters of their Father's image, and show their high original, and foretell their glory to come, such a glory as doth not only surpass the world's thoughts, but the thoughts of the children of God themselves. 1 John 3. 2 Comment. On an intermediate state, or state of transition from morality to spiritual religion. This aphorism would, it may seem, have been placed more fitly in the chapter following. In placing it here, I have been determined by the following convictions: 1. Every state, and consequently that which we have described as the state of religious morality, which is not progressive, is dead, or retrograde. 2. As a pledge of this progression, or, at least, as the form in which the propulsive tendency shows itself, there are certain hopes, aspirations, yearnings, that, with more or less of consciousness, rise and stir in the heart of true morality as naturally as the sap in the full-formed stem of a rose flows towards the bud, within which the flower is maturing. 3. No one, whose own experience authorizes him to confirm the truth of this statement, can have been conversant with the volumes of religious biography, can have perused, for instance, the lives of Cranmer, Ridley, Latimer, Wishart, Sir Thomas More, Bernard Gilpin, Bishop Bedell, or of Egede, Swartz, and the missionaries of the frozen world, without an occasional conviction that these men lived under extraordinary influences, which in each instance and in all ages of the Christian era bear the same characters, and both in the accompaniments and the results evidently refer to a common origin. And what can this be? Is the question that must needs force itself on the mind in the first moment of reflection on a phenomenon so interesting and apparently so anomalous. The answer is as necessarily contained in one or the other of two assumptions. These influences are either the product of delusion, insania amabilis, and the reaction of disordered nerves, or they argue the existence of a relation to some real agency, distinct from what is experienced or acknowledged by the world at large, for which is not merely natural on the one hand, and yet not assumed to be miraculous. 55. On the other, we have no apter name than spiritual. Now if neither analogy justifies nor the moral feelings permit the former assumption, and we decide therefore in favor of the reality of a state other and higher than the mere moral man, whose religion, 56, consists in morality, has attained under these convictions, can the existence of a transitional state appear other than probable? Or that these very convictions, when accompanied by correspondent dispositions and stirrings of the heart, are among the marks and indications of such a state. And thinking it not unlikely that among the readers of this volume, there may be found some individuals, whose inward state, though disquieted by doubts and oftener still perhaps by blank misgivings, may, nevertheless, betoken the commencement of a transition from a not irreligious morality to a spiritual religion. With a view to their interests I placed this aphorism under the present head. 55. In check of fanatical pretensions, it is expedient to confine the term miraculous to cases where the senses are appealed to in proof of something that transcends, or can be a part of the experience derived from the senses. 56. For let it not be forgotten, that morality, as distinguished from prudence, implying, it matters not under what name, whether of honor, or duty, or conscience, still, I say, implying, and being grounded in, an awe of the invisible and a confidence therein beyond, nay, occasionally in apparent contradiction to, the inductions of outward experience, is essentially religious. Aphorism XXI. Leighton. The most approved teachers of wisdom, in a human way, have required of their scholars, that to the end their minds might be capable of it, they should be purified from vice and wickedness. And it was Socrates' custom, when anyone asked him a question, seeking to be informed by him, before he would answer them, he asked them concerning their own qualities and course of life. Aphorism XXII. Knowledge not the ultimate end of religious pursuits. Leighton and Coleridge. The hearing and reading of the Word, under which I comprise theological studies generally, are alike defective when pursued without increase of knowledge, and when pursued chiefly for increase of knowledge. To seek no more than a present delight, that vanisheth with the sound of the words that die in the air, is not to desire the word as meat, but as music, as God tells the prophet Ezekiel of his people, Ezek. XXXII 32. And lo, thou art unto them as a very lovely song of one that hath a pleasant voice, and can play well upon an instrument, for they hear thy words, and they do them not. To desire the word for the increase of knowledge, although this is necessary and commendable, and, being rightly qualified, is a part of spiritual accretion, yet, take it as going no further, it is not the true end of the word. Nor is the venting of that knowledge in speech and frequent discourse of the word and the divine truths that are in it, which, where it is governed with Christian prudence, is not to be despised, but commended, yet, certainly, the highest knowledge, and the most frequent and skillful speaking of the word, severed from the growth here mentioned, misses the true end of the word. If any one's head or tongue should grow apace, and all the rest stand at a stay, it would certainly make him a monster, and they are no other, who are knowing and discoursing Christians, and grow daily in that respect, but not at all in holiness of heart and life, which is the proper growth of the children of God. Apposite to their case is Epictetus's comparison of the sheep: they return not what they eat in grass, but in wool. Aphorism 23. The sum of church history. Leighton. In times of peace, the church may dilate more, and build as it were into breadth, but in times of trouble, it arises more in height. It is then built upwards, as in cities where men are straitened, they build usually higher than in the country. Aphorism XIV. Worthy to be framed and hung up in the library of every theological student. Leighton and Coleridge. When there is a great deal of smoke, and no clear flame, it argues much moisture in the matter. Yet it witnesseth certainly that there is fire there, and therefore dubious questioning is a much better evidence, than that senseless deadness which most take for believing. Men that know nothing in sciences, have no doubts. He never truly believed, who was not made first sensible and convinced of unbelief. Never be afraid to doubt, if only you have the disposition to believe, and doubt in order that you may end in believing the truth. I will venture to add in my own name and from my own conviction the following, Aphorism XXV. He, who begins by loving Christianity better than truth, will proceed by loving his own sect or church better than Christianity, and end in loving himself better than all. Aphorism XXVI. The absence of disputes, and a general aversion to religious controversies, no proof of true unanimity. Leighton and Coleridge. The boasted peaceableness about questions of faith too often proceeds from a superficial temper, and not seldom from a supercilious disdain of whatever has no marketable use or value, and from indifference to religion itself. Toleration is a herb of spontaneous growth in the soil of indifference, but the weed has none of the virtues of the medicinal plant, reared by humility in the garden of zeal. Those who regard religions as matters of taste may consistently include all religious differences in the old adage, de gustibus non est disputandum. And many there be among these of Gallio's temper, who care for none of these things, and who account all questions in religion, as he did, but matter of words and names. And by this all religions may agree together. But that were not a natural union produced by the active heat of the spirit, but a confusion rather, arising from the want of it, not a knitting together, but a freezing together, as cold congregates all bodies, how heterogeneous soever, sticks, stones, and water, but heat makes first a separation of different things, and then unites those that are of the same nature. Much of our common union of minds, I fear, proceeds from no other than the aforementioned causes, want of knowledge, and want of affection to religion. You that boast you live conformably to the appointments of the Church, and that no one hears of your noise, we may thank the ignorance of your minds for that kind of quietness. The preceding extract is particularly entitled to our serious reflections, as in a tenfold degree more applicable to the present times than to the age in which it was written. We all know that lovers are apt to take offense and wrangle on occasions that perhaps are but trifles, and which assuredly would appear such to those who regard love itself as folly. These quarrels may, indeed, be no proof of wisdom, but still, in the imperfect state of our nature the entire absence of the same, and this too on far more serious provocations, would excite a strong suspicion of a comparative indifference in the parties who can love so coolly where they profess to love so well. I shall believe our present religious tolerancy to proceed from the abundance of our charity and good sense, when I see proofs that we are equally cool and forbearing as litigants and political partisans. Aphorism XXAE. The influence of worldly views, or what are called a man's prospects in life, the bane of the Christian ministry. Leighton. It is a base, poor thing for a man to seek himself, far below that royal dignity that is here put upon Christians, and that priesthood joined with it. Under the law, those who were squint-eyed were incapable of the priesthood. Truly, this squinting toward our own interest, the looking aside to that, in God's affairs especially, so deforms the face of the soul, that it makes it altogether unworthy the honor of this spiritual priesthood. Oh! This is a large task, an infinite task. The several creatures bear their part in this. The sun says somewhat, and moon and stars, yet, the lowest have some share in it. The very plants and herbs of the field speak of God, and yet, the very highest and best, yet all of them together, the whole concert of heaven and earth, cannot show forth all his praise to the full. No, it is but a part, the smallest part of that glory, which they can reach. Aphorism xx8. Despise none, despair of none. Latin. The Jews would not willingly tread upon the smallest piece of paper in their way, but took it up, for possibly, said they, the name of God may be on it. Though there was a little superstition in this, yet truly there is nothing but good religion in it, if we apply it to men. Trample not on any, there may be some work of grace there, that thou knowest not of. The name of God may be written upon that soul thou treadest on, it may be a soul that Christ thought so much of, as to give his precious blood for it, therefore despise it not. Aphorism xx. Men of least merit most apt to be contemptuous, because most ignorant and most overweening of themselves. Latin. Too many take the ready course to deceive themselves, for they look with both eyes on the failings and defects of others, and scarcely give their good qualities half an eye, while on the contrary, in themselves, they study to the full their own advantages, and their weaknesses and defects, as one says, they skip over, as children do their hard words in their lesson, that are troublesome to read, and making this uneven parallel, what wonder if the result be a gross mistake of themselves. Aphorism xxx. Vanity may strut in rags, and humility be arrayed in purple and fine linen. Latin. It is not impossible that there may be in some an affected pride in the meanness of apparel, and in others, under either neat or rich attire, a very humble unaffected mind, using it upon some of the aforementioned engagements, or such like, and yet the heart not at all upon it. Magnus qui fictilibus ubitur tanquam argento, nec il minor qui argento tanquam fictilibus, says Seneca. Great is he who enjoys his earthenware as if it were plate, and not less great is the man to whom all his plate is no more than earthenware. Aphorism xxxi. Of the detraction among religious professors. Leighton and Coleridge. They who have attained to a self-pleasing pitch of civility or formal religion, have usually that point of presumption with it, that they make their own size the model and rule to examine all by. What is below it, they condemn indeed as profane, but what is beyond it, they account needless and affected preciseness, and therefore are as ready as others to let fly invectives or bitter taunts against it, which are the keen and poisoned shafts of the tongue, and a persecution that shall be called to a strict account. The slanders, perchance, may not be altogether forged or untrue, they may be the implements, not the inventions, of malice. But they do not on this account escape the guilt of detraction. Rather, it is characteristic of the evil spirit in question, to work by the advantage of real faults, but these stretched and aggravated to the utmost. It is not expressible how deep a wound a tongue sharpened to this work will give, with no noise and a very little word. This is the true white gunpowder, which the dreaming projectors of silent mischiefs and insensible poisons sought for in the laboratories of art and nature, in a world of good, but which was to be found, in its most destructive form, in the world of evil, the tongue. Aphorism xxi. The remedy. Leighton. All true remedy must begin at the heart, otherwise it will be but a mountebank cure, a false imagined conquest. The weights and wheels are there, and the clock strikes according to their motion. Even he that speaks contrary to what is within him, guilefully contrary to his inward conviction and knowledge, yet speaks conformably to what is within him in the temper and frame of his heart, which is double, a heart and a heart, as the psalmist doth it, Psalm 12. 2 Aphorism XXXII. Leighton and Coleridge. It is an argument of a candid ingenuous mind, to delight in the good name and commendations of others, to pass by their defects, and take notice of their virtues, and to speak and hear of those willingly, and not endure either to speak or hear of the other, for in this indeed you may be little less guilty than the evil speaker, in taking pleasure in it, though you speak it not. He that willingly drinks in tales and calumnies, will, from the delight he hath in evil hearing, slide insensibly into the humour of evil speaking. It is strange how most persons dispense with themselves in this point, and that in scarcely any societies shall we find a hatred of this ill, but rather some tokens of taking pleasure in it. And until a Christian sets himself to an inward watchfulness over his heart, not suffering in it any thought that is uncharitable, or vain self-esteem, upon the sight of others' frailties, he will still be subject to somewhat of this, in the tongue or ear at least. So, then, as for the evil of guile in the tongue, a sincere heart, truth in the inward parts, powerfully redresses it, therefore it is expressed, Psal. 15:2, that speaketh the truth from his heart, thence it flows. Seek much after this, to speak nothing with God, nor men, but what is the sense of a single unfeigned heart. O sweet truth! Excellent but rare sincerity! He that loves that truth within, and who is himself at once the truth and the life, he alone can work it there. Seek it of him. It is characteristic of the Roman dignity and sobriety, that, in the Latin, to favor with the tongue, favoria lingua, means to be silent. We say, hold your tongue, as if it were an injunction, that could not be carried into effect but by manual force, or the pincers of the forefinger and thumb. And verily, I blush to say it, it is not women and Frenchmen only that would rather have their tongues bitten than bittered, and feel their souls in a strait waistcoat, when they are obliged to remain silent. Aphorism XXV. On the passion for new and striking thoughts. Leighton. In conversation seek not so much either to vent thy knowledge, or to increase it, as to know more spiritually and effectually what thou dost know. And in this way those mean despised truths, that everyone thinks he is sufficiently seen in, will have a new sweetness and use in them, which thou didst not so well perceive before, for these flowers cannot be sucked dry, and in this humble sincere way thou shalt grow in grace and in knowledge too. Aphorism XXXV. The radical difference between the good man and the vicious man. Leighton and Coleridge. The godly man hates the evil he possibly by temptation hath been drawn to do, and loves the good he is frustrated of, and, having intended, hath not attained to do. The sinner, who hath his denomination from sin as his course, hates the good which sometimes he is forced to do, and loves that sin which many times he does not, either wanting occasion and means, so that he cannot do it, or through the check of an enlightened conscience possibly dares not do, and though so bound up from the act, as a dog in a chain, yet the habit, the natural inclination and desire in him, is still the same, the strength of his affection is carried to sin. So in the weakest sincere Christian, there is that predominant sincerity and desire of holy walking, according to which he is called a righteous person. The Lord is pleased to give him that name, and account him so, being upright in heart, though often failing. Leighton adds, there is a righteousness of a higher strain. I do not ask the reader's full assent to this position. I do not suppose him as yet prepared to yield it. But thus much he will readily admit, that here, if anywhere, we are to seek the fine line which, like stripes of light in light, distinguishes, not divides, the summit of religious morality from spiritual religion. A righteousness, Leighton continues, that is not in him, but upon him. He is clothed with it. This, reader, is the controverted doctrine, so warmly asserted and so bitterly decried under the name of imputed righteousness. Our learned Archbishop, you see, adopts it, and it is on this account principally, that by many of our leading churchmen his orthodoxy has been more than questioned, and his name put in the list of proscribed divines, as a Calvinist. That Leighton attached a definite sense to the words above quoted, it would be uncandid to doubt, and the general spirit of his writings leads me to presume that it was compatible with the eternal distinction between things and persons, and therefore opposed to modern Calvinism. But what it was, I have not, I own, been able to discover. The sense, however, in which I think he might have received this doctrine, and in which I avow myself a believer in it, I shall have an opportunity of showing in another place. My present object is to open out the road by the removal of prejudices, so far at least as to throw some disturbing doubts on the secure taking for granted, that the peculiar tenets of the Christian faith asserted in the articles and homilies of our national church are in contradiction to the common sense of mankind. And with this view, and not in the arrogant expectation or wish, that a mere ipse dixit should be received for argument, I here avow my conviction, that the doctrine of imputed righteousness, rightly and scripturally interpreted, is so far from being either irrational or immoral, that reason itself prescribes the idea in order to give a meaning and an ultimate object to morality, and that the moral law in the conscience demands its reception in order to give reality and substantive existence to the idea presented by the reason. Aphorism XXXV. Leighton. Your blessedness is not, no, believe it, it is not where most of you seek it, in things below you. How can that be? It must be a higher good to make you happy. Comment. Every rank of creatures, as it ascends in the scale of creation, leaves death behind it or under it. The metal at its height of being seems a mute prophecy of the coming vegetation, into a mimic semblance of which it crystallizes. The blossom and flower, the acme of vegetable life, divides into correspondent organs with reciprocal functions, and by instinctive motions and approximations seems impatient of that fixed, by which it is differenced in kind from the flower-shaped psyche, that flutters with free wing above it. And wonderfully in the insect realm doth the irritability, the proper seat of instinct, while yet the nascent sensibility is subordinated thereto, most wonderfully, I say, doth the muscular life in the insect, and the musculo-arterial in the bird, imitate and typically rehearse the adaptive understanding, yea, and the moral affections and charities, of man. Let us carry ourselves back, in spirit, to the mysterious week, the teeming work-days of the Creator, as they rose in vision before the eye of the inspired historian of the generations of the heaven and the earth, in the days that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. 57, and who that hath watched their ways with an understanding heart, could, as the vision evolving, still advanced towards him, contemplate the filial and loyal bee, the home-building, wedded, and divorceless swallow, and above all the manifoldly intelligent, 58, and tribes, with their commonwealths and confederacies, their warriors and miners, the husbandfolk, that fold in their tiny flocks on the honeyed leaf, and the virgin sisters, with the holy instincts of maternal love, detached and in selfless purity, and not say to himself, "Behold the shadow of approaching humanity, the sun rising from behind, in the kindling morn of creation." Thus all lower natures find their highest good in semblances and seekings of that which is higher and better. All things strive to ascend, and ascend in their striving. And shall man alone stoop? Shall his pursuits and desires, the reflections of his inward life, be like the reflected image of a tree on the edge of a pool, that grows downward, and seeks a mock heaven in the unstable element beneath it, in neighborhood with the slim waterweeds and oozy bottom grass that are yet better than itself and more noble, in as far as substances that appear as shadows are preferable to shadows mistaken for substance? No. It must be a higher good to make you happy. While you labor for anything below your proper humanity, you seek a happy life in the region of death. Well saith the moral poet, "Unless above himself he can erect himself, how mean a thing is man." 59, 57, General 2. 4. Ed. 58, see Huber on bees, and on ants. 59, Samuel Daniel, 1562-1619, unless above himself he can erect himself, how poor a thing is man. To the Countess of Cumberland, stanza 12. Ed. aphorism xxxae. Leighton. There is an imitation of men that is impious and wicked, which consists in taking a copy of their sins. Again, there is an imitation which though not so grossly evil, yet is poor and servile, being in mean things, yet, sometimes descending to imitate the very imperfections of others, as fancying some comeliness in them, as some of Basil's scholars, who imitated his slow speaking, which he had a little in the extreme, and could not help. But this is always laudable, and worthy of the best minds, to be imitators of that which is good, wheresoever they find it, for that stays not in any man's person, as the ultimate pattern, but rises to the highest grace, being man's nearest likeness to God, his image and resemblance, bearing his stamp and superscription, and belonging peculiarly to him, in what hand soever it be found, as carrying the mark of no other owner than him. Aphorism 8. Leighton. Those who think themselves high-spirited, and will bear least, as they speak, are often, even by that, forced to bow most, or to burst under it, while humility and meekness escape many a burden, and many a blow, always keeping peace within, and often without too. Aphorism 6. Leighton. Our condition is universally exposed to fears and troubles, and no man is so stupid but he studies and projects for some fence against them, some bulwark to break the incursion of evils, and so to bring his mind to some ease, ridding it of the fear of them. Thus men seek safety in the greatness, or multitude, or supposed faithfulness of friends. They seek by any means to be strongly underset this way, to have many, and powerful, and trustworthy friends. But wiser men, perceiving the unsafety and vanity of these and all external things, have cast about for some higher course. They see a necessity of withdrawing a man from externals, which do nothing but mock and deceive those most who trust most to them, but they cannot tell whither to direct him. The best of them bring him into himself, and think to quiet him so, but the truth is, he finds as little to support him there is nothing truly strong enough within him, to hold out against the many sorrows and fears which still from without do assault him. So then, though it is well done, to call off a man from outward things, as moving sands, that he build not on them, yet, this is not enough, for his own spirit is as unsettled a piece as is in all the world, and must have some higher strength than its own, to fortify and fix it. This is the way that is here taught: fear not their fear, but sanctify the Lord your God in your hearts, and if you can attain this latter, the former will follow of itself. Aphorism XL. Worldly troubles idols. Leighton. The too ardent love or self-willed desire of power, or wealth, or credit in the world, is, an apostle has assured us, idolatry. Now among the words or synonyms for idols, in the Hebrew language, there is one that in its primary sense signifies troubles, tgirim, other two that signify terrors, miflit and imim. And so it is certainly. All our idols prove so to us. They fill us with nothing but anguish and troubles, with cares and fears, that are good for nothing but to be fit punishments of the folly, out of which they arise. Aphorism XLI. On the right treatment of infidels. Leighton and Coleridge. A regardless contempt of infidel writings is usually the fittest answer, spiritualisierant. But where the holy profession of Christians is likely to receive either the main or the indirect blow, and a word of defense may do anything to ward it off, there we ought not to spare to do it. Christian prudence goes a great way in the regulating of this. Some are not capable of receiving rational answers, especially in divine things. They were not only lost upon them, but religion dishonored by the contest. Of this sort are the vulgar railers at religion, the foul-mouthed beliers of the Christian faith and history. Impudently false and slanderous assertions can be met only by assertions of their impudent and slanderous falsehood, and Christians will not, must not, condescend to this. How can mere railing be answered by them who are forbidden to return a railing answer? Whether, or on what provocations, such offenders may be punished or coerced on the score of incivility, and ill neighborhood, and for abatement of a nuisance, as in the case of other scolds and endangerers of the public peace, must be trusted to the discretion of the civil magistrate. Even then, there is danger of giving them importance, and flattering their vanity, by attracting attention to their works, if the punishment be slight, and if severe, of spreading far and wide their reputation as martyrs, as the smell of a dead dog at a distance is said to change into that of musk. Experience hitherto seems to favor the plan of treating these bêtes puantes and enfants de diable, as their four-footed brethren, the skink and squash, are treated. 60. By the American woodmen, who turn their backs upon the fetid intruder, and make appear not to see him, even at the cost of suffering him to regale on the favorite viand of these animals, the brains of a stray goose or crested thraso of the dunghill. At all events, it is degrading to the majesty, and injurious to the character of religion, to make its safety the plea for their punishment, or at all to connect the name of Christianity with the castigation of indecencies that properly belong to the beadle, and the perpetrators of which would have equally deserved his lash, though the religion of their fellow citizens, thus assailed by them, had been that of Fur or Juggernaut. On the other hand, we are to answer every one that inquires a reason, or an account, which supposes something receptive of it. We ought to judge ourselves engaged to give it, be it an enemy, if he will hear; if it gain him not, it may in part convince and cool him; much more, should it be one who ingenuously inquires for satisfaction, and possibly inclines to receive the truth, but has been prejudiced by misrepresentations of it. 60. About the end of the same year, says Calm, another of these animals, Mephitis americana, crept into our cellar, but did not exhale the smallest scent, because it was not disturbed. A foolish old woman, however, who perceived it at night, by the shining, and thought, I suppose, that it would set the world on fire, killed it, and at that moment its stench began to spread. We recommend this anecdote to the consideration of sundry old women, on this side of the Atlantic, who, though they do not wear the appropriate garment, are worthy to sit in their committee room, like Bickerstaff in the Tatler, under the canopy of their grandam's hoop petticoat. Aphorism XLII. Passion no friend to truth. Leighton. Truth needs not the service of passion, yet nothing so deserves it, as passion when set to serve it. The spirit of truth is withal the spirit of meekness. The dove that rested on that great champion of truth, who is the truth itself, is from him derived to the lovers of truth, and they ought to seek the participation of it. Imprudence makes some kind of Christians lose much of their labor, in speaking for religion, and drive those further off, whom they would draw into it. The confidence that attends a Christian's belief makes the believer not fear men, to whom he answers, but still he fears his God, for whom he answers, and whose interest is chief in those things he speaks of. The soul that hath the deepest sense of spiritual things, and the truest knowledge of God, is most afraid to miscarry in speaking of him, most tender and wary how to acquit itself when engaged to speak of and for God. 61. To the same purpose are the two following sentences from Hilary: Ecem qua pro religion decimus, cum grandi motuit disciplina dicea debemus. Hilarista Trinit. Lib. 7 non relictus ist hominum eloquitista de rebus alius quam de sermo. Idem. The latter, however, must be taken with certain qualifications and exceptions, as when any two or more texts are in apparent contradiction, and it is required to state a truth that comprehends and reconciles both, and which, of course, cannot be expressed in the words of either. For example, the filial subordination, my Father is greater than I, in the equal deity, my Father and I are one. Aphorism XLIII. On the conscience. Leighton. It is a fruitless verbal debate, whether conscience be a faculty or a habit. When all is examined, conscience will be found to be no other than the mind of a man, under the notion of a particular reference to himself and his own actions. Comment. What conscience is, and that it is the ground and antecedent of human, or self, consciousness, and not any modification of the latter, I have shown at large in a work announced for the press, and described in the chapter following. 62. I have selected the preceding extract as an exercise for reflection, and because I think that in too closely following Thomas A. Kempis, the Archbishop has strayed from his own judgment. The definition, for instance, seems to say all, and in fact says nothing, for if I asked, how do you define the human mind? The answer must at least contain, if not consist of, the words, a mind capable of conscience. For conscience is no synonym of consciousness, nor any mere expression of the same as modified by the particular object. On the contrary, a consciousness properly human, that is, self-consciousness, with the sense of moral responsibility, presupposes the conscience, as its antecedent condition and ground. Lastly, the sentence, "It is a fruitless verbal debate," is an assertion of the same complexion with the contemptuous sneers at verbal criticism by the contemporaries of Bentley. In questions of philosophy or divinity, that have occupied the learned and been the subjects of many successive controversies, for one instance of mere logomercy I could bring 10 instances of logodaily, or verbal legerdemain, which have perilously confirmed prejudices, and withstood the advancement of truth in consequence of the neglect of verbal debate, that is, strict discussion of terms. In whatever sense, however, the term conscience may be used, the following aphorism is equally true and important. It is worth noticing, likewise, that Leighton himself in a following page, Volume 2 p. 97, tells us that a good conscience is the root of a good conversation, and then quotes from St. Paul a text, Titus I:15, in which the mind and the conscience are expressly distinguished. 62. See Aphorisms on Spiritual Religion, p. 103. Ed. Aphorism Xliv. the light of knowledge a necessary accompaniment of a good conscience. Leighton. If you would have a good conscience, you must by all means have so much light, so much knowledge of the will of God, as may regulate you, and show you your way, may teach you how to do, and speak, and think, as in His presence. Aphorism XLV. Yet the knowledge of the rule, though accompanied by an endeavor to accommodate our conduct to this rule, will not of itself form a good conscience. Leighton. To set the outward actions right, though with an honest intention, and not so to regard and find out the inward disorder of the heart, whence that in the actions flows, is but to be still putting the index of a clock right with your finger, while it is foul, or out of order within, which is a continual business, and does no good. Oh! But a purified conscience, a soul renewed and refined in its temper and affections, will make things go right without, in all the duties and acts of our calling. Aphorism XLVI. The depth of the conscience. How deeply seated the conscience is in the human soul is seen in the effect which sudden calamities produce on guilty men, even when unaided by any determinate notion or fears of punishment after death. The wretched criminal, as one rudely awakened from a long sleep, bewildered with the new light, and half recollecting, half striving to recollect, a fearful something, he knows not what, but which he will recognize as soon as he hears the name, already interprets the calamities into judgments, executions of a sentence passed by an invisible judge, as if the vast pyre of the last judgment were already kindled in an unknown distance, and some flashes of it, darting forth at intervals beyond the rest, were flying and lighting upon the face of his soul. The calamity may consist in loss of fortune, or character, or reputation, but you hear no regrets from him. Remorse extinguishes all regret, and remorse is the implicit creed of the guilty. Aphorism XLVII. Leighton and Coleridge. God hath suited every creature He hath made with a convenient good to which it tends, and in the obtainment of which it rests and is satisfied. Natural bodies have all their own natural place, whither, if not hindered, they move incessantly till they be in it, and they declare, by resting there, that they are, as I may say, where they would be. Sensitive creatures are carried to seek a sensitive good, as agreeable to their rank in being, and, attaining that, aim no further. Now, in this is the excellency of man, that he is made capable of a communion with his Maker, and, because capable of it, is unsatisfied without it, the soul, being cut out, so to speak, to that largeness, cannot be filled with less. Though he is fallen from his right to that good, and from all right desire of it, yet, not from a capacity of it, no, nor from a necessity of it, for the answering and filling of his capacity. Though the heart once gone from God turns continually further away from Him, and moves not towards Him till it be renewed, yet, even in that wandering, it retains that natural relation to God, as its center, that it hath no true rest elsewhere, nor can by any means find it. It is made for Him, and is therefore still restless till it meet with Him. It is true, the natural man takes much pains to quiet his heart by other things, and digests many vexations with hopes of contentment in the end and accomplishment of some design he hath, but still the heart misgives. Many times he attains not the thing he seeks, but if he do, yet he never attains the satisfaction he seeks and expects in it, but only learns from that to desire something further, and still hunts on after a fancy, drives his own shadow before him, and never overtakes it, and if he did, yet it is but a shadow. And so, in running from God, besides the sad end, he carries an interwoven punishment with his sin, the natural disquiet and vexation of his spirit, fluttering to and fro, and finding no rest for the sole of his foot, the waters of inconstancy and vanity covering the whole face of the earth. These things are too gross and heavy. The soul, the immortal soul, descended from heaven, must either be more happy, or remain miserable. The highest, the increated spirit, is the proper good, the Father of spirits, that pure and full good which raises the soul above itself, whereas all other things draw it down below itself. So, then, it is never well with the soul but when it is near unto God, yea, in its union with Him, married to Him, mismatching itself elsewhere, it hath never anything but shame and sorrow. All that forsake thee shall be ashamed, says the prophet, Jer. 17:13, and the psalmist, they that are far off from thee shall perish, Psalm LXXIII. 27. And this is indeed our natural miserable condition, and it is often expressed this way, by estrangedness and distance from God. The same sentiments are to be found in the works of pagan philosophers and moralists. Well then may they be made a subject of reflection in our days. And well may the pious deist, if such a character now exists, reflect that Christianity alone both teaches the way, and provides the means, of fulfilling the obscure promises of this great instinct for all men, which the philosophy of boldest pretensions confined to the sacred few. Aphorism Slate. A contracted sphere, or what is called retiring from the business of the world, no security from the spirit of the world. Leighton. The heart may be engaged in a little business, as much, if thou watch it not, as in many and great affairs. A man may drown in a little brook or pool, as well as in a great river, if he be down and plunge himself into it, and put his head under water. Some care thou must have, that thou mayest not care. Those things that are thorns indeed, thou must make a hedge of them, to keep out those temptations that accompany sloth, and extreme want that waits on it, but let them be the hedge, suffer them not to grow within the garden. Aphorism Xlix. On church going, as a part of religious morality, when not in reference to a spiritual religion. Leighton. It is a strange folly in multitudes of us, to set ourselves no mark, to propound no end in the hearing of the gospel. The merchant sails not merely that he may sail, but for traffic, and traffics that he may be rich. The husbandman plows not merely to keep himself busy, with no further end, but plows that he may sow, and sows that he may reap with advantage. And shall we do the most excellent and fruitful work fruitlessly, hear only to hear, and look no further? This is indeed a great vanity, and a great misery, to lose that labor, and gain nothing by it, which, duly used, would be of all others most advantageous and gainful, and yet all meetings are full of this. Aphorism L. On the hopes and self-satisfaction of a religious moralist, independent of a spiritual faith, on what are they grounded? Leighton. There have been great disputes one way or another, about the merit of good works, but I truly think they who have laboriously engaged in them have been very idly, though very eagerly, employed about nothing, since the more sober of the schoolmen themselves acknowledge there can be no such thing as meriting from the blessed God, in the human, or, to speak more accurately, in any created nature whatsoever, nay, so far from any possibility of merit, there can be no room for reward any otherwise than of the sovereign pleasure and gracious kindness of God. And the more ancient writers, when they use the word merit, mean nothing by it but a certain correlate to that reward which God both promises and bestows of mere grace and benignity. Otherwise, in order to constitute what is properly called merit, many things must concur, which no man in his senses will presume to attribute to human works, though ever so excellent, particularly, that the thing done must not previously be matter of debt, and that it be entire, or our own act, unassisted by foreign aid. It must also be perfectly good, and it must bear an adequate proportion to the reward claimed in consequence of it. If all these things do not concur, the act cannot possibly amount to merit. Whereas I think no one will venture to assert that any one of these can take place in any human action whatever. But why should I enlarge here, when one single circumstance overthrows all those titles? The most righteous of mankind would not be able to stand, if his works were weighed in the balance of strict justice. How much less then could they deserve that immense glory which is now in question? Nor is this to be denied only concerning the unbeliever and the sinner, but concerning the righteous and pious believer, who is not only free from all the guilt of his former impenitence and rebellion, but endowed with the gift of the Spirit. For the time is come that judgment must begin at the house of God, and if it first begin at us, what shall the end be of them that obey not the gospel of God? And if the righteous scarcely be saved, where shall the ungodly and the sinner appear? 1 Peter 4. 17-18. The Apostle's interrogation expresses the most vehement negation, and signifies that no mortal, in whatever degree he is placed, if he be called to the strict examination of divine justice, without daily and repeated forgiveness, could be able to keep his standing, and much less could he arise to that glorious height. That merit, says Bernard, on which my hope relies, consists in these three things: the love of adoption, the truth of the promise, and the power of its performance. This is the threefold cord which cannot be broken. Comment. Often have I heard it said by advocates for the Socinian scheme, true. We are all sinners, but even in the Old Testament God has promised forgiveness on repentance. One of the fathers, I forget which, supplies the retort, true. God has promised pardon on penitence, but has he promised penitence on sin? He that repenteth shall be forgiven, but where is it said, He that sinneth shall repent? But repentance, perhaps, the repentance required in Scripture, the passing into a new mind, into a new and contrary principle of action, this metanoia, 63, is in the sinner's own power. At his own liking. He has but to open his eyes to the sin, and the tares are close at hand to wash it away. Verily, the exploded tenet of transubstantiation is scarcely at greater variance with the common sense and experience of mankind, or borders more closely on a contradiction in terms, than this volunteer transmentation, this self-change, as the easy, 64, means of self-salvation. But the reflections of our evangelical author on this subject will appropriately commence the aphorisms relating to spiritual religion. 63. The New Testament word which we render by repentance, compounded of trans and mens, the spirit, or practical reason. 64. May I without offense be permitted to record the very appropriate title, with which a stern humorist lettered a collection of Unitarian tracts, Salvation Made Easy, or Every Man His Own Redeemer. Elements of Religious Philosophy, preliminary to the aphorisms on spiritual religion. Philip saith unto him, Lord, show us the Father, and it sufficeth us. Jesus saith unto him, He that hath seen me hath seen the Father, and how sayest thou then, Show us the Father? Believest thou not, that I am in the Father, and the Father in me? And I will pray the Father, and he shall give you another Comforter, even the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it seeth him not, neither knoweth him. But ye know him, for he dwelleth with you and shall be in you. And in that day ye shall know that I am in my Father, and ye in me, and I in you. John 14. 8, 9, 10, 16, 17, 20. Preliminary. If there be aught spiritual in man, the will must be such. If there be a will, there must be a spirituality in man. I suppose both positions granted. The reader admits the reality of the power, agency, or mode of being expressed in the term, spirit, and the actual existence of a will. He sees clearly that the idea of the former is necessary to the conceivability of the latter, and that, vice versa, in asserting the fact of the latter he presumes and instances the truth of the former, just as in our common and received systems of natural philosophy, the being of imponderable matter is assumed to render the lodestone intelligible, and the fact of the lodestone adduced to prove the reality of imponderable matter. In short, I suppose the reader, whom I now invite to the third and last division of the work, already disposed to reject for himself and his human brethren the insidious title of nature's noblest animal, or to retort it as the unconscious irony of the Epicurean poet on the animalizing tendency of his own philosophy. I suppose him convinced that there is more in man than can be rationally referred to the life of nature and the mechanism of organization, that he has a will not included in this mechanism, and that the will is in an especial and preeminent sense the spiritual part of our humanity. Unless, then, we have some distinct notion of the will, and some acquaintance with the prevalent errors respecting the same, an insight into the nature of spiritual religion is scarcely possible, and our reflections on the particular truths and evidences of a spiritual state will remain obscure, perplexed, and unsafe. To place my reader on this requisite vantage ground, is the purpose of the following exposition. We have begun, as in geometry, with defining our terms, and we proceed, like the geometricians, with stating our postulates, the difference being, that the postulates of geometry no man can deny, those of moral science are such as no good man will deny. For it is not in our power to disclaim our nature, as sentient beings, but it is in our power to disclaim our nature as moral beings. 65. It is possible, barely possible, I admit, that a man may have remained ignorant or unconscious of the moral law within him, and a man need only persist in disobeying the law of conscience to make it possible for himself to deny its existence, or to reject or repel it as a phantom of superstition. Were it otherwise, the creed would stand in the same relation to morality as the multiplication table. This then is the distinction of moral philosophy, not that I begin with one or more assumptions, for this is common to all science, but that I assume a something, the proof of which no man can give to another, yet every man may find for himself. If any man assert that he cannot find it, I am bound to disbelieve him. I cannot do otherwise without unsettling the very foundations of my own moral nature. For I either find it as an essential of the humanity common to him and me, or I have not found it at all, except as an hypochondriast finds glass legs. If, on the other hand, he will not find it, he excommunicates himself. He forfeits his personal rights, and becomes a thing, that is, one who may rightfully be employed, or used as, 66, means to an end, against his will, and without regard to his interest. All the significant objections of the materialist and necessitarian are contained in the term, morality, all the objections of the infidel in the term, religion. The very terms, I say, imply a something granted, which the objection supposes not granted. The term presumes what the objection denies, and in denying presumes the contrary. For it is most important to observe that the reasoners on both sides commence by taking something for granted, our assent to which they ask or demand, that is, both set off with an assumption in the form of a postulate. But the Epicurean assumes what according to himself he neither is nor can be under any obligation to assume, and demands what he can have no right to demand, for he denies the reality of all moral obligation, the existence of any right. If he use the words, right and obligation, he does it deceptively, and means only power and compulsion. To overthrow the faith in aught higher or other than nature and physical necessity, is the very purpose of his argument. He desires you only to take for granted that all reality is included in nature, and he may then safely defy you to ward off his conclusion that nothing is excluded. But as he cannot morally demand, neither can he rationally expect, your assent to this premise, for he cannot be ignorant that the best and greatest of men have devoted their lives to the enforcement of the contrary, that the vast majority of the human race in all ages and in all nations have believed in the contrary, and there is not a language on earth in which he could argue, for 10 minutes, in support of his scheme, without sliding into words and phrases that imply the contrary. It has been said that the Arabic has 1,000 names for a lion, but this would be a trifle compared with the number of superfluous words and useless synonyms that would be found in an index expurgatorius of any European dictionary constructed on the principles of a consistent and strictly consequential materialism. The Christian likewise grounds his philosophy on assertions, but with the best of all reasons for making them, namely, that he ought so to do. He asserts what he can neither prove, nor account for, nor himself comprehend, but with the strongest inducements, that of understanding thereby whatever else it most concerns him to understand aright. And yet his assertions have nothing in them of theory or hypothesis, but are in immediate reference to three ultimate facts, namely, the reality of the law of conscience, the existence of a responsible will, as the subject of that law, and lastly, the existence of evil essentially such, not by accident of outward circumstances, not derived from its physical consequences, nor from any cause, out of itself. The first is a fact of consciousness, the second a fact of reason necessarily concluded from the first, and the third a fact of history interpreted by both. Omnia exunt in mysterium, says a schoolman, that is, there is nothing, the absolute ground of which is not a mystery. The contrary were indeed a contradiction in terms, for how can that, which is to explain all things, be susceptible of an explanation? It would be to suppose the same thing first and second at the same time. If I rested here, I should merely have placed my creed in direct opposition to that of the necessitarians, who assume, for observe both parties begin in an assumption, and cannot do otherwise, that motives act on the will, as bodies act on bodies, and that whether mind and matter are essentially the same, or essentially different, they are both alike under one and the same law of compulsory causation. But this is far from exhausting my intention. I mean at the same time to oppose the disciples of Shaftesbury and those who, substituting one faith for another, have been well called the pious deists of the last century, in order to distinguish them from the infidels of the present age, who persuade themselves, for the thing itself is not possible, that they reject all faith. I declare my dissent from these two, because they imposed upon themselves an idea for a fact, a most sublime idea indeed, and so necessary to human nature, that without it no virtue is conceivable, but still an idea. In contradiction to their splendid but delusory tenets, I profess a deep conviction that man was and is a fallen creature, not by accidents of bodily constitution, or any other cause, which human wisdom in a course of ages might be supposed capable of removing, but as diseased in his will, in that will which is the true and only strict synonym of the word, I, or the intelligent self. Thus at each of these two opposite roads, the philosophy of Hobbes and that of Shaftesbury, I have placed a directing post, informing my fellow travellers, that on neither of these roads can they see the truths to which I would direct their attention. but the place of starting was at the meeting of four roads, and one only was the right road. I proceed, therefore, to preclude the opinion of those likewise, who indeed agree with me as to the moral responsibility of man in opposition to Hobbes and the anti-moralists, and that he is a fallen creature, essentially diseased, in opposition to Shaftesbury and the misinterpreters of Plato, but who differ from me in exaggerating the diseased weakness of the will into an absolute privation of all freedom, thereby making moral responsibility, not a mystery above comprehension, but a direct contradiction, of which we do distinctly comprehend the absurdity. Among the consequences of this doctrine, is that direful one of swallowing up all the attributes of the Supreme Being in the one attribute of infinite power, and thence deducing that things are good and wise because they were created, and not created through wisdom and goodness. Thence too the awful attribute of justice is explained away into a mere right of absolute property. The sacred distinction between things and persons is erased, and the selection of persons for virtue and vice in this life, and for eternal happiness or misery in the next, is represented as the result of a mere will, acting in the blindness and solitude of its own infinity. The title of a work written by the great and pious Boyle is of the awe which the human mind owes to the Supreme Reason. This, in the language of these gloomy doctors, must be translated into the horror which a being capable of eternal pleasure or pain is compelled to feel at the idea of an infinite power, about to inflict the latter on an immense majority of human souls, without any power on their part either to prevent it or the actions which are, not indeed its causes but, its assigned signals, and preceding links of the same iron chain. Against these tenets I maintain, that a will conceived separately from intelligence is a non-entity and a mere phantasm of abstraction, and that a will, the state of which does in no sense originate in its own act, is an absolute contradiction. It might be an instinct, an impulse, a plastic power, and, if accompanied with consciousness, a desire, but a will it could not be. And this every human being knows with equal clearness, though different minds may reflect on it with different degrees of distinctness, for who would not smile at the notion of a rose willing to put forth its buds and expand them into flowers? That such a phrase would be deemed a poetic license proves the difference in the things, for all metaphors are grounded on an apparent likeness of things essentially different. I utterly disclaim the notion that any human intelligence, with whatever power it might manifest itself, is alone adequate to the office of restoring health to the will, but at the same time I deem it impious and absurd to hold that the Creator would have given us the faculty of reason, or that the Redeemer would in so many varied forms of argument and persuasion have appealed to it, if it had been either totally useless or wholly impotent. Lastly, I find all these several truths reconciled and united in the belief that the imperfect human understanding can be effectually exerted only in subordination to, and in a dependent alliance with, the means and agencies supplied by the all-perfect and supreme reason, but that under these conditions it is not only an admissible, but a necessary, instrument of bettering both ourselves and others. We may now proceed to our reflections on the spirit of religion. The first 3 or 4 aphorisms I have selected from the theological works of Dr. Henry More, a contemporary of Archbishop Leighton, and like him, holden in suspicion by the Calvinists of that time as a latitudinarian and Platonizing divine, and who probably, like him, would have been arraigned as a Calvinist by the latitudinarians, I cannot say, Platonists, of this day, had the suspicion been equally groundless. 1 or 2 I have ventured to add from my own reflections. The purpose, however, is the same in all, that of declaring, in the first place, what spiritual religion is not, what is not a religious spirit, and what are not to be deemed influences of the spirit. If after these declaimers I shall without proof be charged by any with renewing or favoring the errors of the familists, vanists, seekers, Bemenists, or by whatever other names church history records the poor bewildered enthusiasts, who in the swarming time of our republic turned the facts of the gospel into allegories, and superseded the written ordinances of Christ by a pretended teaching and sensible presence of the Spirit, I appeal against them to their own consciences, as wilful slanderers. But if with proof, I have in these aphorisms signed and sealed my own condemnation. These things I could not forbear to write. For the light within me, that is, my reason and conscience, does assure me, that the ancient and apostolic faith according to the historical meaning thereof, and in the literal sense of the creed, is solid and true, and that familism, 67, in its fairest form and under whatever disguise, is a smooth tale to seduce the simple from their allegiance to Christ. Henry More. 68, 65, in a leaf of corrections to the text of the first edition Coleridge directed that prerogative as moral beings should be read here. The correction seems to have been overlooked by Coleridge's editors. Ed. 66. On this principle alone is it possible to justify capital, or ignominious punishments, or indeed any punishment not having the reformation of the criminal, as one of its objects. Such punishments, like those inflicted on suicides, must be regarded as posthumous, the wilful extinction of the moral and personal life being, for the purposes of punitive justice, equivalent to a wilful destruction of the natural life. If the speech of Judge Burnet to the horse stealer, "You are not hanged for stealing a horse, but that horses may not be stolen," can be vindicated at all, it must be on this principle, and not on the all-unsettling scheme of expedience, which is the anarchy of morals. 67. The religion of the Dutch sect called the Family of Love originated by Henry Nicholas about 1540. Ed. 68, More's Mystery of Godliness. Ed. Aphorisms on Spiritual Religion. And here it will not be impertinent to observe, that what the eldest Greek philosophy entitled the reason, and ideas, the philosophic apostle names the spirit and truth spiritually discerned, while to those who in the pride of learning or in the overweening meanness of modern metaphysics decry the doctrine of the Spirit in man and its possible communion with the Holy Spirit, as vulgar enthusiasm, I submit the following sentences from a pagan philosopher, a nobleman and a minister of state, ita dico, Lucilii. Sacca intra numbers spiritus sedet, malorum bonorum nostrorum observator it custos. Hic prauta nobis tractatus ist, ita numbers ipse tractat. Bonus versine deonimo estimated. Seneca, Epist. Xli aphorism ih more. Every one is to give a reason of his faith, but priests and ministers more punctually than any, their province being to make good every sentence of the Bible to a rational inquirer into the truth of these oracles. Enthusiasts find it an easy thing to heed the fancies of unlearned and unreflecting hearers, but when a sober man would be satisfied of the grounds from whence they speak, he shall not have one syllable or the least tittle of a pertinent answer. Only they will talk big of the Spirit, and inveigh against reason with bitter reproaches, calling it carnal or fleshly, though it be indeed no soft flesh, but enduring and penetrant steel, even the sword of the Spirit, and such as pierces to the heart. Aphorism 2. H. More. There are two very bad things in this resolving of men's faith and practice into the immediate suggestion of a spirit not acting on our understandings, or rather into the illumination of such a spirit as they can give no account of, such as does not enlighten their reason or enable them to render their doctrine intelligible to others. First, it defaces and makes useless that part of the image of God in us, which we call reason, and secondly, it takes away that advantage, which raises Christianity above all other religions, that she dare appeal to so solid a faculty. Aphorism 3. It is the glory of the Gospel Charter and the Christian Constitution, that its author and head is the Spirit of truth, essential reason as well as absolute and incomprehensible will. Like a just monarch, he refers even his own causes to the judgment of his high courts. He has his king's bench in the reason, his court of equity in the conscience, that the representative of his majesty and universal justice, this the nearest to the king's heart, and the dispenser of his particular decrees. He has likewise his court of common pleas in the understanding, his court of exchequer in the prudence. The laws are his laws. And though by signs and miracles he has mercifully condescended to interline here and there with his own hand the great statute book, which he had dictated to his amanuensis, nature, yet has he been graciously pleased to forbid our receiving as the king's mandates aught that is not stamped with the great seal of the conscience, and countersigned by the reason. Aphorism 4. On an unlearned ministry, under pretence of a call of the Spirit, and inward graces superseding outward helps. H. More. Tell me, ye high-flown perfectionists, ye boasters of the light within you, could the highest perfection of your inward light ever show to you the history of past ages, the state of the world at present, the knowledge of arts and tongues, without books or teachers? How then can you understand the providence of God, or the age, the purpose, the fulfillment of prophecies, or distinguish such as have been fulfilled from those to the fulfillment of which we are to look forward? How can you judge concerning the authenticity and uncorruptedness of the Gospels, and the other sacred scriptures? And how without this knowledge can you support the truth of Christianity? How can you either have, or give a reason for the faith which you profess? This light within, that loves darkness, and would exclude those excellent gifts of God to mankind, knowledge and understanding, what is it but a sullen self-sufficiency within you, engendering contempt of superiors, pride and a spirit of division, and inducing you to reject for yourselves and to undervalue in others the helps without, which the grace of God has provided and appointed for His Church, nay, to make them grounds or pretexts of your dislike or suspicion of Christ's ministers who have fruitfully availed themselves of the helps afforded them. Aphorism vh More. There are wanderers, whom neither pride nor a perverse humor have led astray, and whose condition is such, that I think few more worthy of a man's best directions. For the more imperious sects having put such unhandsome vizards on Christianity, and the sincere milk of the word having been everywhere so sophisticated by the humors and inventions of men, it has driven these anxious melancholists to seek for a teacher that cannot deceive, the voice of the eternal word within them, to which if they be faithful, they assure themselves it will be faithful to them in return. Nor would this be a groundless presumption, if they had sought this voice in the reason and the conscience, with the Scripture articulating the same, instead of giving heed to their fancy and mistaking bodily disturbances, and the vapors resulting therefrom, for inspiration and the teaching of the Spirit. Aphorism 6. Bishop Hackett. When every man is his own end, all things will come to a bad end. Blessed were those days, when every man thought himself rich and fortunate by good success of the public wealth and glory. We want public souls, we want them. I speak it with compassion. There is no sin and abuse in the world that affects my thought so much. Every man thinks that he is a whole commonwealth in his private family. Omnes qua suasunt quaerunt. All seek their own. 69. Comment. Selfishness is common to all ages and countries. In all ages self-seeking is the rule, and self-sacrifice the exception. But if to seek our private advantage in harmony with, and by the furtherance of, the public prosperity, and to derive a portion of our happiness from sympathy with the prosperity of our fellow men, if this be public spirit, it would be morose and querulous to pretend that there is any want of it in this country and at the present time. On the contrary, the number of public souls and the general readiness to contribute to the public good, in science and in religion, in patriotism and in philanthropy, stand prominent. 70. Among the characteristics of this and the preceding generation. The habit of referring actions and opinions to fixed laws, convictions rooted in principles, thought, insight, system, these, had the good bishop lived in our times, would have been his desiderator, and the theme of his complaints. We want thinking souls, we want them. This and the 3 preceding extracts will suffice as precautionary aphorisms. And here again, the reader may exemplify the great advantages to be obtained from the habit of tracing the proper meaning and history of words. We need only recollect the common and idiomatic phrases in which the word spirit occurs in a physical or material sense, as fruit has lost its spirit and flavor, to be convinced that its property is to improve, enliven, actuate some other thing, not to constitute a thing in its own name. The enthusiast may find one exception to this where the material itself is called spirit. And when he calls to mind how this spirit acts when taken alone by the unhappy persons who in their first exultation will boast that it is meat, drink, fire, and clothing to them, all in one, when he reflects that its properties are to inflame, intoxicate, madden, with exhaustion, lethargy, and atrophy for the sequels, well for him, if in some lucid interval he should fairly put the question to his own mind, how far this is analogous to his own case, and whether the exception does not confirm the rule. The letter without the spirit killeth, but does it follow that the spirit is to kill the letter? To kill that which it is its appropriate office to enliven. However, where the ministry is not invaded, and the plain sense of the Scriptures is left undisturbed, and the believer looks for the suggestions of the Spirit only or chiefly in applying particular passages to his own individual case and exigencies, though in this there may be much weakness, some delusion and imminent danger of more, I cannot but join with Henry More in avowing that I feel knit to such a man in the bonds of a common faith far more closely than to those who receive neither the letter nor the spirit, turning the one into metaphor and oriental hyperbole, in order to explain away the other into the influence of motives suggested by their own understandings, and realized by their own strength. 69. Hackett's Sermons, p. 449. ed. 70. The very marked positive as well as comparative magnitude and prominence of the bump, entitled Benevolence, see Sperheim's map of the human skull, on the head of the late Mr. John Thurtle, has woefully unsettled the faith of many ardent phrenologists, and strengthened the previous doubts of a still greater number into utter disbelief. On my mind this fact, for a fact it is, produced the directly contrary effect, and inclined me to suspect, for the first time, that there may be some truth in the Sperheimian scheme. Whether future craniologists may not see cause to new name this and one or two other of these convex nomens, is quite a different question. At present, and according to the present use of words, any such change would be premature, and we must be content to say that Mr. Thurtle's benevolence was insufficiently modified by the unprotrusive and unindicated convolutes of the brain, that secrete honesty and common sense. The organ of destructiveness was indirectly potentiated by the absence or imperfect development of the glands of reason and conscience in this unfortunate gentleman. Aphorisms on that which is indeed spiritual religion. In the selection of the extracts that form the remainder of this volume and of the comments affixed, I had the following objects principally in view. First, to exhibit the true and scriptural meaning and intent of several articles of faith that are rightly classed among the mysteries and peculiar doctrines of Christianity. Secondly, to show the perfect rationality of these doctrines, and their freedom from all just objection when examined by their proper organs, the reason and conscience of man. Lastly, to exhibit from the works of Leighton, who perhaps of all our learned Protestant theologians best deserves the title of a spiritual divine, an instructive and affecting picture of the contemplations, reflections, conflicts, consolations and monetary experiences of a philosophic and richly gifted mind, amply stored with all the knowledge that books and long intercourse with men of the most discordant characters could give, under the convictions, impressions, and habits of a spiritual religion. To obviate a possible disappointment in any of my readers, who may chance to be engaged in theological studies, it may be well to notice that in vindicating the peculiar tenets of our faith, I have not entered on the doctrine of the Trinity, or the still profounder mystery of the origin of moral evil, and this for the reasons following. 1. These doctrines are not, strictly speaking, subjects of reflection, in the proper sense of this word, and both of them demand a power and persistency of abstraction, and a previous discipline in the highest forms of human thought, which it would be unwise, if not presumptuous, to expect from any who require aids to reflection or would be likely to seek them in the present work. 2. In my intercourse with men of various ranks and ages, I have found the far larger number of serious and inquiring persons little, if at all, disquieted by doubts respecting articles of faith, that are simply above their comprehension. It is only where the belief required of them jars with their moral feelings, where a doctrine in the sense in which they have been taught to receive it, appears to contradict their clear notions of right and wrong, or to be at variance with the divine attributes of goodness and justice, that these men are surprised, perplexed, and alas, not seldom offended and alienated. Such are the doctrines of arbitrary election and reprobation, the sentence to everlasting torment by an eternal and necessitating decree, vicarious atonement, and the necessity of the abasement, agony and ignominious death of a most holy and meritorious person, to appease the wrath of God. Now it is more especially for such persons, unwilling skeptics, who believing earnestly ask help for their unbelief, that this volume was compiled, and the comments written, and therefore to the Scripture doctrines, intended by the above-mentioned, my principal attention has been directed. But lastly, the whole scheme of the Christian faith, including all the articles of belief common to the Greek and Latin, the Roman, and the Protestant churches, with the threefold proof that it is ideally, morally, and historically true, will be found exhibited and vindicated in a proportionally larger work, the principal labor of my life since manhood, and which I am now preparing for the press under the title, Assertion of Religion, as necessarily involving revelation, and of Christianity, as the only revelation of permanent and universal validity. 71. A work left incomplete by Coleridge, and not yet given to the world. Ed. Aphorismi Latin. Where, if not in Christ, is the power that can persuade a sinner to return, that can bring home a heart to God? Common mercies of God, though they have a leading faculty to repentance, Rom 2. 4. Yet, the rebellious heart will not be led by them. The judgments of God, public or personal, though they ought to drive us to God, yet the heart, unchanged, runs the further from God. Do we not see it by ourselves and other sinners about us? They look not at all towards him who smites, much less do they return, or if any more serious thoughts of returning arise upon the surprise of an affliction, how soon vanish they, either the stroke abating, or the heart, by time, growing hard and senseless under it. Leave Christ out, I say, and all other means work not this way, neither the works nor the word of God sounding daily in his ear, return, return. Let the noise of the rod speak it too, and both join together to make the cry the louder, yet the wicked will do wickedly. Dan 12:10 Comment. By the phrase in Christ I understand all the supernatural aids vouchsafed and conditionally promised in the Christian dispensation, and among them the Spirit of truth, which the world cannot receive, were it only that the knowledge of spiritual truth is of necessity immediate and intuitive, and the world or natural man possesses no higher intuitions than those of the pure sense, which are the subjects of mathematical science. But aids, observe. Therefore, not by will of man alone, but neither without the will. The doctrine of modern Calvinism as laid down by Jonathan Edwards and the late Dr. Williams, which represents a will absolutely passive, clay in the hands of a potter, destroys all will, takes away its essence and definition, as effectually as in saying, "This circle is square," I should deny the figure to be a circle at all. It was in strict consistency therefore, that these writers supported the necessitarian scheme, and made the relation of cause and effect the law of the universe, subjecting to its mechanism the moral world no less than the material or physical. It follows, that all is nature. Thus, though few writers use the term spirit more frequently, they in effect deny its existence, and evacuate the term of all its proper meaning. With such a system not the wit of man nor all the theodicies ever framed by human ingenuity before and since the attempt of the celebrated Leibniz, can reconcile the sense of responsibility, nor the fact of the difference in kind between regret and remorse. The same compulsion of consequence drove the fathers of modern, or pseudo-Calvinism to the origination of holiness in power, of justice in right of property, and whatever other outrages on the common sense and moral feelings of mankind they have sought to cover, under the fair name of sovereign grace. I will not take on me to defend sundry harsh and inconvenient expressions in the works of Calvin. Phrases equally strong and assertions not less rash and startling are no rarities in the writings of Luther, for catachresis was the favorite figure of speech in that age. But let not the opinions of either on this most fundamental subject be confounded with the New England system, now entitled Calvinistic. The fact is simply this. Luther considered the pretensions to free will boastful, and better suited to the budge doctors of the Stoic faith than to the preachers of the gospel, whose great theme is the redemption of the will from slavery, the restoration of the will to perfect freedom being the end and consummation of the redemptive process, and the same with the entrance of the soul into glory, that is, its union with Christ. Glory, John 17:5, being one of the names or tokens or symbols of the spiritual Messiah. Prospectively to this we are to understand the words of our Lord. At that day ye shall know that I am in my Father, and ye in me. John 14:20. The freedom of a finite will being possible under this condition only, that it has become one with the will of God. now as the difference of a captive and enslaved will, and no will at all. Such is the difference between the Lutheranism of Calvin and the Calvinism of Jonathan Edwards. Aphorism 2. Leighton. There is nothing in religion farther out of nature's reach, and more remote from the natural man's liking and believing, than the doctrine of redemption by a Saviour, and by a crucified Saviour. It is comparatively easy to persuade men of the necessity of an amendment of conduct. It is more difficult to make them see the necessity of repentance in the gospel sense, the necessity of a change in the principle of action, but to convince men of the necessity of the death of Christ is the most difficult of all. And yet the first is but varnish and whitewash without the second, and the second but a barren notion without the last. Alas! Of those who admit the doctrine in words, how large a number evade it in fact, and empty it of all its substance and efficacy, making the effect the efficient cause, or attributing their election to salvation to a supposed foresight of their faith and obedience. But it is most vain to imagine a faith in such and such men, which being foreseen by God, determined him to elect them for salvation, were it only that nothing at all is future, or can have this imagined futurition, but as it is decreed. And because it is decreed by God so to be. Comment. No impartial person, competently acquainted with the history of the Reformation, and the works of the earlier Protestant divines, at home and abroad, even to the close of Elizabeth's reign, will deny that the doctrines of Calvin on redemption and the natural state of fallen man, are in all essential points the same as those of Luther, Zuinglius, and the first reformers collectively. These doctrines have, however, since the re-establishment of the Episcopal Church at the return of Charles II, been as generally, 72, exchanged for what is commonly entitled Arminianism, but which, taken as a complete and explicit scheme of belief, it would be both historically and theologically more accurate to call Christianism, or Christianity according to Grotius. The change was not, we may readily believe, effected without a struggle. In the Romish Church this latitudinarian system, patronized by the Jesuits, was manfully resisted by Jansenius, Arnauld, and Pascal, in our own Church by the Bishops Davenant, Suncesson, Hall, and the Archbishops Usher and Leighton, and in the latter half of the preceding aphorism the reader has a specimen of the reasonings by which Leighton strove to invalidate or counterpoise the reasonings of the innovators. Passages of this sort are, however, of rare occurrence in Leighton's works. Happily for thousands, he was more usefully employed in making his readers feel that the doctrines in question, scripturally treated, and taken as co-organized parts of a great organic whole, need no such reasonings. And better still would it have been, had he left them altogether for those, who severally detaching the great features of revelation from the living context of Scripture, do by that very act destroy their life and purpose. And then, like the eyes of the Indian spider, 73, they become clouded microscopes, to exaggerate and distort all the other parts and proportions. No offense then will be occasioned, I trust, by the frank avowal that I have given to the preceding passage a place among the spiritual aphorisms for the Sarke of the comment, The following remarks having been the first marginal note I had penciled on Leighton's pages, and thus, remotely, at least, the occasion of the present work. Leighton, I observed, throughout his inestimable work, avoids all metaphysical views of election, relatively to God, and confines himself to the doctrine in its relation to man, and in that sense too, in which every Christian may judge of it who strives to be sincere with his own heart. The following may, I think, be taken as a safe and useful rule in religious inquiries. Ideas that derive their origin and substance from the moral being, and to the reception of which as true objectively, that is, as corresponding to a reality out of the human mind, we are determined by a practical interest exclusively, may not, like theoretical or speculative positions, be pressed onward into all their possible logical consequences. 74. The law of conscience, and not the canons of discursive reasoning, must decide in such cases. At least, the latter have no validity, which the single veto of the former is not sufficient to nullify. The most pious conclusion is here the most legitimate. It is too seldom considered, though most worthy of consideration, how far even those ideas or theories of pure speculation, that bear the same name with the objects of religious faith, are indeed the same. Out of the principles necessarily presumed in all discursive thinking, and which being, in the first place universal, and secondly, antecedent to every particular exercise of the understanding, are therefore referred to the reason, the human mind, wherever its powers are sufficiently developed, and its attention strongly directed to speculative or theoretical inquiries, forms certain essences, to which for its own purposes it gives a sort of notional subsistence. Hence they are called insia rationalia, the conversion of which into insia realia, or real objects, by aid of the imagination, has in all times been the fruitful stock of empty theories, and mischievous superstitions, of surreptitious premises and extravagant conclusions. For as these substantiated notions were in many instances expressed by the same terms, as the objects of religious faith, as in most instances they were applied, though deceptively, to the explanation of real experiences, and lastly, from the gratifications, which the pride and ambition of man received from the supposed extension of his knowledge and insight, it was too easily forgotten or overlooked, that the stablest and most indispensable of these notional beings were but the necessary forms of thinking, taken abstractedly, and that like the breadthless lines, depthless surfaces, and perfect circles of geometry, they subsist wholly and solely in and for the mind that contemplates them. Where the evidence of the senses fails us, and beyond the precincts of sensible experience, there is no reality attributable to any notion, but what is given to it by revelation, or the law of conscience, or the necessary interests of morality. Take an instance, it is the office, and, as it were, the instinct of reason to bring a unity into all our conceptions and several knowledges. On this all system depends, and without this we could reflect connectedly neither on nature nor our own minds. Now this is possible only on the assumption or hypothesis of a one as the ground and cause of the universe, and which in all succession and through changes is the subject neither of time nor change. The one must be contemplated as eternal and immutable. Well, the idea, which is the basis of religion, commanded by the conscience and required by morality, contains the same truths, or at least truths that can be expressed in no other terms, but this idea presents itself to our mind with additional attributes, and these too not formed by mere abstraction and negation, with the attributes of holiness, providence, love, justice, and mercy. It comprehends, moreover, the independent, extramundane, existence and personality of the Supreme One, as our Creator, Lord, and Judge. The hypothesis of a one ground and principle of the universe, necessary as an hypothesis, but having only a logical and conditional necessity, is thus raised into the idea of the living God, the supreme object of our faith, love, fear, and adoration. Religion and morality do indeed constrain us to declare him eternal and immutable. But if from the eternity of the Supreme Being a reasoner should deduce the impossibility of a creation, or conclude with Aristotle, that the creation was co-eternal, or, like the latter Platonists, should turn creation into emanation, and make the universe proceed from deity, as the sunbeams from the solar orb, or if from the divine immutability he should infer, that all prayer and supplication must be vain and superstitious, then however evident and logically necessary such conclusions may appear, it is scarcely worth our while to examine whether they are so or not. The positions themselves must be false. For were they true, the idea would lose the sole ground of its reality. It would be no longer the idea intended by the believer in his premise, in the premise, with which alone religion and morality are concerned. The very subject of the discussion would be changed. It would no longer be the God in whom we believe, but a stoical fate, or the superessential one of Plotinus, to whom neither intelligence, nor self-consciousness, nor life, nor even being can be attributed, nor lastly, the world itself, the indivisible one and only substance, substantia una et unica, of Spinoza, of which all phenomena, all particular and individual things, lives, minds, thoughts, and actions are but modifications. Let the believer never be alarmed by objections wholly speculative, however plausible on speculative grounds such objections may appear, if he can but satisfy himself that the result is repugnant to the dictates of conscience, and irreconcilable with the interests of morality. For to baffle the objector we have only to demand of him, by what right and under what authority he converts a thought into a substance, or asserts the existence of a real somewhat corresponding to a notion not derived from the experience of his senses. It will be of no purpose for him to answer that it is a legitimate notion. The notion may have its mold in the understanding, but its realization must be the work of the fancy. A reflecting reader will easily apply these remarks to the subject of election, one of the stumbling stones in the ordinary conceptions of the Christian faith, to which the infidel points in scorn, and which far better men pass by in silent perplexity. Yet surely, from mistaken conceptions of the doctrine, I suppose the person, with whom I am arguing, already so far a believer, as to have convinced himself, both that a state of enduring bliss is attainable under certain conditions, and that these conditions consist in his compliance with the directions given and rules prescribed in the Christian Scriptures. These rules he likewise admits to be such, that, by the very law and constitution of the human mind, a full and faithful compliance with them cannot but have consequences, of some sort or other. But these consequences are moreover distinctly described, enumerated, and promised in the same Scriptures, in which the conditions are recorded, and though some of them may be apparent to God only, yet the greater number of them are of such a nature that they cannot exist unknown to the individual, in and for whom they exist. As little possible is it, that he should find these consequences in himself, and not find in them the sure marks and the safe pledges, that he is at the time in the right road to the life promised under these conditions. Now I dare assert, that no such man, however fervent his charity, and however deep his humility may be, can peruse the records of history with a reflecting spirit, or look round the world with an observant eye, and not find himself compelled to admit, that all men are not on the right road. He cannot help judging, that even in Christian countries, many, a fearful many, have not their faces turned toward it. This then is a mere matter of fact. Now comes the question: shall the believer, who thus hopes on the appointed grounds of hope, attribute this distinction exclusively to his own resolves and strivings? Or if not exclusively, yet primarily and principally? Shall he refer the first movements and preparations to his own will and understanding, and bottom his claim to the promises on his own comparative excellence? If not, if no man dare take this honor to himself, to whom shall he assign it, if not to that being in whom the promise originated, and on whom its fulfillment depends? If he stop here, who shall blame him? By what argument shall his reasoning be invalidated, that might not be urged with equal force against any essential difference between obedient and disobedient, Christian and worldling? That would not imply that both sorts alike are, in the sight of God, the sons of God by adoption. If he stop here, I say, who shall drive him from his position? For thus far he is practically concerned, this the conscience requires, this the highest interests of morality demand. It is a question of facts, of the will and the deed, to argue against which on the abstract notions and possibilities of the speculative reason, is as unreasonable, as an attempt to decide a question of colors by pure geometry, or to unsettle the classes and specific characters of natural history by the doctrine of fluxions. But if the self-examinant will abandon this position, and exchange the safe circle of religion and practical reason for the shifting sand wastes and mirages of speculative theology, if instead of seeking after the marks of election in himself he undertakes to determine the ground and origin, the possibility and mode of election itself in relation to God, in this case, and whether he does it for the satisfaction of curiosity, or from the ambition of answering those, who would call God himself to account, why and by what right certain souls were born in Africa instead of England, or why, seeing that it is against all reason and goodness to choose a worse, when being omnipotent he could have created a better. God did not create beasts men, and men angels, or why God created any men but with foreknowledge of their obedience, and left any occasion for election. In this case, I say, we can only regret that the inquirer had not been better instructed in the nature, the bounds, the true purposes and proper objects of his intellectual faculties, and that he had not previously asked himself, by what appropriate sense, or organ of knowledge, he hoped to secure an insight into a nature which was neither an object of his senses, nor a part of his self-consciousness, and so leave him to ward off shadowy spears with the shadow of a shield, and to retaliate the nonsense of blasphemy with the abracadabra of presumption. He that will fly without wings must fly in his dreams, and till he awakes, will not find out, that to fly in a dream is but to dream of flying. Thus then the doctrine of election is in itself a necessary inference from an undeniable fact, necessary at least for all who hold that the best of men are what they are through the grace of God. In relation to the believer it is a hope, which if it spring out of Christian principles, be examined by the tests and nourished by the means prescribed in Scripture, will become a lively, an assured hope, but which cannot in this life pass into knowledge, much less certainty of foreknowledge. The contrary belief does indeed make the article of election both tool and parcel of a mad and mischievous fanaticism. But with what force and clearness does not the Apostle confute, disclaim, and prohibit the pretense, treating it as a downright contradiction in terms. See Romans 8:24. But though I hold the doctrine handled as Leighton handles it, that is practically, morally, humanly, rational, safe, and of essential importance, I see many, 75, reasons resulting from the peculiar circumstances under which St. Paul preached and wrote, why a discreet minister of the gospel should avoid the frequent use of the term, and express the meaning in other words perfectly equivalent and equally scriptural, lest in saying truth he may convey error. Had my purpose been confined to one particular tenet, an apology might be required for so long a comment. But the reader will, I trust, have already perceived, that my object has been to establish a general rule of interpretation and vindication applicable to all doctrinal tenets, and especially to the, so-called, mysteries of the Christian faith, to provide a safety lamp for religious inquirers. Now this I find in the principle, that all revealed truths are to be judged of by us, as far as they are possible subjects of human conception, or grounds of practice, or in some way connected with our moral and spiritual interests. In order to have a reason for forming a judgment on any given article, we must be sure that we possess a reason, by and according to which a judgment may be formed. Now in respect of all truths, to which a real independent existence is assigned, and which yet are not contained in, or to be imagined under, any form of space or time, it is strictly demonstrable, that the human reason, considered abstractly, as the source of positive science and theoretical insight, is not such a reason. At the utmost, it has only a negative voice. In other words, nothing can be allowed as true for the human mind, which directly contradicts this reason. But even here, before we admit the existence of any such contradiction, we must be careful to ascertain that there is no equivocation in play, that two different subjects are not confounded under one and the same word. A striking instance of this has been adduced in the difference between the notional one of the ontologists, and the idea of the living God. But if not the abstract or speculative reason, and yet a reason there must be in order to a rational belief, then it must be the practical reason of man, comprehending the will, the conscience, the moral being with its inseparable interests and affections, that reason, namely, which is the organ of wisdom, and, as far as man is concerned, the source of living and actual truths. From these premises we may further deduce that every doctrine is to be interpreted in reference to those to whom it has been revealed, or who have had the means of knowing or hearing the same. For instance, the doctrine that there is no name under heaven by which a man can be saved, but the name of Jesus. If the word here rendered name may be understood, as it well may, and as in other texts it must be, as meaning the power, or originating cause, I see no objection on the part of the practical reason to our belief of the declaration in its whole extent. It is true universally or not true at all. If there be any redemptive power not contained in the power of Jesus, then Jesus is not the Redeemer, not the Redeemer of the world, not the Jesus, i.e. Saviour, of mankind. But if with Tertullian and Augustine we make the text assert the condemnation and misery of all who are not Christians by baptism and explicit belief in the revelation of the new covenant, then I say, the doctrine is true to all intents and purposes. It is true, in every respect, in which any practical, moral, or spiritual interest or end can be connected with its truth. It is true in respect to every man who has had, or who might have had, the gospel preached to him. It is true and obligatory for every Christian community and for every individual believer, wherever the opportunity is afforded of spreading the light of the gospel, and making known the name of the only Saviour and Redeemer. For even though the uninformed heathens should not perish, the guilt of their perishing will attach to those who not only had no certainty of their safety, but who are commanded to act on the supposition of the contrary. But if, on the other hand, a theological dogmatist should attempt to persuade me that this text was intended to give us an historical knowledge of God's future actions and dealings, and for the gratification of our curiosity to inform us that Socrates and Phocion, together with all the savages in the woods and wilds of Africa and America, will be sent to keep company with the devil and his angels in everlasting torments, I should remind him that the purpose of Scripture was to teach us our duty, not to enable us to sit in judgment on the souls of our fellow creatures. One other instance will, I trust, prevent all misconception of my meaning. I am clearly convinced that the scriptural and only true 76 idea of God will, in its development, be found to involve the idea of the triunity. But I am likewise convinced that previously to the promulgation of the gospel the doctrine had no claim on the faith of mankind, though it might have been a legitimate contemplation for a speculative philosopher, a theorem in metaphysics valid in the schools. I form a certain notion in my mind, and say, this is what I understand by the term, God. From books and conversation I find, that the learned generally connect the same notion with the same word. I then apply the rules, laid down by the masters of logic, for the involution and evolution of terms, and prove, to as many as agree with me in my premises, that the notion, God, involves the notion, Trinity. I now pass out of the schools, and enter into discourse with some friend or neighbor, unversed in the formal sciences, unused to the process of abstraction, neither logician nor metaphysician, but sensible and single-minded, an Israelite indeed, trusting in the Lord God of his fathers, even the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob. If I speak of God to him, what will he understand me to be speaking of? What does he mean, and suppose me to mean, by the word? An accident or product of the reasoning faculty, or an abstraction which the human mind forms by reflecting on its own thoughts and forms of thinking? No. By God he understands me to mean an existing and self-subsisting reality. 77. A real and personal being, even the person, the I Am, who sent Moses to his forefathers in Egypt. Of the actual existence of the divine being he has the same historical assurance as of theirs, confirmed indeed by the book of nature, as soon and as far as that stronger and better light has taught him to read and construe it, confirmed by it, I say, but not derived from it. Now by what right can I require this man, and of such men the great majority of serious believers consisted, previously to the light of the gospel, to receive a notion of mine, wholly alien from his habits of thinking, because it may be logically deduced from another notion, with which he was almost as little acquainted, and not at all concerned. Grant for a moment, that the latter, that is, the notion, with which I first set out, as soon as it is combined with the assurance of a corresponding reality becomes identical with the true and effective idea of God. Grant, that in thus realizing the notion I am warranted by revelation, the law of conscience, and the interests and necessities of my moral being. Yet by what authority, by what inducement, am I entitled to attach the same reality to a second notion, a notion drawn from a notion? It is evident, that if I have the same right, it must be on the same grounds. Revelation must have assured it, my conscience required it, or in some way or other I must have an interest in this belief. It must concern me, as a moral and responsible being. Now these grounds were first given in the redemption of mankind by Christ, the Saviour and Mediator, and by the utter incompatibility of these offices with a mere creature. On the doctrine of redemption depends the faith, the duty, of believing in the divinity of our Lord. And this again is the strongest ground for the reality of that idea, in which alone this divinity can be received without breach of the faith in the unity of the Godhead. But such is the idea of the Trinity. Strong as the motives are that induce me to defer the full discussion of this great article of the Christian creed, I cannot withstand the request of several divines, whose situation and extensive services entitle them to the utmost deference, that I should so far deviate from my first intention as at least to indicate the point on which I stand, and to prevent the misconception of my purpose, as if I held the doctrine of the Trinity for a truth which men could be called on to believe by mere force of reasoning, independently of any positive revelation. In short, it had been reported in certain circles that I considered this doctrine as a demonstrable part of the religion of nature. Now, though it might be sufficient to say that I regard the very phrase revealed religion as a pleonasm, inasmuch as a religion not revealed is, in my judgment, no religion at all, I have no objection to announce more particularly and distinctly what I do and what I do not maintain on this point, provided that in the following paragraph, with this view inserted, the reader will look for nothing more than a plain statement of my opinions. The grounds on which they rest, and the arguments by which they are to be vindicated, are for another place. I hold then, it is true, that all the so-called demonstrations of a God either prove too little, as that from the order and apparent purpose in nature, or too much, namely, that the world is itself God, or they clandestinely involve the conclusion in the premises, passing off the mere analysis or explication of an assertion for the proof of it, a species of logical legerdemain not unlike that of the jugglers at a fair, who putting into their mouths what seems to be a walnut, draw out a score yards of ribbon, as in the postulate of a first cause. And lastly, in all these demonstrations the demonstrators presuppose the idea or conception of a God without being able to authenticate it, that is, to give an account whence they obtained it. For it is clear that the proof first mentioned and the most natural and convincing of all, the cosmological I mean, or that from the order in nature, presupposes the ontological, that is, the proof of a God from the necessity and necessary objectivity of the idea. If the latter can assure us of a God as an existing reality, the former will go far to prove his power, wisdom, and benevolence. All this I hold. But I also hold that this truth, the hardest to demonstrate, is the one which of all others least needs to be demonstrated, that though there may be no conclusive demonstrations of a good, wise, living, and personal God, there are so many convincing reasons for it, within and without, a grain of sand sufficing, and a whole universe at hand to echo the decision, that for every mind not devoid of all reason, and desperately conscience-proof, the truth which it is the least possible to prove, it is little less than impossible not to believe. Only indeed just so much short of impossible, as to leave some room for the will and the moral election, and thereby to keep it a truth of religion, and the possible subject of a commandment. 80. On this account I do not demand of a deist, that he should adopt the doctrine of the Trinity. For he might very well be justified in replying, that he rejected the doctrine, not because it could not be demonstrated, nor yet on the score of any incomprehensibilities and seeming contradictions that might be objected to it, as knowing that these might be, and in fact had been, urged with equal force against a personal God under any form capable of love and veneration, but because he had not the same theoretical necessity, the same interests and instincts of reason for the one hypothesis as for the other. It is not enough, the deist might justly say, that there is no cogent reason why I should not believe the Trinity. You must show me some cogent reason why I should. But the case is quite different with a Christian, who accepts the Scriptures as the Word of God, yet refuses his assent to the plainest declarations of these Scriptures, and explains away the most express texts into metaphor and hyperbole, because the literal and obvious interpretation is, according to his notions, absurd and contrary to reason. He is bound to show that it is so in any sense, not equally applicable to the texts asserting the being, infinity, and personality of God the Father, the eternal and omnipresent One, who created the heaven and the earth. And the more is he bound to do this, and the greater is my right to demand it of him, because the doctrine of redemption from sin supplies the Christian with motives and reasons for the divinity of the Redeemer far more concerning and coercive subjectively, that is, in the economy of his own soul, than are all the inducements that can influence the deist objectively, that is, in the interpretation of nature. Do I then utterly exclude the speculative reason from theology? No. It is its office and rightful privilege to determine on the negative truth of whatever we are required to believe. The doctrine must not contradict any universal principle, for this would be a doctrine that contradicted itself. Or philosophy. No. It may be and has been the servant and pioneer of faith by convincing the mind that a doctrine is cogitable, that the soul can present the idea to itself, and that if we determine to contemplate, or think of, the subject at all, so and in no other form can this be effected. So far are both logic and philosophy to be received and trusted. But the duty, and in some cases and for some persons even the right, of thinking on subjects beyond the bounds of sensible experience, the grounds of the real truth, the life, the substance, the hope, the love, in one word, the faith, these are derivatives from the practical, moral, and spiritual nature and being of man. 72. At a period, in which Doctors Marsh and Wordsworth have, by the zealous on one side, being charged with popish principles on account of their antibibliolatry, and the sturdy adherents of the doctrines common to Luther and Calvin, and the literal interpreters of the articles and homilies, are, I wish I could say, altogether without any fault of their own, regarded by the clergy generally as virtual schismatics, dividers of, though not from, the Church. It is serving the cause of charity. To assist in circulating the following instructive passage from the life of Bishop Hacket respecting the dispute between the Augustinians, or Luthero-Calvinistic divines and the Grecians of his age, in which controversy, says his biographer, he, Hacket, was ever very moderate. But having been bred under Bishop Davenant and Dr. Ward in Cambridge, he was addicted to their sentiments. Archbishop Usher would say, that Davenant understood those controversies better than ever any man did since St. Augustine. But he, Bishop Hacket, used to say, that he was sure he had 3 excellent men of his mind in this controversy, one Padre Paolo, Father Paul, whose letter is extant in Heinsius, Anno 1604, 2. Thomas Aquinas, 3 Saint Augustine. But besides and above them all, he believed in his conscience that Saint Paul was of the same mind likewise. Yet at the same time he would profess that he disliked no Arminians, but such as revile and defame every one who is not so, and he would often commend Arminius himself for his excellent wit and parts, but only tax his want of reading and knowledge in antiquity. And he ever held it was the foolishest thing in the world to say the Arminians were popishly inclined, when so many Domitians and Jansenists were rigid followers of Augustine in these points, and no less foolish to say that the anti-Arminians were Puritans or Presbyterians, when Ward, and Davenant, and Prideaux, and Brownrigg, those stout champions for episcopacy, were decided anti-Arminians, while Arminius himself was ever a Presbyterian. Therefore he greatly commended the moderation of our Church, which extended equal communion to both. 73. Arania prodigiosa. See Baker's microscopic experiments. 74. May not this rule be expressed more intelligibly, to a mathematician at least, thus, reasoning from finite to finite, on a basis of truth, also, reasoning from infinite to infinite, on a basis of truth, will always lead to truth, as intelligibly as the basis on which such truths respectively rest. While, reasoning from finite to infinite, or from infinite to finite, will lead to apparent absurdity, although the basis be true, and is not such apparent absurdity, another expression for truth unintelligible by a finite mind. 75. For example, at the date of St. Paul's epistles, the Roman world may be resembled to a mass in the furnace in the first moment of fusion, here a speck and there a spot of the melted metal shining pure and brilliant amid the scum and dross. To have received the name of Christian was a privilege, a high and distinguished favor. No wonder therefore, that in St. Paul's writings the words, elect, and election, often, nay, most often, mean the same as eccalumene, ecclesia, that is, those who have been called out of the world, and it is a dangerous perversion of the Apostle's word to interpret it in the sense in which it was used by our Lord, viz. In opposition to the called. Many are called but few chosen. In St. Paul's sense and at that time the believers collectively formed a small and select number, and every Christian real or nominal, was one of the elect. Add to that this ambiguity is increased by the accidental circumstance, that the Kyric, Ids Domitici, Lord's house, kirk, and ecclesia, the sum total of the eccalumeni, evocati, called out, are both rendered by the same word church. 76. Or, I may add, any idea which does not either identify the Creator with the creaton, or else represent the Supreme Being as a mere impersonal law or ordo ordinans, differing from the law of gravitation only by its universality. 77. I have elsewhere remarked on the assistance which those that labor after distinct conceptions would receive from the reintroduction of the terms objective and subjective, objective and subjective reality, and the like, as substitutes for real and notional, and to the exclusion of the false antithesis between real and ideal. For the student in that noblest of the sciences, the scientism, the advantage would be especially great. 78. The few sentences that follow, in illustration of the terms here advocated, will not, I trust, be a waste of the reader's time. The celebrated Euler, having demonstrated certain properties of arches, adds, all experience is in contradiction to this, but this is no reason for doubting its truth. The words sound paradoxical, but mean no more than this, that the mathematical properties of figure and space are not less certainly the properties of figure and space because they can never be perfectly realized in wood, stone, or iron. Now this assertion of Euler's might be expressed at once, briefly and simply, by saying, that the properties in question were subjectively true, though not objectively, or that the mathematical arch possessed a subjective reality though incapable of being realized objectively. In like manner, if I had to express my conviction, that space was not itself a thing, but a mode or form of perceiving, or the inward ground and condition in the percipient, in consequence of which things are seen as outward and coexisting, I convey this at once by the words, space is subjective, or space is real in and for the subject alone. If I am asked, why not say in and for the mind, which every one would understand? I reply, we know indeed, that all minds are subjects, but are by no means certain, that all subjects are minds. For a mind is a subject that knows itself, or a subject that is its own object. The inward principle of growth and individual form in every seed and plant is a subject, and without any exertion of poetic privilege poets may speak of the soul of the flower. But the man would be a dreamer, who otherwise than poetically should speak of roses and lilies as self-conscious subjects. Lastly, by the assistance of the terms, object and subject, thus used as correspondent opposites, or as negative and positive in physics, for example, negative and positive electricity, we may arrive at the distinct import and proper use of the strangely misused word, idea. And as the forms of logic are all borrowed from geometry, ratiocinatio discursiva formas suasive canones recipit ab intuitu, I may be permitted to elucidate my present meaning. Every line may be, and by the ancient geometricians was, considered as a point produced, the two extremes being its poles, while the point itself remains in, or is at least represented by, the midpoint, the indifference of the two poles or correlative opposites. Logically applied, the two extremes or poles are named thesis and antithesis. Thus in the line ita we have T equals thesis, A equals antithesis, and I equals punctum indifferensive amphotericum, which latter is to be conceived as both in as far as it may be either of the two former. Observe, not both at the same time in the same relation, for this would be the identity of T and A, not the indifference, but so, that relatively to A, I is equal to T, and relatively to T it becomes equals A. For the purposes of the universal noetic, in which we require terms of most comprehension and least specific import, might not the noetic pentad be, 1. Prothesis, 2. Thesis, 4. Mesothesis, 3. Antithesis, 5. Synthesis, prothesis, sum, thesis, methosis, antithesis, res, ageria, ago, partia, synthesis, agens. 1. Verb substantive equals prothesis, as expressing the identity or coinherence of act and being. 2. Substantive equals thesis, expressing being. 3. Verb equals antithesis, expressing act. 4. Infinite equals mesothesis, as being either substantive or verb, or both at once, only in different relations. 5. Participle equals synthesis. Thus in chemistry sulfuretted hydrogen is an acid relatively to the more powerful alkalis, and an alkali relatively to a powerful acid. Yet one other remark, and I pass to the question. In order to render the constructions of pure mathematics applicable to philosophy, the Pythagoreans, I imagine, represented the line as generated, or, as it were, radiated, by a point not contained in the line but independent, and, in the language of that school, transcendent to all production, which it caused but did not partake in. Facit, non patita. This was the punctum invisible, it presuppositum, and in this way the Pythagoreans guarded against the error of pantheism, into which the later schools fell. The assumption of this point I call the logical prothesis. We have now therefore 4 relations of thought expressed, 1. Prothesis, or the identity of T and A, which is neither, because in it, as the transcendent of both are contained and exist as one. Taken absolutely, this finds its application in the Supreme Being alone, the Pythagorean tetractys, the ineffable name, to which no image can be attached, the point, which has no real opposite or counterpoint. But relatively taken and inadequately, the germinal power of every seed, 79, might be generalized under the relation of identity. 2. Thesis, or position. 3. Antithesis, or opposition. 4. Indifference, to which when we add the synthesis or composition, in its several forms of equilibrium, as in quiescent electricity, of neutralization, as of oxygen and hydrogen in water, and of predominance, as of hydrogen and carbon with hydrogen, predominant, in pure alcohol, or of carbon and hydrogen, with the comparative predominance of the carbon, in oil, we complete the 5 most general forms or preconceptions of constructive logic. And now for the answer to the question. What is an idea, if it mean neither an impression on the senses, nor a definite conception, nor an abstract notion? And if it does mean either of these, the word is superfluous, and while it remains undetermined which of these is meant by the word, or whether it is not which you please, it is worse than superfluous. See the Statesman's Manual Appendix ad finem. But supposing the word to have a meaning of its own, what does it mean? What is an idea? In answer to this I commence with the absolutely real as the prothesis, the subjectively real as the thesis, the objectively real as the antithesis, and I affirm that idea is the indifference of the two, so namely, that if it be conceived as in the subject, the idea is an object, and possesses objective truth, but if in an object, it is then a subject and is necessarily thought of as exercising the powers of a subject. Thus an idea conceived as subsisting in an object becomes a law, and a law contemplated subjectively, in a mind, is an idea. 78. See the selection from Mr. Coleridge's literary correspondence in Blackwood's Magazine, 1821, Letter 2. Ed. 79. See comment on Moral and Religious Aphorism 6. p. 40. Ed. 80. In a letter to a friend on the mathematical atheists of the French Revolution, Lalande and others, or rather on a young man of distinguished abilities, but an avowed and proselyting partisan of their tenets, I concluded with these words: the man who will believe nothing but by force of demonstrative evidence, even though it is strictly demonstrable that the demonstrability required would countervene all the purposes of the truth in question, all that render the belief of the same desirable or obligatory, is not in a state of mind to be reasoned with on any subject. But if he further denies the fact of the law of conscience, and the essential difference between right and wrong, I confess, he puzzles me. I cannot without gross inconsistency appeal to his conscience and moral sense, or I should admonish him that, as an honest man, he ought to advertise himself, with a caveat omnes solus sum. And as an honest man myself, I dare not advise him on prudential grounds to keep his opinions secret, lest I should make myself his accomplice, and be helping him on with a rap rascal. Aphorism 3. Burnet and Coleridge. That religion is designed to improve the nature and faculties of man, in order to the right governing of our actions, to the securing the peace and progress, external and internal, of individuals and of communities, and lastly, to the rendering us capable of a more perfect state, entitled the Kingdom of God, to which the present life is probationary. This is a truth, which all who have truth only in view, will receive on its own evidence. If such then be the main end of religion altogether, the improvement namely of our nature and faculties, it is plain, that every part of religion is to be judged by its relation to this main end. And since the Christian scheme is religion in its most perfect and effective form, a revealed religion, and therefore, in a special sense proceeding from that Being who made us and knows what we are, of course therefore adapted to the needs and capabilities of human nature, nothing can be a part of this holy faith that is not duly proportioned to this end. 81. Comment. This aphorism should be borne in mind, whenever a theological resolve is proposed to us as an article of faith. Take, for instance, the determinations passed at the Synod of Dort, concerning the absolute decrees of God in connection with his omniscience and foreknowledge. Or take the decision in the Council of Trent on the difference between the two kinds of transubstantiation, the one in which both the substance and the accidents are changed, the same matter remaining, as in the conversion of water to wine at Cana, the other, in which the matter and the substance are changed, the accidents remaining unaltered, as in the Eucharist, this latter being transubstantiation par eminence. Or rather take the still more tremendous dogma, that it is indispensable to a saving faith carefully to distinguish the one kind from the other, and to believe both, and to believe the necessity of believing both in order to salvation. For each or either of these extra scriptural articles of faith the preceding aphorism supplies a safe criterion. Will the belief tend to the improvement of any of my moral or intellectual faculties? But before I can be convinced that a faculty will be improved, I must be assured that it exists. On all these dark sayings, therefore, of Dort or Trent, it is quite sufficient to ask, by what faculty, organ, or inlet of knowledge, we are to assure ourselves that the words mean anything, or correspond to any object out of our own mind or even in it, unless indeed the mere craving and striving to think on, after all the materials for thinking have been exhausted, can be called an object. When a number of trustworthy persons assure me that a portion of fluid which they saw to be water, by some change in the fluid itself or in their senses, suddenly acquired the color, taste, smell, and exhilarating property of wine, I perfectly understand what they tell me, and likewise by what faculties they might have come to the knowledge of the fact. But if any one of the number not satisfied with my acquiescence in the fact, should insist on my believing that the matter remained the same, the substance and the accidents having been removed in order to make way for a different substance with different accidents, I must entreat his permission to wait till I can discover in myself any faculty, by which there can be presented to me a matter distinguishable from accidents, and a substance that is different from both. It is true, I have a faculty of articulation, but I do not see that it can be improved by my using it for the formation of words without meaning, or at best, for the utterance of thoughts that mean only the act of so thinking, or of trying so to think. But the end of religion is the improvement of our nature and faculties. Ergo, and see. I sum up the whole in one great practical maxim. The object of religious contemplation, and of a truly spiritual faith, is the ways of God to man. Of the workings of the Godhead, God Himself has told us, "My ways are not as your ways, nor my thoughts as your thoughts." 81, slightly altered from Burnet's preface to Part 2 of his History of the Reformation. CPP 2627, v2. Clarendon Press Edition, 1865. Ed. Aphorism 4. The characteristic difference between the discipline of the ancient philosophers and the dispensation of the gospel. By undeceiving, enlarging, and informing the intellect, philosophy sought to purify, and to elevate the moral character. Of course, those alone could receive the latter and incomparably greater benefit, who by natural capacity and favorable contingencies of fortune were fit recipients of the former. How small the number, we scarcely need the evidence of history to assure us. Across the night of paganism, philosophy flitted on, like the lantern fly of the tropics, a light to itself, and an ornament, but alas, no more than an ornament of the surrounding darkness. Christianity reversed the order. By means accessible to all, by inducements operative on all, and by convictions, the grounds and materials of which all men might find in themselves, her first step was to cleanse the heart. But the benefit did not stop here. In preventing the rank vapors that steam up from the corrupt heart, Christianity restores the intellect likewise to its natural clearness. By relieving the mind from the distractions and importunities of the unruly passions, she improves the quality of the understanding, while at the same time she presents for its contemplations objects so great and so bright as cannot but enlarge the organ by which they are contemplated. The fears, the hopes, the remembrances, the anticipations, the inward and outward experience, the belief and the faith, of a Christian, form of themselves a philosophy and a sum of knowledge, which a life spent in the grove of Academus, or the painted porch could not have attained or collected. The result is contained in the fact of a wide and still widening Christendom. Yet I dare not say that the effects have been proportionate to the divine wisdom of the scheme. Too soon did the doctors of the Church forget that the heart, the moral nature, was the beginning and the end, and that truth, knowledge, and insight were comprehended in its expansion. This was the true and first apostasy, when in council and synod the divine humanities of the gospel gave way to speculative systems, and religion became a science of shadows under the name of theology, or at best a bare skeleton of truth, without life or interest, alike inaccessible and unintelligible to the majority of Christians. For these therefore there remained only rites and ceremonies and spectacles, shows and semblances. Thus among the learned the substance of things hoped for, Heb 11. 1. Passed off into notions, and for the unlearned the surfaces of things became, 82, substance. The Christian world was for centuries divided into the many that did not think at all, and the few who did nothing but think, both alike unreflecting, the one from defect of the act, the other from the absence of an object. 82. Verumit proprietatem, qua non nisida substantibus predicri possunt, formis superstantibus attributio, ist superstitio. Aphorism v. There is small chance of truth at the goal where there is not a childlike humility at the starting post. Comment. Humility is the safest ground of docility, and docility the surest promise of docility. Where there is no working of self-love in the heart that secures a leaning beforehand, where the great magnet of the planet is not overwhelmed or obscured by partial masses of iron in close neighborhood to the compass of the judgment, though hidden or unnoticed, there will this great desideratum be found of a childlike humility. Do I then say that I am to be influenced by no interest? Far from it. There is an interest of truth, or how could there be a love of truth? And that a love of truth for its own sake, and merely as truth, is possible, my soul bears witness to itself in its inmost recesses. But there are other interests, those of goodness, of beauty, of utility. It would be a sorry proof of the humility I am extolling, were I to ask for angels' wings to overfly my own human nature. I exclude none of these. It is enough if the l'inclinamen, the gentle bias, be given by no interest that concerns myself other than as I am a man, and included in the great family of mankind, but which does therefore especially concern me, because being a common interest of all men it must needs concern the very essentials of my being, and because these essentials, as existing in me, are especially entrusted to my particular charge. Widely different from this social and truth-attracted bias, different both in its nature and its effects, is the interest connected with the desire of distinguishing yourself from other men, in order to be distinguished by them. Hoc revera est inter te et veritatem. This interest does indeed stand between thee and truth. I might add between thee and thy own soul. It is scarcely more at variance with the love of truth than it is unfriendly to the attainment that deserves that name. By your own act you have appointed the many as your judges and appraisers, for the anxiety to be admired is a loveless passion, ever strongest with regard to those by whom we are least known and least cared for, loud on the hustings, gay in the ballroom, mute and sullen at the family fireside. What you have acquired by patient thought and cautious discrimination, demands a portion of the same effort in those who are to receive it from you. But applause and preference are things of barter, and if you trade in them, experience will soon teach you that there are easier and less unsuitable ways to win golden judgments than by at once taxing the patience and humiliating the self-opinion of your judges. To obtain your end, your words must be as indefinite as their thoughts, and how vague and general these are even on objects of sense. The few who at a mature age have seriously set about the discipline of their faculties, and have honestly taken stock, best know by recollection of their own state. To be admired you must make your auditors believe at least that they understand what you say, which, be assured, they never will, under such circumstances, if it be worth understanding, or if you understand your own soul. But while your prevailing motive is to be compared and appreciated, is it credible, is it possible, that you should in earnest seek for a knowledge which is and must remain a hidden light, a secret treasure? Have you children, or have you lived among children, and do you not know, that in all things, in food, in medicine, in all their doings and abstainings they must believe in order to acquire a reason for their belief? But so is it with religious truths for all men. These we must all learn as children. The ground of the prevailing error on this point is the ignorance, that in spiritual concernments to believe and to understand are not diverse things, but the same thing in different periods of its growth. Belief is the seed, received into the will, of which the understanding or knowledge is the flower, and the thing believed is the fruit. Unless ye believe ye cannot understand, and unless ye be humble as children, ye not only will not, but ye cannot believe. Of such therefore is the kingdom of heaven. Yet, blessed is the calamity that makes us humble, though so repugnant thereto is our nature, in our present state, that after a while, it is to be feared, a second and sharper calamity would be wanted to cure us of our pride in having become so humble. Lastly, there are among us, though fewer and less in fashion than among our ancestors, persons who, like Shaftesbury, do not belong to the herd of Epicurus yet prefer a philosophic paganism to the morality of the gospel. Now it would conduce, methinks, to the childlike humility we have been discoursing of, if the use of the term virtue, in that high, comprehensive, and notional sense in which it was used by the ancient Stoics, were abandoned, as a relic of paganism, to these modern pagans, and if Christians restoring the word to its original import, namely, manhood or manliness, used it exclusively to express the quality of fortitude, strength of character in relation to the resistance opposed by nature and the irrational passions to the dictates of reason, energy of will in preserving the line of rectitude tense and firm against the warping forces and treacheries of temptation. Surely, it were far less unseemly to value ourselves on this moral strength than on strength of body, or even strength of intellect. But we will rather value it for ourselves, and bearing in mind the old adage, quis custodia ipsum custodem, we will value it the more, yet, then only will we allow it true spiritual worth, when we possess it as a gift of grace, a boon of mercy undeserved, a fulfillment of a free promise. 1 Corinthians 13. What more is meant in this last paragraph, let the Venerable Hooker say for me in the following. Aphorism 6. Hooker. What is virtue but a medicine, and vice but a wound? Yet, we have so often deeply wounded ourselves with medicine, that God hath been fain to make wounds medicinable, to cure by vice where virtue hath stricken, to suffer the just man to fall, that being raised he may be taught what power it was which upheld him standing. I am not afraid to affirm it boldly with Saint Augustine, that men puffed up through a proud opinion of their own sanctity and holiness receive a benefit at the hands of God, and are assisted with His grace when with His grace they are not assisted, but permitted, and that grievously, to transgress. Whereby, as they were through over great liking of themselves supplanted, tripped up, so the dislike of that which did supplant them may establish them afterwards the surer. Ask the very soul of Peter, and it shall undoubtedly itself make you this answer, my eager protestations made in the glory of my spiritual strength I am ashamed of. But my shame and the tears, with which my presumption and my weakness were bewailed, recur in the songs of my thanksgiving. My strength had been my ruin, my fall hath proved my stay. 83, Hooker on the Nature of Pride Works, p. 521. ed. Aphorism 7. The being and providence of one living God, holy, gracious, merciful, the Creator and Preserver of all things, and a Father of the righteous, the moral law in its 84 utmost height, breadth, and purity, a state of retribution after death, the 85 resurrection of the dead, and a day of judgment. All these were known and received by the Jewish people, as established articles of the national faith, at or before the proclaiming of Christ by the Baptist. They are the groundwork of Christianity, and essentials in the Christian faith, but not its characteristic and peculiar doctrines, except indeed as they are confirmed, enlivened, realized and brought home to the whole being of man, head, heart, and spirit, by the truths and influences of the gospel. Peculiar to Christianity are, the belief that a means of salvation has been effected and provided for the human race by the incarnation of the Son of God in the person of Jesus Christ, and that His life on earth, His sufferings, death, and resurrection, are not only proofs and manifestations, but likewise essential and effective parts of the great redemptive act, whereby also the obstacle from the corruption of our nature is rendered no longer insurmountable. 2. The belief in the possible appropriation of this benefit by repentance and faith, including the aids that render an effective faith and repentance themselves possible. 3. The belief in the reception, by as many as shall be heirs of salvation, of a living and spiritual principle, a seed of life capable of surviving this natural life, and of existing in a divine and immortal state. 4. The belief in the awakening of the Spirit, 86, in them that truly believe, and in the communion of the Spirit, thus awakened, with the Holy Spirit. V. The belief in the accompanying and consequent gifts, graces, comforts, and privileges of the Spirit, which acting primarily on the heart and will, cannot but manifest themselves in suitable works of love and obedience, that is, in right acts with right affections, from right principles. 6. Further, as Christians we are taught, that these works are the appointed signs and evidences of our faith, and that, under limitation of the power, the means, and the opportunities afforded us individually, they are the rule and measure, by which we are bound and enabled to judge, of what spirit we are. 7. All these, together with the doctrine of the Fathers reproclaimed in the everlasting Gospel, we receive in the full assurance, that God beholds and will finally judge us with a merciful consideration of our infirmities, a gracious acceptance of our sincere though imperfect strivings, a forgiveness of our defects through the mediation, and a completion of our deficiencies by the perfect righteousness of the man Christ Jesus, even the Word that was in the beginning with God, and who, being God, became man for the redemption of mankind. Comment. I earnestly entreat the reader to pause a while, and to join with me in reflecting on the preceding aphorism. It has been my aim throughout this work to enforce 2 points, one that morality arising out of the reason and conscience of men, and prudence, which in like manner flows out of the understanding and the natural wants and desires of the individual, are 2 distinct things. 2. That morality with prudence as its instrument has, considered abstractedly, not only a value but a worth in itself. Now the question is, and it is a question which every man must answer for himself, from what you know of yourself, of your own heart and strength, and from what history and personal experience have led you to conclude of mankind generally, dare you trust to it? Dare you trust to it? To it, and to it alone? If so, well, it is at your own risk. I judge you not. Before him, who cannot be mocked, you stand or fall. But if not, if you have had too good reason to know, that your heart is deceitful and your strength weakness, if you are disposed to exclaim with Paul, the law indeed is holy, just, good, spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin, for that which I do, I allow not, and what I would, that I do not. In this case, there is a voice that says, Come unto me, and I will give you rest. This is the voice of Christ, and the conditions, under which the promise was given by him, are that you believe in him, and believe his words. And he has further assured you, that if you do so, you will obey him. You are, in short, to embrace the Christian faith as your religion, those truths which St. Paul believed after his conversion, and not those only which he believed no less undoubtingly while he was persecuting Christ, and an enemy of the Christian religion. With what consistency could I offer you this volume as aids to reflection, if I did not call on you to ascertain in the first instance what these truths are? But these I could not lay before you without first enumerating certain other points of belief, which though truths, indispensable truths, and truths comprehended or rather presupposed in the Christian scheme, are yet not these truths. John I 17. While doing this, I was aware that the positions, in the first paragraph of the preceding aphorism, to which the numerical marks are affixed, will startle some of my readers. Let the following sentences serve for the notes corresponding to the marks. 1. Be you holy, even as God is holy. What more does he require of thee, O man, than to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with the Lord thy God? 87. To these summary passages from Moses and the prophets, the first exhibiting the closed, the second the expanded, hand of the moral law, I might add the authorities of Grotius and other more orthodox and not less learned divines, for the opinion that the Lord's Prayer was a selection, and the famous passage, "The hour is now coming," and c. John v 28:29. A citation by our Lord from the liturgy of the Jewish Church. But it will be sufficient to remind the reader that the apparent difference between the prominent moral truths of the Old and those of the New Testament results from the latter having been written in Greek, while the conversations recorded by the evangelists took place in Hebrew or Syro-Chaldaic or Aramaic. Hence it happened that where our Lord cited the original text, his biographers substituted the Septuagint version, while our English version is in both instances immediate and literal, in the Old Testament from the Hebrew original, in the New Testament from the freer Greek translation. The text, "I give you a new commandment," has no connection with the present subject. 2. There is a current mistake on this point likewise, though this article of the Jewish belief is not only asserted by St. Paul, but is elsewhere spoken of as common to the 12 tribes. The mistake consists in supposing the Pharisees to have been a distinct sect, and in strangely overrating the number of the Sadducees. The former were distinguished not by holding, as matters of religious belief, articles different from the Jewish Church at large, but by their pretenses to a more rigid orthodoxy, a more scrupulous performance. They were, in short, if I may dare use a phrase which I dislike as profane, and denounce as uncharitable, the evangelicals and strict professors of the day. The latter, the Sadducees, whose opinions much more nearly resembled those of the Stoics than the Epicureans, a remark that will appear paradoxical to those only who have abstracted their notions of the Stoic philosophy from Epictetus, Mark Antonin, and certain brilliant inconsistencies of Seneca, were a handful of rich men, Romanized Jews, not more numerous than infidels among us, and holden by the people at large in at least equal abhorrence. Their great argument was, that the belief of a future state of rewards and punishments injured or destroyed the purity of the moral law for the more enlightened classes, and weakened the influence of the laws of the land for the people, the vulgar multitude. I will now suppose the reader to have thoughtfully reperused the paragraph containing the tenets peculiar to Christianity, and if he have his religious principles yet to form, I should expect to overhear a troubled murmur, "How can I comprehend this? How is this to be proved?" To the first question I should answer, Christianity is not a theory, or a speculation, but a life, not a philosophy of life, but a life and a living process. To the second, try it. It has been 1800 years in existence, and has one individual left a record, like the following. I tried it, and it did not answer. I made the experiment faithfully according to the directions, and the result has been a conviction of my own credulity. Have you, in your own experience, met with anyone in whose words you could place full confidence, and who has seriously affirmed, "I have given Christianity a fair trial"? I was aware that its promises were made only conditionally. But my heart bears me witness that I have to the utmost of my power complied with these conditions. Both outwardly and in the discipline of my inward acts and affections, I have performed the duties which it enjoins, and I have used the means which it prescribes. Yet my assurance of its truth has received no increase. Its promises have not been fulfilled, and I repent me of my delusion. If neither your own experience nor the history of almost 2000 years has presented a single testimony to this purport, and if you have read and heard of many who have lived and died bearing witness to the contrary, and if you have yourself met with someone, in whom on any other point you would place unqualified trust, who has on his own experience made report to you, that he is faithful who promised, and what he promised he has proved himself able to perform, is it bigotry, if I fear that the unbelief, which prejudges and prevents the experiment, has its source elsewhere than in the uncorrupted judgment, that not the strong free mind, but the enslaved will, is the true original infidel in this instance? It would not be the first time that a treacherous bosom sin had suborned the understandings of men to bear false witness against its avowed enemy, the right though unreceived owner of the house, who had long warned it out, and waited only for its ejection to enter and take possession of the same. I have elsewhere in the present work explained the difference between the understanding and the reason, by reason meaning exclusively the speculative or scientific power so called, the or mens of the ancients. And wider still is the distinction between the understanding and the spiritual mind. But no gift of God does or can contradict any other gift, except by misuse or misdirection. Most readily therefore do I admit, that there can be no contrariety between revelation and the understanding, unless you call the fact, that the skin, though sensible of the warmth of the sun, can convey no notion of its figure or its joyous light, or of the colors, which it impresses on the clouds, a contrariety between the skin and the eye, or infer that the cutaneous and the optic nerves contradict each other. But we have grounds to believe that there are yet other rays or effluences from the sun, which neither feeling nor sight can apprehend, but which are to be inferred from the effects. And were it even so with regard to the spiritual sun, how would this contradict the understanding or the reason? It is a sufficient proof of the contrary, that the mysteries in question are not in the direction of the understanding or the speculative reason. They do not move on the same line or plane with them, and therefore cannot contradict them. But besides this, in the mystery that most immediately concerns the believer, that of the birth into a new and spiritual life, the common sense and experience of mankind come in aid of their faith. The analogous facts, which we know to be true, not only facilitate the apprehension of the facts promised to us, and expressed by the same words in conjunction with a distinctive epithet, but being confessedly not less incomprehensible, the certain knowledge of the one disposes us to the belief of the other. It removes at least all objections to the truth of the doctrine derived from the mysteriousness of its subject. The life we seek after is a mystery, but so both in itself and in its origin is the life we have. In order to meet this question, however, with minds duly prepared, there are two preliminary inquiries to be decided, the first respecting the purport, the second respecting the language of the Gospel. First then of the purport, namely, what the Gospel does not, and what it does profess to be. The Gospel is not a system of theology, nor a syntagma of theoretical propositions and conclusions for the enlargement of speculative knowledge, ethical or metaphysical. But it is a history, a series of facts and events related or announced. These do indeed involve, or rather I should say they at the same time are, most important doctrinal truths, but still facts and declaration of facts. Secondly, of the language. This is a wide subject. But the point, to which I chiefly advert, is the necessity of thoroughly understanding the distinction between analogous and metaphorical language. Analogies are used in aid of conviction, metaphors, as means of illustration. The language is analogous, wherever a thing, power, or principle in a higher dignity is expressed by the same thing, power, or principle in a lower but more known form. Such, for instance, is the language of John 3:6. That which is born of the flesh, is flesh. That which is born of the Spirit, is spirit. The latter half of the verse contains the fact asserted, the former half the analogous fact, by which it is rendered intelligible. If any man choose to call this metaphorical or figurative, I ask him whether with Hobbes and Bolingbroke he applies the same rule to the moral attributes of the deity. Whether he regards the divine justice, for instance, as a metaphorical term, a mere figure of speech. If he disclaims this, then I answer, neither do I regard the words, born again, or spiritual life, as figures or metaphors. I have only to add, that these analogies are the material, or, to speak chemically, the base, of symbols and symbolical expressions, the nature of which is always tautogorical, that is, expressing the same subject but with a difference, in contradistinction from metaphors and similitudes, that are always allegorical, that is, expressing a different subject but with a resemblance. Of metaphorical language, on the other hand, let the following be taken as instance and illustration. I am speaking, we will suppose, of an act, which in its own nature, and as a producing and efficient cause, is transcendent, but which produces sundry effects, each of which is the same in kind with an effect produced by a cause well known and of ordinary occurrence. Now when I characterize or designate this transcendent act, in exclusive reference to these its effects, by a succession of names borrowed from their ordinary causes, not for the purpose of rendering the act itself, or the manner of the agency, conceivable, but in order to show the nature and magnitude of the benefits received from it, and thus to excite the due admiration, gratitude, and love in the receivers. In this case I should be rightly described as speaking metaphorically. And in this case to confound the similarity, in respect of the effects relatively to the recipients, with an identity in respect of the causes or modes of causation relatively to the transcendent act or the divine agent, is a confusion of metaphor with analogy, and of figurative with literal, and has been and continues to be a fruitful source of superstition or enthusiasm in believers, and of objections and prejudices to infidels and skeptics. But each of these points is worthy of a separate consideration, and apt occasions will be found of reverting to them severally in the following aphorisms, or the comments thereto attached. 84 and 85. These reference marks are the author's own, for which, however, he supplied no notes here, but further on, in the comment, at pp. 132-3, he gives them in the text. Ed. 86, see comment on Moral and Religious Aphorism 6, p. 45. Ed. 87, Lev. 19-2, and Mika 6. 8. Ed. Aphorism 8. Leighton. Faith elevates the soul not only above sense and sensible things, but above reason itself. As reason corrects the errors which sense might occasion, so supernatural faith corrects the errors of natural reason judging according to sense. Comment. My remarks on this aphorism from Leighton cannot be better introduced, or their purport more distinctly announced, than by the following sentence from Harrington, with no other change than was necessary to make the words express, without aid of the context, what from the context it is evident was the writer's meaning. The definition and proper character of man, that, namely, which should contradistinguish him from the animals, is to be taken from his reason rather than from his understanding, in regard that in other creatures there may be something of understanding, but there is nothing of reason. 88. Sir Thomas Browne, in his Religio Medici, complains that there are not impossibilities enough in religion for his active faith, and adopts by choice and in free preference such interpretations of certain texts and declarations of Holy Writ, as place them in irreconcilable contradiction to the demonstrations of science and the experience of mankind, because, says he, I love to lose myself in a mystery, and tease my solitary recreation to pose my apprehension with those involved enigmas and riddles of the Trinity and Incarnation, and because he delights, as thinking it no vulgar part of faith, to believe a thing not only above but contrary to reason, and against the evidence of our proper senses. For the worthy knight could answer all the objections of the devil and reason with the odd resolution he had learnt of Tertullian, certumist quia impossibile estimated. It is certainly true because it is quite impossible. Now this I call ultra-Fidianism. 89. Again, there is a scheme constructed on the principle of retaining the social sympathies that attend on the name of believer, at the least possible expenditure of belief, a scheme of picking and choosing scripture texts for the support of doctrines that had been learned beforehand from the higher oracle of common sense, which, as applied to the truths of religion, means the popular part of the philosophy in fashion. Of course, the scheme differs at different times and in different individuals in the number of articles excluded, but it may always be recognized by this permanent character, that its object is to draw religion down to the believer's intellect, instead of raising his intellect up to religion. And this extreme I call minimifidianism. Now if there be one preventive of both these extremes more efficacious than another, and preliminary to all the rest, it is the being made fully aware of the diversity of reason and understanding. And this is the more expedient, because though there is no want of authorities ancient and modern for the distinction of the faculties, and the distinct appropriation of the terms, yet our best writers too often confound the one with the other. Even Lord Bacon himself, who in his Novum Organum has so incomparably set forth the nature of the difference, and the unfitness of the latter faculty for the objects of the former, does nevertheless in sundry places use the term reason where he means the understanding, and sometimes, though less frequently, understanding for reason. 93. In consequence of thus confounding the two terms, or rather of wasting both words for the expression of one and the same faculty, he left himself no appropriate term for the other and higher gift of reason, and was thus under the necessity of adopting fantastical and mystical phrases, for example, the dry light, lumen secum, the lucific vision, and the like, meaning thereby nothing more than reason in contradistinction from the understanding. Thus too in the preceding aphorism, by reason Latin means the human understanding, the explanation annexed to it being, by a noticeable coincidence, word for word, the very definition which the founder of the critical philosophy gives of the understanding, namely, the faculty judging according to sense. 88. See the Friend Volume I, p. 263, or p. 95 in Bond's one-volume edition, and the Statesman's Manual Appendix, Note C. ed. 89. There is this advantage in the occasional use of a newly minted term or title, expressing the doctrinal schemes of particular sects or parties, that it avoids the inconvenience that presses on either side, whether we adopt the name which the party itself has taken up by which to express its peculiar tenets, or that by which the same party is designated by its opponents. If we take the latter, it most often happens that either the persons are invidiously aimed at in the designation of the principles, or that the name implies some consequence or occasional accompaniment of the principles denied by the parties themselves, as applicable to them collectively. On the other hand, convinced as I am, that current appellations are never wholly indifferent or inert, and that, when employed to express the characteristic belief or object of a religious confederacy, they exert on the many a great and constant, though insensible, influence, I cannot but fear that in adopting the former I may be sacrificing the interests of truth beyond what the duties of courtesy can demand or justify. I have elsewhere stated my objections to the word Unitarians, as a name which in its proper sense can belong only to the maintainers of the truth impugned by the persons who have chosen it as their designation. For unity or unition, and indistinguishable unicity or sameness, are incompatible terms. We never speak of the unity of attraction, or the unity of repulsion, but of the unity of attraction and repulsion in each corpuscle. Indeed, the essential diversity of the conceptions, unity and sameness, was among the elementary principles of the old logicians, and Leibniz, in his critique on Wisiwatius, has ably exposed the sophisms grounded on the confusion of the two terms. But in the exclusive sense, in which the name, Unitarian, is appropriated by the sect, and in which they mean it to be understood, it is a presumptuous boast, and an uncharitable calumny. No one of the churches to which they on this article of the Christian faith stand opposed, Greek or Latin, ever adopted the term, Trini, or Triunitarians as their ordinary and proper name, and had it been otherwise, yet unity is assuredly no logical opposite to triunity, which expressly includes it. The Triple Alliance is a fortiori alliance. The true designation of their characteristic tenet, and which would simply and inoffensively express a fact admitted on all sides, is Silanthropism, or the assertion of the mere humanity of Christ. 90. I dare not hesitate to avow my regret that any scheme of doctrines or tenets should be the subject of penal law, though I can easily conceive that any scheme, however excellent in itself, may be propagated, and however false or injurious, may be assailed, in a manner and by means that would make the advocate or assailant justly punishable. But then it is the manner, the means, that constitute the crime. The merit or demerit of the opinions themselves depends on their originating and determining causes, which may differ in every different believer, and are certainly known to him alone, who commanded us, "Judge not, lest ye be judged." At all events, in the present state of the law, I do not see where we can begin, or where we can stop, without inconsistency and consequent hardship. Judging by all that we can pretend to know or are entitled to infer, who among us will take on himself to deny that the late Dr. Priestley was a good and benevolent man, as sincere in his love, as he was intrepid and indefatigable in his pursuit of truth? Now let us construct 3 parallel tables, the first containing the articles of belief, moral and theological, maintained by the Venerable Hooker, as the representative of the established Church, each article being distinctly lined and numbered, the second the tenets and persuasions of Lord Herbert, as the representative of the Platonising Deists, and the third, those of Dr. Priestley. Let the points, in which the second and third agree with or differ from the first, be considered as to the comparative number modified by the comparative weight and importance of the several points, and let any competent and upright man be appointed the arbiter, to decide according to his best judgment, without any reference to the truth of the opinions, which of the two differed from the first the more widely. I say this, well aware that it would be abundantly more prudent to leave it unsaid. But I say it in the conviction that the liberality in the adoption of admitted misnomers in the naming of doctrinal systems, if only they have been negatively legalized, is but an equivocal proof of liberality towards the persons who dissent from us. On the contrary, I more than suspect that the former liberality does in too many men arise from a latent predisposition to transfer their reprobation and intolerance from the doctrines to the doctors, from the belief to the believers. Indecency, abuse, scoffing on subjects dear and awful to a multitude of our fellow citizens, appeals to the vanity, appetites, and malignant passions of ignorant and incompetent judges, these are flagrant overt acts, condemned by the law written in the heart of every honest man, Jew, Turk, and Christian. These are points respecting which the humblest honest man feels it his duty to hold himself infallible, and dares not hesitate in giving utterance to the verdict of his conscience, in the jury box as fearlessly as by his fireside. It is far otherwise with respect to matters of faith and inward conviction, and with respect to these I say, tolerate no belief, that you judge false and of injurious tendency, and arraign no believer. The man is more and other than his belief, and God only knows how small or how large a part of him the belief in question may be, for good or for evil. Resist every false doctrine, and call no man heretic. The false doctrine does not necessarily make the man a heretic, but an evil heart can make any doctrine heretical. Actuated by these principles, I have objected to a false and deceptive designation in the case of one system. Persuaded that the doctrines, enumerated in pp. 130 to 132, are not only essential to the Christian religion, but those which contradistinguish the religion as Christian. I merely repeat this persuasion in another form, when I assert that, in my sense of the word, Christian, Unitarianism is not Christianity. But do I say that those who call themselves Unitarians are not Christians? God forbid. I would not think, much less promulgate, a judgment at once so presumptuous and so uncharitable. 91. Let a friendly antagonist retort on my scheme of faith, in the like manner, I shall respect him all the more for his consistency as a reasoner, and not confide the less in his kindness towards me as his neighbor and fellow Christian. This latter and most endearing name I scarcely know how to withhold even from my friend, Hyman Hurwitz, as often as I read what every reverer of Holy Writ and of the English Bible ought to read, his admirable Vindicii Hebraci. It has trembled on the verge, as it were, of my lips, every time I have conversed with that pious, learned, strong-minded, and single-hearted Jew, an Israelite indeed, and without guile, cujus cura, sici naturam, legibus uti, it mentum vitiis, ora negariadalis, virtutes apibus, verum priaponia falso nil vacuum sensudicia, nil faceria. Post obituum vivam, 92, secum requiescum, nec fiat malai or sors me sort swa. From a poem of Hildebert on his master, the persecuted Berengarius. Under the same feelings I conclude this aid to reflection by applying the principle to another misnomer not less inappropriate and far more influential. Of those whom I have found most reason to respect and value, many have been members of the Church of Rome, and certainly I did not honor those the least, who scrupled even in common parlance to call our church a Reformed church. A similar scruple would not, methinks, disgrace a Protestant as to the use of the words Catholic or Roman Catholic, and if, tacitly at least, and in thought, he remembered that the Romish anti-Catholic Church would more truly express the fact. Romish, to mark that the corruptions in discipline, doctrine, and practice do, for the larger part, owe both their origin and perpetuation to the Romish court, and the local tribunals of the city of Rome, and neither are or ever have been Catholic, that is, universal, throughout the Roman Empire, or even in the whole Latin or Western Church, and anti-Catholic, because no other church acts on so narrow and excommunicative a principle, or is characterized by such a jealous spirit of monopoly. Instead of a Catholic, universal, spirit, it may be truly described as a spirit of particularism counterfeiting Catholicity by a negative totality and heretical self-circumscription, in the first instances cutting off, and since then cutting herself off from, all the other members of Christ's body. For the rest, I think as that man of true Catholic spirit and apostolic zeal, Richard Baxter, thought, and my readers will thank me for conveying my reflections in his own words, in the following golden passage from his life, faithfully published from his own original MSS. By Matthew Sylvester, 1696. My censures of the Papists do much differ from what they were at first. I then thought that their errors in the doctrines of faith were their most dangerous mistakes. But now I am assured that their misexpressions and misunderstanding us, with our mistakings of them and inconvenient expressing of our own opinions, have made the difference in most points appear much greater than it is, and that in some it is next to none at all. But the great and unreconcilable differences lie in their church tyranny, in the usurpations of their hierarchy and priesthood, under the name of spiritual authority exercising a temporal lordship, in their corruptions and abasement of God's worship, but above all their systematic befriending of ignorance and vice. At first I thought that Mr. Perkins well proved, that a Papist cannot go beyond a reprobate, but now I doubt not that God hath many sanctified ones among them, who have received the true doctrine of Christianity so practically, that their contradictory errors prevail not against them, to hinder their love of God and their salvation, but that their errors are like a conquerable dose of poison, which a healthful nature doth overcome. And I can never believe that a man may not be saved by that religion, which doth but bring him to the true love of God and to a heavenly mind and life, nor that God will ever cast a soul into hell, that truly loveth him. Also at first it would disgrace any doctrine with me, if I did but hear it called Popery and Antichristian, but I have long learned to be more impartial, and to know that Satan can use even the names of Popery and Antichrist, to bring a truth into suspicion and discredit. Baxter's Life, Part IP 131. 90. see the Second Lay Sermon Bonds edition, pp. 406-7. ed. 91. See Coleridge's Table Talk 4 April 1832, on Unitarianism. ed. 92. I do not answer for the corrupt Latin. 93. See the Friend Bonds edition, pp. 95-100, and 319-27. ed. On the difference in kind of reason and the understanding. Scheme of the argument. On the contrary, reason is the power of universal and necessary convictions, the source and substance of truths above sense, and having their evidence in themselves. Its presence is always marked by the necessity of the position affirmed, this necessity being conditional, when a truth of reason is applied to facts of experience, or to the rules and maxims of the understanding, but absolute, when the subject matter is itself the growth or offspring of the reason. Hence arises a distinction in the reason itself, derived from the different mode of applying it, and from the objects to which it is directed, accordingly as we consider one and the same gift, now as the ground of formal principles, and now as the origin of ideas. Contemplated distinctively in reference to formal, or abstract, truth, it is the speculative reason, but in reference to actual, or moral, truth, as the fountain of ideas, and the light of the conscience, we name it the practical reason. Whenever by self-subjection to this universal light, the will of the individual, the particular will, has become a will of reason, the man is regenerate, and reason is then the spirit of the regenerated man, whereby the person is capable of a quickening intercommunion with the divine spirit. And herein consists the mystery of redemption, that this has been rendered possible for us. And so it is written, the first man Adam, was made a living soul, the last Adam a quickening spirit. 1 Cor 15. 45. We need only compare the passages in the writings of the Apostles Paul and John, concerning the Spirit and spiritual gifts, with those in the Proverbs and in the Wisdom of Solomon respecting reason, to be convinced that the terms are synonymous. 94. In this at once most comprehensive and most appropriate acceptation of the word, reason is preeminently spiritual, and a spirit, even our spirit, through an effluence of the same grace by which we are privileged to say our Father. On the other hand, the judgments of the understanding are binding only in relation to the objects of our senses, which we reflect under the forms of the understanding. It is, as Leighton rightly defines it, the faculty judging according to sense. Hence we add the epithet human, without tautology, and speak of the human understanding, in disjunction from that of beings higher or lower than man. But there is, in this sense, no human reason. There neither is nor can be but one reason, one and the same, even the light that lighteth every man's individual understanding, discursus, and thus maketh it a reasonable understanding, discourse of reason, one only, yet manifold, it goeth through all understanding, and remaining in itself regenerateth all other powers. The same writer calls it likewise an influence from the glory of the Almighty, this being one of the names of the Messiah, as the Logos, or co-eternal filial Word. and most noticeable for its coincidence is a fragment of Heraclitus, as I have indeed already noticed elsewhere. To discourse rationally it behoves us to derive strength from that which is common to all men, for all human understandings are nourished by the one divine word. Beasts, we have said, partake of understanding. If any man deny this, there is a ready way of settling the question. Let him give a careful perusal to Huber's 2 small volumes, on bees and ants, especially the latter, and to Kirby and Spence's Introduction to Entomology, and one or other of 2 things must follow. He will either change his opinion as irreconcilable with the facts, or he must deny the facts, which yet I cannot suppose, inasmuch as the denial would be tantamount to the no less extravagant than uncharitable assertion, that Huber, and the several eminent naturalists, French and English, Swiss, German, and Italian, by whom Huber's observations and experiments have been repeated and confirmed, had all conspired to impose a series of falsehoods and fairy tales on the world. I see no way at least, by which he can get out of this dilemma, but by overleaping the admitted rules and fences of all legitimate discussion, and either transferring to the word, understanding, the definition already appropriated to reason, or defining understanding in genere by the specific and accessional perfections which the human understanding derives from its coexistence with reason and free will in the same individual person, in plainer words, from its being exercised by a self-conscious and responsible creature. And, after all, the supporter of Harrington's position would have a right to ask him, by what other name he would designate the faculty in the instances referred to. If it be not understanding, what is it? In no former part of this volume has the author felt the same anxiety to obtain a patient attention. For he does not hesitate to avow that on his success in establishing the validity and importance of the distinction between reason and understanding, he rests his hopes of carrying the reader along with him through all that is to follow. Let the student but clearly see and comprehend the diversity in the things themselves, the expediency of a correspondent distinction and appropriation of the words will follow of itself. Turn back for a moment to the aphorism, and having reperused the first paragraph of this comment thereon, regard the 2 following narratives as the illustration. I do not say proof, for I take these from a multitude of facts equally striking for the one only purpose of placing my meaning out of all doubt. Huber put a dozen bumblebees under a bell glass along with a comb of about 10 silken cocoons so unequal in height as not to be capable of standing steadily. To remedy this 2 or 3 of the bumblebees got upon the comb, stretched themselves over its edge, and with their heads downwards fixed their 4 feet on the table on which the comb stood, and so with their hind feet kept the comb from falling. When these were weary, others took their places. In this constrained and painful posture, fresh bees relieving their comrades at intervals, and each working in its turn, did these affectionate little insects support the comb for nearly 3 days, at the end of which they had prepared sufficient wax to build pillars with. But these pillars having accidentally got displaced, the bees had recourse again to the same maneuver till Huber, pitying their hard case, and see to I shall at present describe the operations of a single ant that I observed sufficiently long to satisfy my curiosity. One rainy day, I observed a laborer digging the ground near the aperture which gave entrance to the ant hill. It placed in a heap the several fragments it had scraped up, and formed them into small pellets, which it deposited here and there upon the nest. It returned constantly to the same place, and appeared to have a marked design, for it labored with ardor and perseverance. I remarked a slight furrow, excavated in the ground in a straight line, representing the plan of a path or gallery. The laborer, the whole of whose movements fell under my immediate observation, gave it greater depth and breadth, and cleared out its borders, and I saw at length, in which I could not be deceived, that it had the intention of establishing an avenue which was to lead from one of the stories to the underground chambers. This path, which was about 2 or 3 inches in length, and formed by a single ant, was opened above and bordered on each side by a buttress of earth. Its concavity formed a gouttiere was of the most perfect regularity, for the architect had not left an atom too much. The work of this ant was so well followed and understood, that I could almost to a certainty guess its next proceeding, and the very fragment it was about to remove. At the side of the opening where this path terminated, was a second opening to which it was necessary to arrive by some road. The same ant engaged in and executed alone this undertaking. It furrowed out and opened another path, parallel to the first, leaving between each a little wall of 3 or 4 lines in height. Those ants who lay the foundation of a wall, chamber, or gallery, from working separately, occasion now and then a want of coincidence in the parts of the same or different objects. Such examples are of no unfrequent occurrence, but they by no means embarrass them. What follows proves that the workman, on discovering his error, knew how to rectify it. A wall had been erected with the view of sustaining a vaulted ceiling, still incomplete, that had been projected from the wall of the opposite chamber. The workman who began constructing it, had given it too little elevation to meet the opposite partition upon which it was to rest. Had it been continued on the original plan, it must infallibly have met the wall at about 1/2 of its height, and this it was necessary to avoid. This state of things very forcibly claimed my attention, when one of the ants arriving at the place, and visiting the works, appeared to be struck by the difficulty which presented itself, but this it as soon obviated, by taking down the ceiling and raising the wall upon which it reposed. It then, in my presence, constructed a new ceiling with the fragments of the former one. Hubbard's Natural History of Ants, p. 38-41. Now I assert, that the faculty manifested in the acts here narrated does not differ in kind from understanding, and that it does so differ from reason. What I conceive the former to be, physiologically considered, will be shown hereafter. In this place I take the understanding as it exists in men, and in exclusive reference to its intelligential functions, and it is in this sense of the word that I am to prove the necessity of contradistinguishing it from reason. Premising then, that two or more subjects having the same essential characters are said to fall under the same general definition, I lay it down as a self-evident truth. It is, in fact, an identical proposition, that whatever subjects fall under one and the same general definition are of one and the same kind. Consequently, that which does not fall under this definition must differ in kind from each and all of those that do. Difference in degree does indeed suppose sameness in kind, and difference in kind precludes distinction from difference of degree. Heterogenea non comparere, ergo nec distingi, possunt. The inattention to this rule gives rise to the numerous sophisms comprised by Aristotle under the head of, that is, transition into a new kind, or the falsely applying to X what had been truly asserted of A, and might have been true of X, had it differed from A in its degree only. The sophistry consists in the omission to notice what not being noticed will be supposed not to exist, and where the silence respecting the difference in kind is tantamount to an assertion that the difference is merely in degree. But the fraud is especially gross, where the heterogeneous subject, thus clandestinely slipped in, is in its own nature insusceptible of degree, such as, for instance, certainty, or circularity, contrasted with strength, or magnitude. To apply these remarks for our present purpose, we have only to describe understanding and reason, each by its characteristic qualities. The comparison will show the difference. Understanding. Reason. One understanding is discursive. One reason is fixed. 2. The understanding in all its judgments refers to some other faculty as its ultimate authority. 2. The reason in all its decisions appeals to itself, as the ground and substance of their truth. Hebrews 6. 13, 3. Understanding is the faculty of reflection. 3. Reason of contemplation. Reason indeed is much nearer to sense than to understanding, for reason, says our great Hooker, is a direct aspect of truth, an inward beholding, having a similar relation to the intelligible or spiritual, as sense has to the material or phenomenal. The result is, that neither falls under the definition of the other. They differ in kind, and had my object been confined to the establishment of this fact, the preceding columns would have superseded all further disquisition. But I have ever in view the especial interest of my youthful readers, whose reflective power is to be cultivated, as well as their particular reflections to be called forth and guided. Now the main chance of their reflecting on religious subjects aright, and of their attaining to the contemplation of spiritual truths at all, rests on their insight into the nature of this disparity still more than on their conviction of its existence. I now, therefore, proceed to a brief analysis of the understanding, in elucidation of the definitions already given. The understanding then, considered exclusively as an organ of human intelligence, is the faculty by which we reflect and generalize. Take, for instance, any objects consisting of many parts, a house, or a group of houses, and if it be contemplated, as a whole, that is, as many constituting a one, it forms what in the technical language of psychology, is called a total impression. Among the various component parts of this, we direct our attention especially to such as we recollect to have noticed in other total impressions. Then, by a voluntary act, we withhold our attention from all the rest to reflect exclusively on these, and these we henceforward use as common characters, by virtue of which the several objects are referred to one and the same sort. 95. Thus, the whole process may be reduced to 3 acts, all depending on and supposing a previous impression on the senses. First, the appropriation of our attention; second, and in order to the continuance of the first, abstraction, or the voluntary withholding of the attention; and third, generalization. And these are the proper functions of the understanding, and the power of so doing is what we mean when we say we possess understanding, or are created with the faculty of understanding. It is obvious that the third function includes the act of comparing one object with another. In a note, for, not to interrupt the argument, I avail myself of this most useful contrivance. I have shown that the act of comparing supposes in the comparing faculty certain inherent forms, that is, modes of reflecting not referable to the objects reflected on, but predetermined by the constitution and, as it were, mechanism of the understanding itself. And under some one or other of these forms, 96, the resemblances and differences must be subsumed in order to be conceivable, and a fortiori therefore in order to be comparable. The senses do not compare, but merely furnish the materials for comparison. But this the reader will find explained in the note, and will now cast his eye back to the sentence immediately preceding this parenthesis. Now when a person speaking to us of any particular object or appearance refers it by means of some common character to a known class, which he does in giving it a name, we say that we understand him, that is, we understand his words. The name of a thing, in the original sense of the word name, nomen, intelligible, id quod intelligitur, expresses that which is understood in an appearance, that which we place, or make to stand, under it, as the condition of its real existence, and in proof that it is not an accident of the senses, or affection of the individual, not a phantom or apparition, that is, an appearance that is only an appearance. See General 2:19-20, and in Psalm XX1, and in many other places of the Bible, the identity of nomen with noumen, that is, invisible power and presence, the nomen substantivum of all real objects, and the ground of their reality, independently of the affections of sense in the percipient. In like manner, in a connected succession of names, as the speaker passes from the one to the other, we say that we can understand his discourse, discursio intellectus, discursus, his passing rapidly from one thing to another. Thus, in all instances, it is words, names, or, if images, yet images used as words or names, that are the only and exclusive subjects of understanding. In no instance do we understand a thing in itself, but only the name to which it is referred. Sometimes indeed, when several classes are recalled conjointly, we identify the words with the object, though by courtesy of idiom rather than in strict propriety of language. Thus we may say that we understand a rainbow, when recalling successively the several names for the several sorts of colors. We know that they are to be applied to one and the same phenomenon, at once distinctly and simultaneously, but even in common speech we should not say this of a single color. No one would say he understands red or blue. He sees the color, and had seen it before in a vast number and variety of objects, and he understands the word red, as referring his fancy or memory to this his collective experience. If this be so, and so it most assuredly is, if the proper functions of the understanding be that of generalizing the notices received from the senses in order to the construction of names, of referring particular notices, that is, impressions or sensations, to their proper names, and, vice versa, names to their correspondent class or kind of notices, then it follows of necessity, that the understanding is truly and accurately defined in the words of Leighton and Kant, a faculty judging according to sense. Now whether in defining the speculative reason, that is, the reason considered abstractedly as an intellective power, we call it the source of necessary and universal principles, according to which the notices of the senses are either affirmed or denied, or describe it as the power by which we are enabled to draw from particular and contingent appearances universal and necessary conclusions. 97. It is equally evident that the two definitions differ in their essential characters, and consequently the subjects differ in kind. The dependence of the understanding on the representations of the senses, and its consequent posteriority thereto, as contrasted with the independence and antecedency of reason, are strikingly exemplified in the Ptolemaic system, that truly wonderful product and highest boast of the faculty, judging according to the senses, compared with the Newtonian, as the offspring of a yet higher power, arranging, correcting, and annulling the representations of the senses according to its own inherent laws and constitutive ideas. 94. See Wisd. of Soul. 7:22-23-27. HNC. 95. Accordingly as we attend more or less to the differences, the sort becomes, of course, more or less comprehensive. Hence there arises for the systematic naturalist, the necessity of subdividing the sorts into orders, classes, families, and all which, however, resolve themselves for the mere logician into the conception of genus and species, i.e. the comprehending and the comprehended. 96. Were it not so, how could the first comparison have been possible? It would involve the absurdity of measuring a thing by itself. But if we think on some one thing, the length of our own foot, or of our hand and arm from the elbow joint, it is evident that in order to do this, we must have the conception of measure. Now these antecedent and most general conceptions are what is meant by the constituent forms of the understanding. We call them constituent because they are not acquired by the understanding, but are implied in its constitution. As rationally might a circle be said to acquire a center and circumference, as the understanding to acquire these, its inherent forms, or ways of conceiving. This is what Leibniz meant, when to the old adage of the Peripatetics, nihil in intellectu quod non prius in sensu, there is nothing in the understanding not derived from the senses, or, there is nothing conceived that was not previously perceived. Winking slyly he replied, Praeter intellectum ipsum, except the understanding itself. And here let me remark for once and all, whoever would reflect to any purpose, whoever is in earnest in his pursuit of self-knowledge, and of one of the principal means to this, an insight into the meaning of the words he uses, and the different meanings properly or improperly conveyed by one and the same word, accordingly as it is used in the schools or the market, accordingly as the kind or a high degree is intended, for example, heat, weight, and the like, as employed scientifically, compared with the same word used popularly. Whoever, I say, seriously proposes this as his object, must so far overcome his dislike of pedantry, and his dread of being sneered at as a pedant, as not to quarrel with an uncouth word or phrase, till he is quite sure that some other and more familiar one would not only have expressed the precise meaning with equal clearness, but have been as likely to draw attention to this meaning exclusively. The ordinary language of a philosopher in conversation or popular writings, compared with the language he uses in strict reasoning, is as his watch compared with the chronometer in his observatory. He sets the former by the town clock, or even, perhaps, by the Dutch clock in his kitchen, not because he believes it right, but because his neighbors and his cook go by it. To afford the reader an opportunity for exercising the forbearance here recommended, I turn back to the phrase, most general conceptions, and observe, that in strict and severe propriety of language I should have said generalific or generific rather than general, and consipiences or conceptive acts rather than conceptions. It is an old complaint, that a man of genius no sooner appears, but the host of dunces are up in arms to repel the invading alien. This observation would have made more converts to its truth, I suspect, had it been worded more dispassionately, and with a less contemptuous antithesis. For dunces let us substitute the many or the, this world, of the apostle, and we shall perhaps find no great difficulty in accounting for the fact. To arrive at the root, indeed, and last ground of the problem, it would be necessary to investigate the nature and effects of the sense of difference on the human mind where it is not holden in check by reason and reflection. We need not go to the savage tribes of North America, or the yet ruder natives of the Indian Isles, to learn how slight a degree of difference will, in uncultivated minds, call up a sense of diversity, and inward perplexity and contradiction, as if the strangers were, and yet were not, of the same kind with themselves. Who has not had occasion to observe the effect which the gesticulations and nasal tones of a Frenchman produce on our own vulgar? Here we may see the origin and primary import of our unkindness. It is a sense of unkind, and not the mere negation but the positive opposite of the sense of kind. Alienation, aggravated now by fear, now by contempt, and not seldom by a mixture of both, aversion, hatred, enmity, are so many successive shapes of its growth and metamorphosis. In application to the present case, it is sufficient to say, that Pindar's remark on sweet music holds equally true of genius, as many as are not delighted by it are disturbed, perplexed, irritated. The beholder either recognizes it as a projected form of his own being, that moves before him with a glory round its head, or recoils from it as from a spectre. But this speculation would lead me too far. I must be content with having referred to it as the ultimate ground of the fact, and pass to the more obvious and proximate causes. And as the first, I would rank the person's not understanding what yet he expects to understand, and as if he had a right to do so. An original mathematical work, or any other that requires peculiar and, so to say, technical marks and symbols, will excite no uneasy feelings, not in the mind of a competent reader, for he understands it, and not with others, because they neither expect nor are expected to understand it. The second place we may assign to the misunderstanding, which is almost sure to follow in cases where the incompetent person, finding no outward marks, diagrams, arbitrary signs, and the like, to inform him at first sight, that the subject is one which he does not pretend to understand, and to be ignorant of which does not detract from his estimation as a man of abilities generally, will attach some meaning to what he hears or reads, and as he is out of humor with the author, it will most often be such a meaning as he can quarrel with and exhibit in a ridiculous or offensive point of view. But above all, the whole world almost of minds, as far as we regard intellectual efforts, may be divided into two classes of the busy indolent and lazy indolent. To both alike all thinking is painful, and all attempts to rouse them to think, whether in the re-examination of their existing convictions, or for the reception of new light, are irritating. It may all be very deep and clever, but really one ought to be quite sure of it before one wrenches one's brain to find out what it is. I take up a book as a companion, with whom I can have an easy cheerful chit-chat on what we both know beforehand, or else matters of fact. In our leisure hours we have a right to relaxation and amusement. Well, but in their studious hours, when their bow is to be bent, when they are apud muses, or amidst the muses, alas! It is just the same. The same craving for amusement, that is, to be away from the muses. For relaxation, that is, the unbending of a bow which in fact had never been strung. There are two ways of obtaining their applause. The first is, enable them to reconcile in one and the same occupation the love of sloth and the hatred of vacancy. Gratify indolence, and yet save them from ennui, in plain English, from themselves. For, spite of their antipathy to dry reading, the keeping company with themselves is, after all, the insufferable annoyance, and the true secret of their dislike to a work of thought and inquiry lies in its tendency to make them acquainted with their own permanent being. The other road to their favor is, to introduce to them their own thoughts and predilections, tricked out in the fine language, in which it would gratify their vanity to express them in their own conversation, and with which they can imagine themselves showing off, and this, as has been elsewhere remarked, is the characteristic difference between the second-rate writers of the last 2 or 3 generations, and the same class under Elizabeth and the Stuarts. In the latter we find the most far-fetched and singular thoughts in the simplest and most native language, in the former, the most obvious and commonplace thoughts in the most far-fetched and motley language. But lastly, and as the sine qua non of their patronage, a sufficient arc must be left for the reader's mind to oscillate in, freedom of choice, to make the shifting cloud be what you please, save only where the attraction of curiosity determines the line of motion. The attention must not be fastened down, and this every work of genius, not simply narrative, must do before it can be justly appreciated. In former times a popular work meant one that adapted the results of studious meditation or scientific research to the capacity of the people, presenting in the concrete, by instances and examples, what had been ascertained in the abstract and by discovery of the law. Now, on the other hand, that is a popular work which gives back to the people their own errors and prejudices, and flatters the many by creating them, under the title of the public, into a supreme and inappellable tribunal of intellectual excellence. P.S. In a continuous work, the frequent insertion and length of notes would need an apology. In a book like this of aphorisms and detached comments none is necessary, it being understood beforehand, that the sauce and the garnish are to occupy the greater part of the dish. 97. Take a familiar illustration. My sight and touch convey to me a certain impression, to which my understanding applies its preconceptions. Conceptus antecedens it generalissimi, of quantity and relation, and thus refers it to the class and name of three-cornered bodies. We will suppose it the iron of a turf spade. It compares the sides, and finds that any two measured as one are greater than the third, and according to a law of the imagination, there arises a presumption that in all other bodies of the same figure, that is, three-cornered and equilateral, the same proportion exists. After this, the senses have been directed successively to a number of three-cornered bodies of unequal sides, and in these too the same proportion has been found without exception, till at length it becomes a fact of experience, that in all triangles hitherto seen, the two sides together are greater than the third, and there will exist no ground or analogy for anticipating an exception to a rule, generalized from so vast a number of particular instances. So far and no farther could the understanding carry us, and as far as this the faculty, judging according to sense, conducts many of the inferior animals, if not in the same, yet in instances analogous and fully equivalent. The reason supersedes the whole process, and on the first conception presented by the understanding in consequence of the first sight of a triangular figure, of whatever sort it might chance to be, it affirms with an assurance incapable of future increase, with a perfect certainty, that in all possible triangles any two of the enclosing lines will and must be greater than the third. In short, understanding in its highest form of experience remains commensurate with the experimental notices of the senses from which it is generalized. Reason, on the other hand, either predetermines experience, or avails itself of a past experience to supersede its necessity in all future time, and affirms truths which no sense could perceive, nor experiment verify, nor experience confirm. Yet, This is the test and character of a truth so affirmed, that in its own proper form it is inconceivable. For to conceive is a function of the understanding, which can be exercised only on subjects subordinate thereto. And yet to the forms of the understanding all truth must be reduced, that is to be fixed as an object of reflection, and to be rendered expressible. And here we have a second test and sign of a truth so affirmed, that it can come forth out of the moulds of the understanding only in the disguise of two contradictory conceptions, each of which is partially true, and the conjunction of both conceptions becomes the representative or expression, the exponent, of a truth beyond conception and inexpressible. Examples: before Abraham was, I am. God is a circle, the center of which is everywhere, and circumference nowhere. The soul is all in every part. If this appear extravagant, it is an extravagance which no man can indeed learn from another, but which, were this possible, I might have learnt from Plato, Kepler, and Bacon, from Luther, Hooker, Pascal, Leibniz, and Fenelon. But in this last paragraph I see, unwittingly overstepped my purpose, according to which we were to take reason as a simply intellectual power. Yet even as such, and with all the disadvantage of a technical and arbitrary abstraction, it has been made evident, 1. That there is an intuition or immediate beholding, accompanied by a conviction of the necessity and universality of the truth so beholden, not derived from the senses, which intuition, when it is construed by pure sense, gives birth to the science of mathematics, and when applied to objects supersensuous or spiritual is the organ of theology and philosophy, and 2. That there is likewise a reflective and discursive faculty, or mediate apprehension which, taken by itself and uninfluenced by the former, depends on the senses for the materials, on which it is exercised, and is contained within the sphere of the senses. And this faculty it is, which in generalizing the notices of the senses constitutes sensible experience, and gives rise to maxims or rules which may become more and more general, but can never be raised into universal verities, or beget a consciousness of absolute certainty, though they may be sufficient to extinguish all doubt. Putting revelation out of view, take our first progenitor in the 50th or 100th year of his existence. His experience would probably have freed him from all doubt, as the sun sank in the horizon, that it would reappear the next morning. But compare this state of assurance with that which the same man would have had of the 37th proposition of Euclid, supposing him, like Pythagoras, to have discovered the demonstration. Now is it expedient, I ask, or conformable to the laws and purposes of language, to call two so altogether disparate subjects by one and the same name? Or, having two names in our language, should we call each of the two diverse subjects by both, that is, by either name, as caprice might dictate? If not, then, as we have the two words, reason and understanding, as indeed what language of cultivated man has not, what should prevent us from appropriating the former to the power distinctive of humanity? We need only place the derivatives from the two terms in opposition. For example, A and B are both rational beings, but there is no comparison between them in point of intelligence, or she always concludes rationally, though not a woman of much understanding, to see that we cannot reverse the order, i.e. call the higher gift understanding, and the lower reason. What should prevent us? I asked. Alas! That which has prevented us, the cause of this confusion in the terms, is only too obvious, namely, inattention to the momentous distinction in the things, and, generally, to the duty and habit recommended in the fifth introductory aphorism of this volume, cp. 2. But the cause of this, and of all its lamentable effects and sub-causes, false doctrine, blindness of heart and contempt of the word, is best declared by the philosophic apostle. They did not like to retain God in their knowledge, Rom. I.28, and though they could not extinguish the light that lighteth every man, and which shone in the darkness, yet because the darkness could not comprehend the light, they refused to bear witness of the light, and worshipped, instead, the shaping mist, which the light had drawn upward from the ground, that is, from the mere animal nature and instinct, and which that light alone had made visible, that is, by superinducing on the animal instinct the principle of self-consciousness. Aphorism 9. In wonder all philosophy began, in wonder it ends, and admiration fills up the interspace. But the first wonder is the offspring of ignorance, the last is the parent of adoration. The first is the birth-throe of our knowledge, the last is its euthanasia and apotheosis. Sekali, or thoughts suggested by the preceding aphorism. As in respect of the first wonder we are all on the same level, how comes it that the philosophic mind should, in all ages, be the privilege of a few? The most obvious reason is this: the wonder takes place before the period of reflection, and, with the great mass of mankind, long before the individual is capable of directing his attention freely and consciously to the feeling, or even to its exciting causes. Surprise, the form and dress which the wonder of ignorance usually puts on, is worn away, if not precluded, by custom and familiarity. So is it with the objects of the senses, and the ways and fashions of the world around us, even as with the beat of our own hearts, which we notice only in moments of fear and perturbation. But with regard to the concerns of our inward being, there is yet another cause that acts in concert with the power in custom to prevent a fair and equal exertion of reflective thought. The great fundamental truths and doctrines of religion, the existence and attributes of God, and the life after death, are in Christian countries taught so early, under such circumstances, and in such close and vital association with whatever makes or marks reality for our infant minds, that the words ever after represent sensations, feelings, vital assurances, sense of reality, rather than thoughts, or any distinct conception. Associated, I had almost said identified, with the parental voice, look, touch, with the living warmth and pressure of the mother, on whose lap the child is first made to kneel, within whose palms its little hands are folded, and the motion of whose eyes its eyes follow and imitate. Yet, what the blue sky is to the mother's upraised eyes and brow are to the child, the type and symbol of an invisible heaven. From within and without, these great first truths, these good and gracious tidings, these holy and humanizing spells, in the preconformity to which our very humanity may be said to consist, are so infused, that it were but a tame and inadequate expression to say, we all take them for granted. At a later period, in youth or early manhood, most of us, indeed, in the higher and middle classes at least, read or hear certain proofs of these truths, which we commonly listen to, when we listen at all, with much the same feelings as a popular prince on his coronation day, in the center of a fond and rejoicing nation, may be supposed to hear the champion's challenge to all the non-existents that deny or dispute his rights and royalty. In fact, the order of proof is most often reversed or transposed. As far, at least as I dare judge from the goings-on in my own mind, when with keen delight I first read the works of Durhan, Newentiate, and Leanit, I should say, that the full and lifelike conviction of a gracious Creator is the proof, at all events, performs the office and answers all the purpose of a proof, of the wisdom and benevolence in the construction of the creature. Do I blame this? Do I wish it to be otherwise? God forbid. It is only one of its accidental, but too frequent consequences, of which I complain, and against which I protest. I regret nothing that tends to make the light become the life of men, even as the life in the eternal Word is their only and single true light. But I do regret, that in after years, when by occasion of some new dispute on some old heresy, or any other accident, the attention has for the first time been distinctly attracted to the superstructure raised on these fundamental truths, or to truths of later revelation supplemental of these and not less important, all the doubts and difficulties that cannot but arise where the understanding, the mind of the flesh, is made the measure of spiritual things, all the sense of strangeness and seeming contradiction in terms, all the marvel and the mystery, that belong equally to both, are first thought of and applied in objection exclusively to the latter. I would disturb no man's faith in the great articles of the, falsely so-called, religion of nature. But before the man rejects, and calls on other men to reject, the revelations of the gospel and the religion of all Christendom, I would have him place himself in the state and under all the privations of a Simonides, when in the 40th day of his meditation the sage and philosophic poet abandoned the problem in despair. Ever and anon he seemed to have hold of the truth, but when he asked himself what he meant by it, it escaped from him, or resolved itself into meanings that destroyed each other. I would have the skeptic, while yet a skeptic only, seriously consider whether a doctrine, of the truth of which a Socrates could obtain no other assurance than what he derived from his strong wish that it should be true, and which Plato found a mystery hard to discover, and when discovered, communicable only to the fewest of men, can, consonantly with history or common sense, be classed among the articles, the belief of which is ensured to all men by their mere common sense. Whether, without gross outrage to fact, they can be said to constitute a religion of nature, or a natural theology antecedent to revelation, or superseding its necessity. Yes. In prevention, for there is little chance, I fear, of a cure, of the pugnacious dogmatism of partial reflection, I would prescribe to every man, who feels a commencing alienation from the Catholic faith, and whose studies and attainments authorize him to argue on the subject at all, a patient and thoughtful perusal of the arguments and representations which Bayle supposes to have passed through the mind of Simonides. Or I should be fully satisfied if I could induce these estuaries of mystery to give a patient, manly, and impartial perusal to the single treatise of Pomponatius, De Fato. 98, when they have fairly and satisfactorily overthrown the objections and cleared away the difficulties urged by this sharp-witted Italian against the doctrines which they profess to retain, then let them commence their attack on those which they reject. As far as the supposed irrationality of the latter is the ground of argument, I am much deceived if, on reviewing their forces, they would not find the ranks woefully thinned by the success of their own fire in the preceding engagement, unless, indeed, by pure heat of controversy, and to storm the lines of their antagonists, they can bring to life again the arguments which they had themselves killed off in the defense of their own positions. In vain shall we seek for any other mode of meeting the broad facts of the scientific Epicurean, or the requisitions and queries of the all-analyzing Pyrrhonist, than by challenging the tribunal to which they appeal, as incompetent to try the question. In order to non-suit the infidel plaintiff, we must remove the cause from the faculty that judges according to sense, and whose judgments, therefore, are valid only on objects of sense, to the superior courts of conscience and intuitive reason. The words I speak unto you, are spirit, and such only are life, that is, have an inward and actual power abiding in them. But the same truth is at once shield and bow. The shaft of atheism glances aside from it to strike and pierce the breastplate of the heretic. Well for the latter, if plucking the weapon from the wound he recognizes an arrow from his own quiver, and abandons a cause that connects him with such confederates. Without further rhetoric, the sum and substance of the argument is this: an insight into the proper functions and subaltern rank of the understanding may not, indeed, disarm the philanthropist of his metaphorical glosses, or of his versions fresh from the forge, and with no other stamp than the private mark of the individual manufacturer, but it will deprive him of the only rational pretext for having recourse to tools so liable to abuse, and of such perilous example. Comment. Since the preceding pages were composed, and during an interim of depression and disqualification, I heard with a delight and an interest, that I might without hyperbole call medicinal, that the contradistinction of understanding from reason, for which during 20 years I have been contending, casting my bread upon the waters with a perseverance, which in the existing state of the public taste nothing but the deepest conviction of its importance could have inspired, has been lately adopted and sanctioned by the present distinguished professor of anatomy, in the course of lectures given by him at the Royal College of Surgeons, on the zoological part of natural history, and, if I am rightly informed, in one of the eloquent and impressive introductory discourses. 99, in explaining the nature of instinct, as deduced from the actions and tendencies of animals successively presented to the observation of the comparative physiologist in the ascending scale of organic life, or rather, I should have said, in an attempt to determine that precise import of the term, which is required by the facts. 100. The professor explained the nature of what I have elsewhere called the adaptive power, that is, the faculty of adapting means to proximate ends. N.B. I mean here a relative end, that which relatively to one thing is an end, though relatively to some other it is in itself a mean. It is to be regretted that we have no single word to express those ends that are not the end, for the distinction between those and an end in the proper sense of the term is an important one. The professor, I say, not only explained, first, the nature of the adaptive power in genia, and, secondly, the distinct character of the same power as it exists specifically and exclusively in the human being, and acquires the name of understanding, but he did it in a way which gave the whole sum and substance of my convictions, of all I had so long wished, and so often, but with such imperfect success, attempted to convey, free from all semblance of paradoxy, and from all occasion of offense. Omnem offendiculi, 101, ansam praesidens. It is, indeed, for the fragmentary reader only that I have any scruple. In those who have had the patience to accompany me so far on the uphill road to manly principles, I can have no reason to guard against that disposition to hasty offense from anticipation of consequences, that faithless and loveless spirit of fear which plunged Galileo into a prison. 102, a spirit most unworthy of an educated man, who ought to have learned that the mistakes of scientific men have never injured Christianity, while every new truth discovered by them has either added to its evidence, or prepared the mind for its reception. On instinct in connection with the understanding. It is evident that the definition of a genus or class is an adequate definition only of the lowest species of that genus, for each higher species is distinguished from the lower by some additional character, while the general definition includes only the characters common to all the species. Consequently, it describes the lowest only. Now I distinguish a genus or kind of powers under the name of adaptive power, and give as its generic definition, the power of selecting and adapting means to proximate ends, and as an instance of the lowest species of this genus, I take the stomach of a caterpillar. I ask myself, under what words I can generalize the action of this organ, and I see that it selects and adapts the appropriate means, that is, the assimilable part of the vegetable congester, to the proximate end, that is, the growth or reproduction of the insect's body. This we call vital power, or vita propria of the stomach, and this being the lowest species, its definition is the same with the definition of the kind. Well, from the power of the stomach, I pass to the power exerted by the whole animal. I trace it wandering from spot to spot, and plant to plant, till it finds the appropriate vegetable, and again on this chosen vegetable, I mark it seeking out and fixing on the part of the plant, bark, leaf, or petal, suited to its nourishment, or, should the animal have assumed the butterfly form, to the deposition of its eggs, and the sustentation of the future larva. Here I see a power of selecting and adapting means to proximate ends according to circumstances, and this higher species of adaptive power we call instinct. Lastly, I reflect on the facts narrated and described in the preceding extracts from Huber, and see a power of selecting and adapting the proper means to the proximate ends, according to varying circumstances. And what shall we call this yet higher species? We name the former instinct, we must call this instinctive intelligence. Here then we have three powers of the same kind: life, instinct, and instinctive intelligence, the essential characters that define the genus existing equally in all three. But in addition to these, I find one other character common to the highest and lowest, namely, that the purposes are all manifestly predetermined by the peculiar organization of the animals, and though it may not be possible to discover any such immediate dependency in all the actions, yet the actions being determined by the purposes, the result is equivalent, and both the actions and the purposes are all in a necessitated reference to the preservation and continuance of the particular animal, or the progeny. There is selection, but not choice, volition rather than will. The possible knowledge of a thing, or the desire to have that thing representable by a distinct correspondent thought, does not, in the animal, suffice to render the thing an object, or the ground of a purpose. I select and adapt the proper means to the separation of a stone from a rock, which I neither can, or desire to make use of, for food, shelter, or ornament, because, perhaps, I wish to measure the angles of its primary crystals, or, perhaps, for no better reason than the apparent difficulty of loosening the stone, sit pro ration voluntas, and thus make a motive out of the absence of all motive, and a reason out of the arbitrary will to act without any reason. Now what is the conclusion from these premises? Evidently this, that if I suppose the adaptive power in its highest species, or form of instinctive intelligence, to coexist with reason, free will, and self-consciousness, it instantly becomes understanding. In other words, that understanding differs indeed from the noblest form of instinct, but not in itself or in its own essential properties, but in consequence of its coexistence with far higher powers of a diverse kind in one and the same subject. Instinct in a rational, responsible, and self-conscious animal, is understanding. Such I apprehend to have been the Professor's view and exposition of instinct, and in confirmation of its truth, I would merely request my readers, from the numerous well-authenticated instances on record, to recall some one of the extraordinary actions of dogs for the preservation of their masters' lives, and even for the avenging of their deaths. In these instances we have the third species of the adaptive power, in connection with an apparently moral end, with an end in the proper sense of the word. Here the adaptive power coexists with a purpose apparently voluntary, and the action seems neither predetermined by the organization of the animal, nor in any direct reference to his own preservation, or to the continuance of his race. It is united with an imposing semblance of gratitude, fidelity, and disinterested love. We not only value the faithful brute, we attribute worth to him. This, I admit, is a problem, of which I have no solution to offer. One of the wisest of uninspired men has not hesitated to declare the dog a great mystery, on account of this dawning of a moral nature unaccompanied by any the least evidence of reason, in whichever of the two senses we interpret the word, whether as the practical reason, that is, the power of proposing an ultimate end, the determinability of the will by ideas, or as the sciential reason, that is, the faculty of concluding universal and necessary truths from particular and contingent appearances. But in a question respecting the possession of reason, the absence of all truth is tantamount to a proof of the contrary. It is, however, by no means equally clear to me, that the dog may not possess an analogon of words, which I have elsewhere shown to be the proper objects of the faculty, judging according to sense. But to return to my purpose, I entreat the reader to reflect on any one fact of this kind, whether occurring in his own experience, or selected from the numerous anecdotes of the dog preserved in the writings of zoologists. I will then confidently appeal to him, whether it is in his power not to consider the faculty displayed in these actions as the same in kind with the understanding, however inferior in degree. Or should he even in these instances prefer calling it instinct, and this in contradistinction from understanding. I call on him to point out the boundary between the two, the chasm or partition wall that divides or separates the one from the other. If he can, he will have done what none before him have been able to do, though many and eminent men have tried hard for it, and my recantation shall be among the first trophies of his success. If he cannot, I must infer that he is controlled by his dread of the consequences, by an apprehension of some injury resulting to religion or morality from this opinion, and I shall console myself with the hope that in the sequel of this work he will find proofs of the directly contrary tendency. Not only is this view of the understanding, as differing in degree from instinct and in kind from reason, innocent in its possible influences on the religious character, but it is an indispensable preliminary to the removal of the most formidable obstacles to an intelligent belief of the peculiar doctrines of the Gospel, of the characteristic articles of the Christian faith, with which the advocates of the truth in Christ have to contend, the evil heart of unbelief alone excepted. 98. The philosopher, whom the Inquisition would have burnt alive as an atheist, had not Leo X and Cardinal Bembo decided that the work might be formidable to those semi-pagan Christians who regarded revelation as a mere make-weight to their boasted religion of nature, but contained nothing dangerous to the Catholic Church or offensive to a true believer. He was born in 1462, and died in 1525. HNC. 99. A discourse by Professor J. H. Green. This, on instinct, was afterwards printed by Professor Green with his Vital Dynamics 1840. We give it as so published in the appendix to the present edition, though, of course, the report apparently verbal, on which Coleridge's remarks of 1825 are founded, may have differed somewhat from the professor's text as published in 1840. Ed. 100. The word instinct brings together a number of facts into one class by the assertion of a common ground, the nature of which ground it determines negatively only, that is, the word does not explain what this common ground is, but simply indicates that there is such a ground, and that it is different in kind from that in which the responsible and consciously voluntary actions of men originate. Thus, in its true and primary import, instinct stands in antithesis to reason, and the perplexity and contradictory statements into which so many meritorious naturalists, and popular writers on natural history, Priscilla Wakefield, Kirby, Spence, Huber, and even Reimarus, have fallen on this subject, arise wholly from their taking the word in opposition to understanding. I notice this, because I would not lose any opportunity of impressing on the mind of my youthful readers the important truth that language, as the embodied and articulated spirit of the race, as the growth and emanation of a people, and not the work of any individual wit or will, is often inadequate, sometimes deficient, but never false or delusive. We have only to master the true origin and original import of any native and abiding word, to find in it, if not the solution of the facts expressed by it, yet a finger mark pointing to the road on which this solution is to be sought. 101. Nec quicquam adubito, quinie candidis omnibus faciat satis. Quid autem facias istus qui vel ingenii pertinacium sibi satisfri nolint, vel stupidires sint quam ut satisfactionem intelligent. Nam quem ad modum Simonides dixit, Thessalos hebetiores es quam ut possinter esse dissipi, ita quos dam videas stupidires quam ut placariquent. Ad hoc non miram ist in venia quod calamiata qui nihil aliud quarit nisi quod calamiata. Heras me epist ad dorpium. At all events, the paragraph passing through the medium of my own prepossessions, if any fault be found with it, the fault probably, and the blame certainly, belongs to the reporter. 102, and which, I may add, in a more enlightened age, and in a Protestant country, impelled more than one German university to anathematize Father Hoffmann's discovery of carbonic acid gas, and of its effects on animal life, as hostile to religion, and tending to atheism. 3 or 4 students at the University of Jena, in the attempt to raise a spirit for the discovery of a supposed hidden treasure, were strangled or poisoned by the fumes of the charcoal they had been burning in a close garden house of a vineyard near Jena, while employed in their magic fumigations and charms. One only was restored to life, and from his account of the noises and spectres, in his ears and eyes, as he was losing his senses, it was taken for granted that the bad spirit had destroyed them. Frederick Hoffmann admitted that it was a very bad spirit that had tempted them, the spirit of avarice and folly, and that a very noxious spirit, gas, or Geist, was the immediate cause of their death. But he contended that this latter spirit was the spirit of charcoal, which would have produced the same effect, had the young men been chanting psalms instead of incantations, and acquitted the devil of all direct concern in the business. The theological faculty took the alarm. Even physicians pretended to be horror-stricken at Hoffmann's audacity. The controversy and its appendages embittered several years of this great and good man's life. Reflections introductory to Aphorism X. The most momentous question a man can ask is, have I a Saviour? And yet as far as the individual querist is concerned, it is premature and to no purpose, unless another question has been previously put and answered, alas, too generally put after the wounded conscience has already given the answer, namely, have I any need of a Saviour? For him who needs none, O bitter irony of the evil spirit, whose whispers the proud soul takes for its own thoughts, and knows not how the tempter is scoffing the while. There is none, as long as he feels no need. On the other hand, it is scarcely possible to have answered this question in the affirmative, and not ask, first, in what the necessity consists. Secondly, whence it proceeded. And, thirdly, how far the answer to this second question is or is not contained in the answer to the first. I entreat the intelligent reader, who has taken me as his temporary guide on the straight, but yet, from the number of crossroads, difficult way of religious inquiry, to halt a moment, and consider the main points, that, in this last division of my work, have been already offered for his reflection. I have attempted then to fix the proper meaning of the words, nature and spirit, the one being the antithesis to the other, so that the most general and negative definition of nature is, whatever is not spirit, and vice versa of spirit, that which is not comprehended in nature, or in the language of our elder divines, that which transcends nature. But nature is the term in which we comprehend all things that are representable in the forms of time and space, and subjected to the relations of cause and effect, and the cause of the existence of which, therefore, is to be sought for perpetually in something antecedent. The word itself expresses this in the strongest manner possible, natura, that which is about to be born, that which is always becoming. It follows, therefore, that whatever originates its own acts, or in any sense contains in itself the cause of its own state, must be spiritual, and consequently supernatural, yet not on that account necessarily miraculous. And such must the responsible will in us be, if it be at all. A prior step had been to remove all misconceptions from the subject, to show the reasonableness of a belief in the reality and real influence of a universal and divine spirit, the compatibility and possible communion of such a spirit with the spiritual principle in individuals, and the analogy offered by the most undeniable truths of natural philosophy. 103. These views of the spirit, and of the will as spiritual, form the groundwork of my scheme. Among the numerous corollaries or appendants, the first that presented itself respects the question, whether there is any faculty in man by which a knowledge of spiritual truths, or of any truths not abstracted from nature, is rendered possible. And an answer is attempted in the comment on Aphorism 8. And here I beg leave to remark, that in this comment the only novelty, and, if there be merit, the only merit is, that there being two very different meanings, and two different words, I have here and in former works appropriated one meaning to one of the words, and the other to the other, instead of using the words indifferently and by haphazard, a confusion, the ill effects of which in this instance are so great and of such frequent occurrence in the works of our ablest philosophers and divines, that I should select it before all others in proof of Hobbes's maxim, that it is a short, downhill passage from errors in words to errors in things. The difference of the reason from the understanding, and the imperfection and limited sphere of the latter, have been asserted by many both before and since Lord Bacon winking sad smiley 104, but still the habit of using reason and understanding as synonyms, acted as a disturbing force. Some it led into mysticism, others it set on explaining away a clear difference in kind into a mere superiority in degree, and it partially eclipsed the truth for all. In close connection with this, and therefore forming the comment on the aphorism next following, is the subject of the legitimate exercise of the understanding and its limitation to objects of sense, with the errors both of unbelief and of misbelief, which result from its extension beyond the sphere of possible experience. Wherever the forms of reasoning appropriate only to the natural world are applied to spiritual realities, it may be truly said, that the more strictly logical the reasoning is in all its parts, the more irrational it is as a whole. To the reader thus armed and prepared, I now venture to present the so-called mysteries of faith, that is, the peculiar tenets and especial constituents of Christianity, or religion in spirit and in truth. In right order I must have commenced with the articles of the Trinity and apostasy, including the question respecting the origin of evil, and the incarnation of the Word. And could I have followed this order, some difficulties that now press on me would have been obviated. But, as has already been explained, the limits of the present volume rendered it alike impracticable and inexpedient, for the necessity of my argument would have called forth certain hard though most true sayings, respecting the hollowness and tricksy sophistry of the so-called natural theology, religion of nature, light of nature, and the like, which a brief exposition could not save from innocent misconceptions, much less protect against plausible misinterpretation. And yet both reason and experience have convinced me, that in the greater number of our logi, who feed on the husks of Christianity, the disbelief of the Trinity, the divinity of Christ included, has its origin and support in the assumed self-evidence of this natural theology, and in their ignorance of the insurmountable difficulties which, on the same mode of reasoning, press upon the fundamental articles of their own remnant of a creed. But arguments, which would prove the falsehood of a known truth, must themselves be false, and can prove the falsehood of no other position in eodem genia. This hint I have thrown out as a spark that may perhaps fall where it will kindle. And worthily might the wisest of men make inquisition into the three momentous points here spoken of, for the purposes of speculative insight, and for the formation of enlarged and systematic views of the destination of man, and the dispensation of God. But the practical inquirer, I speak not of those who inquire for the gratification of curiosity, and still less of those who labor as students only to shine as disputants, but of one, who seeks the truth, because he feels the want of it. The practical inquirer, I say, hath already placed his foot on the rock, if he have satisfied himself that whoever needs not a Redeemer is more than human. Remove for him the difficulties and objections that oppose or perplex his belief of a crucified Savior. Convince him of the reality of sin, which is impossible without a knowledge of its true nature and inevitable consequences, and then satisfy him as to the fact historically, and as to the truth spiritually, of a redemption therefrom by Christ. Do this for him, and there is little fear that he will permit either logical quirks or metaphysical puzzles to contravene the plain dictate of his common sense, that the sinless one that redeemed mankind from sin, must have been more than man, and that he who brought light and immortality into the world, could not in his own nature have been an inheritor of death and darkness. It is morally impossible that a man with these convictions should suffer the objection of incomprehensibility, and this on a subject of faith, to overbalance the manifest absurdity and contradiction in the notion of a mediator between God and the human race, at the same infinite distance from God as the race for whom he mediates. The origin of evil, meanwhile, is a question interesting only to the metaphysician, and in a system of moral and religious philosophy. The man of sober mind, who seeks for truths that possess a moral and practical interest, is content to be certain, first, that evil must have had a beginning, since otherwise it must either be God, or a co-eternal and co-equal rival of God, both impious notions, and the latter foolish to boot. Secondly, that it could not originate in God, for if so, it would be at once evil and not evil, or God would be at once God, that is, infinite goodness, and not God, both alike impossible positions. Instead therefore of troubling himself with this barren controversy, he more profitably turns his inquiries to that evil which most concerns himself, and of which he may find the origin. The entire scheme of necessary faith may be reduced to two heads: first, the object and occasion, and, secondly, the fact and effect, of our redemption by Christ, and to this view does the order of the following comments correspond. I have begun with original sin, and proceeded in the following aphorism to the doctrine of redemption. The comments on the remaining aphorisms are all subsidiary to these, or written in the hope of making the minor tenets of general belief be believed in a spirit worthy of these. They are, in short, intended to supply a febrifuge against aguish scruples and horrors, the hectic of the soul, and for servile and thrall-like fear to substitute that adoptive and cheerful boldness, which our new alliance with God requires of us as Christians. Milton. Not the origin of evil, not the chronology of sin, or the chronicles of the original sinner, but sin originant, underived from without, and no passive link in the adamantine chain of effects, each of which is in its turn an instrument of causation, but no one of them a cause, not with sin inflicted, which would be a calamity, not with sin, that is, an evil tendency, implanted, for which let the planter be responsible, but I begin with original sin. And for this purpose I have selected the aphorism from the ablest and most formidable antagonist of this doctrine, Bishop Jeremy Taylor, and from the most eloquent work of this most eloquent of divines. 106, had I said, of men, Cicero would forgive me, and Demosthenes not assent, 107, Aphorism X. On original sin. Jeremy Taylor. Is there any such thing? That is not the question. For it is a fact acknowledged on all hands almost, and even those who will not confess it in words, confess it in their complaints. For my part I cannot but confess that to be, which I feel and groan under, and by which all the world is miserable. Adam turned his back on the sun, and dwelt in the dark and the shadow. He sinned, and brought evil into his supernatural endowments, and lost the sacrament and instrument of immortality, the tree of life in the center of the garden. 108. He then fell under the evils of a sickly body, and a passionate and ignorant soul. His sin made him sickly, his sickness made him peevish, his sin left him ignorant, his ignorance made him foolish and unreasonable. His sin left him to his nature, and by nature, whoever was to be born at all, was to be born a child, and to do before he could understand, and to be bred under laws to which he was always bound, but which could not always be exacted, and he was to choose when he could not reason, and had passions most strong when he had his understanding most weak, and the more need he had of a curb, the less strength he had to use it. And this being the case of all the world, what was every man's evil became all men's greater evil, and though alone it was very bad, yet when they came together it was made much worse. Like ships in a storm, every one aloneth enough to do to outride it, but when they meet, besides the evils of the storm, they find the intolerable calamity of their mutual concussion, and every ship that is ready to be oppressed with the tempest, is a worse tempest to every vessel against which it is violently dashed. So it is in mankind. Every man hath evil enough of his own, and it is hard for a man to live up to the rule of his own reason and conscience. But when he hath parents and children, friends and enemies, buyers and sellers, lawyers and clients, a family and a neighborhood, then it is that every man dashes against another, and one relation requires what another denies, and when one speaks another will contradict him, and that which is well spoken is sometimes innocently mistaken, and that upon a good cause produces an evil effect, and by these, and 10,000 other concurrent causes, man is made more than most miserable. 109. Comment. The first question we should put to ourselves, when we have to read a passage that perplexes us in a work of authority, is, what does the writer mean by all this? And the second question should be, what does he intend by all this? In the passage before us, Taylor's meaning is not quite clear. A sin is an evil which has its ground or origin in the agent, and not in the compulsion of circumstances. Circumstances are compulsory from the absence of a power to resist or control them, and if this absence likewise be the effect of circumstance, that is, if it have been neither directly nor indirectly caused by the agent himself, the evil derives from the circumstances, and therefore, in the Apostle's sense of the word, sin, when he speaks of the exceeding sinfulness of sin, such evil is not sin, and the person who suffers it, or who is the compelled instrument of its infliction on others, may feel regret, but cannot feel remorse. So likewise of the word origin, original, or originant. The reader cannot too early be warned that it is not applicable, and, without abuse of language, can never be applied to a mere link in a chain of effects, where each, indeed, stands in the relation of a cause to those that follow, but is at the same time the effect of all that precede. For in these cases a cause amounts to little more than an antecedent. At the utmost it means only a conductor of the causative influence, and the old axiom, causa causae causa causati, applies, with a never-ending regress to each several link, up the whole chain of nature. But this is nature, and no natural thing or act can be called originant, or be truly said to have an origin. 110. In any other. The moment we assume an origin in nature, a true beginning, an actual first, that moment we rise above nature, and are compelled to assume a supernatural power. General I. It will be an equal convenience to myself and to my readers, to let it be agreed between us, that we will generalize the word circumstance, so as to understand by it, as often as it occurs in this comment, all and everything not connected with the will, past or present, of a free agent. Even though it were the blood in the chambers of his heart, or his own inmost sensations, we will regard them as circumstantial, extrinsic, or from without. In this sense of the word original, and in the sense before given of sin, it is evident that the phrase, original sin, is a pleonasm, the epithet not adding to the thought, but only enforcing it. For if it be sin, it must be original, and a state or act, that has not its origin in the will, may be calamity, deformity, disease, or mischief, but a sin it cannot be. It is not enough that the act appears voluntary, or that it is intentional, or that it has the most hateful passions or debasing appetite for its proximate cause and accompaniment. All these may be found in a madhouse, where neither law nor humanity permit us to condemn the actor of sin. The reason of law declares the maniac not a free agent, and the verdict follows of course, not guilty. Now mania, as distinguished from idiocy, frenzy, delirium, hypochondria, and derangement, the last term used specifically to express a suspension or disordered state of the understanding or adaptive power, is the occultation or eclipse of reason, as the power of ultimate ends. The maniac, it is well known, is often found clever and inventive in the selection and adaptation of means to his ends, but his ends are madness. He has lost his reason. For the reason, in finite beings, is not the will, or how could the will be opposed to the reason, yet it is the condition, the sine qua non of a free will. We will now return to the extract from Jeremy Taylor on a theme of deep interest in itself, and trebly important from its bearings. For without just and distinct views respecting the article of original sin, it is impossible to understand aright any one of the peculiar doctrines of Christianity. Now my first complaint is, that the eloquent bishop, while he admits the fact as established beyond controversy by universal experience, yet leaves us wholly in the dark as to the main point, supplies us with no answer to the principal question, why he names it original sin. It cannot be said, we know what the bishop means, and what matters the name. For the nature of the fact, and in what light it should be regarded by us, depends on the nature of our answer to the question, whether original sin is or is not the right and proper designation. I can imagine the same quantum of sufferings, and yet if I had reason to regard them as symptoms of a commencing change, as pains of growth, the temporary deformity and misproportions of immaturity, or, as in the final sloughing of the caterpillar, the throes and struggles of the waxing or evolving psyche, I should think it no stoical flight to doubt how far I was authorized to declare the circumstance an evil at all. Most assuredly I would not express or describe the fact as an evil having an origin in the sufferers themselves or as sin. Let us, however, waive this objection. Let it be supposed that the bishop uses the word in a different and more comprehensive sense, and that by sin he understands evil of all kind connected with or resulting from actions, though I do not see how we can represent the properties even of inanimate bodies, of poisonous substances for instance, except as acts resulting from the constitution of such bodies. Or if this sense, though not unknown to the mystic divines, should be too comprehensive and remote, we will suppose the bishop to comprise under the term sin, the evil accompanying or consequent on human actions and purposes, though here too, I have a right to be informed, for what reason and on what grounds sin is thus limited to human agency. And truly, I should be at no loss to assign the reason. But then this reason would instantly bring me back to my first definition, and any other reason than that the human agent is endowed with reason, and with a will which can place itself either in subjection or in opposition to his reason, in other words, that man is alone of all known animals a responsible creature, I neither know nor can imagine. Thus, then, the sense which Taylor, and with him the antagonists generally of this article as propounded by the first reformers, attaches to the words, original sin, needs only be carried on into its next consequence, and it will be found to imply the sense which I have given, namely, that sin is evil having an origin. But inasmuch as it is evil, in God it cannot originate, and yet in some spirit, that is, in some supernatural power, it must. For in nature there is no origin. Sin therefore is spiritual evil, but the spiritual in man is the will. Now when we do not refer to any particular sins, but to that state and constitution of the will, which is the ground, condition, and common cause of all sins, and when we would further express the truth, that this corrupt nature of the will must in some sense or other be considered as its own act, that the corruption must have been self-originated, in this case and for this purpose we may, with no less propriety than force, entitle this dire spiritual evil and source of all evil, that is, absolutely such, original sin. I have said, the corrupt nature of the will. I might add, that the admission of a nature into a spiritual essence by its own act is a corruption. Such, I repeat, would be the inevitable conclusion, if Taylor's sense of the term were carried on into its immediate consequences. But the whole of his most eloquent treatise makes it certain that Taylor did not carry it on, and consequently original sin, according to his conception, is a calamity which being common to all men must be supposed to result from their common nature, in other words, the universal calamity of human nature. Can we wonder, then, that a mind, a heart like Taylor's should reject, that he should strain his faculties to explain away, the belief that this calamity, so dire in itself, should appear to the all-merciful God a rightful cause and motive for inflicting on the wretched sufferers a calamity infinitely more tremendous, nay, that it should be incompatible with divine justice not to punish it by everlasting torment? Or need we be surprised if he found nothing that could reconcile his mind to such a belief, in the circumstance that the acts now consequent on this calamity and either directly or indirectly effects of the same, were, 5 or 6,000 years ago in the instance of a certain individual and his accomplice, anterior to the calamity, and the cause or occasion of the same, that what in all other men is disease, in these two persons was guilt, that what in us is hereditary, and consequently nature, in them was original, and consequently sin. Lastly, might it not be presumed, that so enlightened, and at the same time so affectionate, a divine, would even fervently disclaim and reject the pretended justifications of God grounded on flimsy analogies drawn from the imperfections of human ordinances and human justice courts, some of very doubtful character even as human institutes, and all of them just only as far as they are necessary, and rendered necessary chiefly by the weakness and wickedness, the limited powers and corrupt passions of mankind. The more confidently might this be presumed of so acute and practised a logician, as Taylor, in addition to his other extraordinary gifts, is known to have been, when it is demonstrable that the most current of these justifications rests on a palpable equivocation, namely, the gross misuse of the word right. 111. An instance will explain my meaning. In as far as, from the known frequency of dishonest or mischievous persons, it may have been found necessary, in so far is the law justifiable in giving landowners the right of proceeding against a neighbor or fellow citizen for even a slight trespass on that which the law has made their property, nay, of proceeding in sundry instances criminally and even capitally. But surely, either there is no religion in the world, and nothing obligatory in the precepts of the gospel, or there are occasions in which it would be very wrong in the proprietor to exercise the right